was gonna say, yo, I got a headache. Like, that's why the stream was pretty late because I had to get some soup. But hopefully, by the end of this stream, I feel better. Or when the stream picks up. Where's my glove? I have no idea where it is. Yeah, I don't know where it is. Crap. Oh, I found it. Is that the chick from? Yeah. When I was drawing it, I guess you weren't here or paying attention. But yeah. You wasn't here last time? I mean, it was the time before that, I'm pretty sure. Alright. I know we already watched the the cat stuff, but this YouTuber, I like his videos and he's talking about it, and I wonder if he's gonna add a little bit more to it. So I'm gonna watch this video about it. Man. Yeah, like I said, I got some soup here. I should have put it in like a I should have put it in like a bowl. I put it in a cup just so, it'll be here. Who's we? You, because you're the one who told me about all this stuff. Nintendo Wii? No.
People, exclusivity. Whether it be an exclusive car or a collector's item, people have always sought a way to be special compared to others. The same can be said about exclusive information. It's a way to stand out compared to everyone else and maybe even profit greatly from it. That's exactly what Cat in Chat, otherwise known as Cat Liente, thought would happen with her. Because when an artist reached out to her claiming to have been mistreated by one of the most beloved VTubers in the space, she probably thought of views, subscribers, and a whole lot of money. What she got instead, though, was her worst nightmare, with the entire situation blowing up on her face while simultaneously reigniting a major drama from the past in which she tried to clickbait another VTuber's cancer. And when she tried to respond, she ended up doxing her by mistake. Bro, this is a disaster. So, to say that this situation is wild is an understatement, but it's also very confusing with a lot of information stretching back many months. So of course, as always, I figured that we have to talk about it and make it clear. So, let's do this. So, the drama tuber that ignited this wildfire goes by the name of Cat Liente, otherwise known as Cat. She wasn't always a drama tuber though. What really put her on the map was being an advice tuber, making content centered around advice regarding content creation. As you can see in her TikTok, her username hasn't changed. It's still Cat Liente Stream Advice. Her bio says Twitch Advice, and her most popular, most viral TikToks to this day are stream and content creation advice. Nothing much has changed in her coffee page either. Her bio says Stream Advice TikToker and Twitch partner. I am a streaming and content creation educator who focuses on teaching streamers and creatives how to make full-time content creation a reality. If you go to her shop, you can see that there's a lot of things that are on sale, most of them free. Free resources, guides, and hell, even a 3-month coaching package in which she assists you in content creation for 3 whole months. What really put her on the map though were her free resources and especially her guides. She had really made her mark in the year of 2022, and this right here is an example. This is a free sponsorship guide that breaks down the types
I didn't know
of
she did all this. I mean, I knew she gave guides, but I didn't know she did all this.
Etc. All for free. Something that can tremendously help an up-and-coming content creator without an agency. At the time, this is really what she was known for. Detailed guides, free resources, and above all, never before seen transparency, right? This right here is an example. She did this for a few months. It's from November 2023. And
how much I made as a full-time creator? Sorry. In October. Twitch? 1,000. Oh! She was making bread. So on Twitch, I guess as a partner, she made 1,300. On sponsors, she made 14K. Etsy, she made 1,000. Ko-fi, she made 1,000. Redbubble. Oh my gosh! Listen. My eyes aren't the best, but right there, where it says, like Redbubble, it says 29 like dollars, right? I saw that line and I just saw M. I was like, what? That's crazy. That's it. But yeah, she didn't make 1 M's. YouTube, she made 135. Reels, ad bonus 34. TikTok bonus 792. TikTok lives 100 and also, okay, I should have just all right, so in total that month she made 19,000. Yeah.
And it's her revealing how much she earned in October with a very detailed breakdown from all the different sources. This, of course, only served to add even more credibility to all the resources, guides, and even coaching that she was offering. She wasn't just making up these things on the fly, she had proof that they were working, and people loved it. This right here is a screen cap of her YouTube channel back in May of 2023. And as you can see, her YouTube channel followed the same path as her Twitch, TikTok, and Ko-fi, making content centered around advice, streaming equipment, and even editing. But of course, seeing that we're now here in 2025 talking about a drama tuber, there would come a time when her content would take a huge turn. It all started in mid-2024 when she would make the video titled "This VTuber Was Scammed," in which a VTuber paid $650 for a model, but it turned out the artist didn't cut it well enough for it to be rigged. Kat would cover the drama and would see unprecedented success compared to her other videos. She would see an opportunity and would continue uploading VTuber art.
If it's working,
art misunderstandings, AI art, stolen art, traced art. She would cover any art controversy in the VTuber niche. And this is when she would make the full shift from advice tuber to drama tuber. But it wasn't all smooth sailing from here. Kat would find herself in a couple of controversies regarding how she would cover certain drama aspects of the VTuber community. And on January 2025, she would change her channel name from Kat Liente to Kat and Chat, going through some sort of a rebrand. And regarding these controversies, one of them in particular came back to haunt her today. But this was only after she had sparked a wildfire that she was not capable of handling. The making of this video, titled "Mismanagement of Doki Bird's PC Auction Led an Artist On for a Year." And as you can tell from the like to dislike ratio, it wasn't really received very positively by the VTuber community. Here's the thing, regardless if you're a VTuber watcher or
Titan.
not, what I want you to understand...
Titan, listen, the only reason I'm telling you this is because you're the manga guy. But there's this manga that I've been reading. And you know what I realized? All of my favorite animes and or mangas, I mean, not all of them, but a lot of them, more recently, I've realized that they're seinen. It's really cool. It's really cool that what I did was I went there. The heck did I just do? This thing is broken. I went there, right? And hello. Oh no. I'm gonna blame this on the headache. But yeah, so I went to check and I didn't realize anything. Okay, all right. I went to go check these mangas and I realized I actually really like seinen manga. Like, I didn't know Kingdom, the anime that I recently been watching, I didn't know that was a seinen. It's so good too. What else is the Medalist anime that the figure skating one? I didn't know that was a seinen also. I didn't understand seinen until I looked it up and I realized what it's all about. Bean, how's it going? Right now I'm just doing some sketches. I have a headache right now, so we're just gonna be playing around with the stuff. Um, this is something that I was actually working on, but right now I'm just gonna be drawing some stuff for fun. Right now, just practicing and doing some things like that. Excuse me. There's no line between. I mean, as a thing, technically you're correct, but not really at the same time. But yeah, besides that, there's a manga. It's called um like I've looked into a bit of it, right? It is pretty crazy. I don't know if you heard of it. It came out this year. It's called The Apothecary is Gonna Make This Ragged Elf Happy. Have you heard of that? No, I know. Like, but the thing is, what I found out when I did some research, I found out that seinen is typically um, when you have more philosophical questions about the actions and the grays between the black and the whites of characters and stuff like that, which is why like a Vinland Saga is a seinen because of the morality. My hair's a shonen. Yeah, I know it is. I know it is a shonen. But yeah, so this manga is insane, man. Truly insane. And extremely insane. So far, pretty interesting though. Especially because I don't know like too much about the main character, but like I don't know. It's pretty interesting. Also, I already read that manga. I read the title wrong. The apothecary is gonna make this ragged elf happy. I mean, that's what it says.
Stand here is that just at
Crap.
face value, just the thumbnail and the title are already a very big deal without even watching the video. And for you to understand that, we have to briefly talk about Doki Bird. Her rise to fame occurred when she was recruited as an English VTuber under the massive Japanese talent corporation Niji Sanji. She went by the name of Selen Tatsuki and at the time had built a very loyal audience that truly appreciated how much effort and sacrifice she put into providing them with the best sort of content and merchandise. Among other things, of course, like how she was funny and entertaining, etc. On February 5th, 2024, she was terminated in one of the worst ways possible by her corporation, with the termination still having a community note up to this day. The whole thing was one of the biggest PR disasters in recent history, so much so that Niji Sanji's stock price tanked at the time. This inadvertently started the downfall of the entire English branch of this massive multi-billion-dollar corporation.
I didn't know there was a prequel.
If you're interested in learning more, then you can check out my playlist on my channel titled The Niji Sanji Drama Arc. What you really need to understand in this video, though, is that part of the disagreements she had with Niji Sanji when she worked with them was related to art. She had this habit of depleting her own personal bank account in order to ensure the best quality music video production, art, merchandise for her community. One of the biggest disagreements she had with Niji Sanji was funding this music video out of her own pocket because
a headache right now, and I got some soup. Did I say tea? I feel like I said tea, but I got some soup here. And that's one of the main reasons why I was late, by the way. I mean, I can't use that excuse, but, still. I should have thugged it out,
Niji Sanji refused to. She ended up paying $15,000 from her own personal bank account in order to get this video funded and made. That's obviously a ridiculous amount of money, and Niji Sanji still took this video down. This is a re-upload. Not to mention that while this drama was going on, artists came out to say that Niji Sanji had not paid them on...
This is why I like watching this guy's videos, because he be really, don't read it? Okay. He be really getting into the thick of it, I didn't know that she was the same chick that we saw last time that made that video, and then they deleted it, and then she told the other people to repost it. I didn't know she was. Wow. Oh, it's that soup? Okay, okay. You never said tea? Okay. I couldn't find a spoon, so I'm eating it with a fork. Pretty dumb. Pretty dumb.
On projects they had hired them for, instead only receiving money from Dokibird, paying them from her personal bank account. So this is why Kat's video with the title is such a big deal. Whether it be as the corporate VTuber Selen Tatsuki or as the independent VTuber Dokibird, she's always been known to hire the best and compensating them like no one else. Speaking of Dokibird, this used to be her independent persona before joining Nijisanji. When she left that company,
soup
she
and tea?
resumed her
I mean, no,
activities
it's just soup
here,
and tea.
and then went on to become one of the
But it
biggest
isn't like
independent
because I
VTubers
put it in
on
a cup
the
because I thought it would be
claiming
better.
that she had let on an artist for a year with the thumbnail
So I
claiming
guess it's in a teacup, kinda.
is pretty much claiming that she
Or
is
coffee mug.
two-faced. That the Dokibird that everyone is familiar with is actually not the real Dokibird. This comes at a time where this had already happened barely a couple weeks ago. A very big VTuber was exposed as being two-faced for years, which unfortunately made it probable that maybe this is true. Maybe Dokibird actually is two-faced. Hence why the video has over 100,000 views. But why the dislikes? Why is Kat in trouble right now? Why are people turning against her? Well, the video is 1 hour and 48 minutes long. I watched every single second so that you don't have to, and we're gonna go through everything together to truly understand what the hell is going on. Starting with the first few seconds. Watch.
This is tea so piping hot, none of you guys have actually heard about it before because it has not been posted anywhere. This is about a big VTuber by the name of Dokibird and a charity stream that Doki had hosted over a year ago.
So right from the start, guys, this tea is piping hot. This is a news story exclusive to Kat that's never been posted anywhere.
Oh, by the way,
she has this.
I know we heard the story, but this YouTuber, I like watching his videos because he always brings new information to things. And he just recently started talking about it, so I just wanted to see if he has any more information.
Over the fact that Doki has been leading on an artist for a year in regards to a charity auction. Okay, in her little teaser in the beginning of the video, she's reading off of a Google Doc, right? Now I know at this point you probably have Google Doc exhaustion, okay?
Yep.
But there's a very big question here. Who wrote it? Most people couldn't stand watching the video for 40 seconds to determine that and assumed that this entire thing was actually written by the artist who was, quote unquote, led on by Doki for a year. But it's actually not the case at all. Watch.
I made this document, so I want to make sure I'm covering this correctly. Is this real? Unfortunately, it is.
So right off the bat, okay, Kat wrote this document that she's going to read for over an hour and 48 minutes. This is edited. She actually streamed it on her Twitch days before the upload, and it was over 3 hours of reading and talking. She had very briefly published this document before privating it, but as you can see here in activity, it shows that she was the last one to edit it. At the same time, someone actually archived this entire document before she privated it. I'll be leaving the link in the description, but
people were just like,
51
come on, guys.
pages that Kat herself wrote regarding the entire incident. One can safely assume that the artist involved in the situation reached out
it's
to
like
Kat
you can never
personally
post
and
anything. It's like somebody is always screenshotting, you know? Like you can't. That's why I said the internet's forever. Somebody's always trying something.
For all these screenshots of private DMs that occurred with Doki, her management team, and whoever else. But Kat was the one who summarized them in text. The reason why this is so important is because throughout the document, there will be some interesting takes. One could understand these takes if the artist had written this document themselves, but the fact that Kat wrote them is kind of weird. So for most of this video, she's reading off the Google document that she personally wrote. This means that we can read it together. However, sometimes Kat will give her personal opinion on what's going on. This is when I'll be showing you her takes, and you'll slowly start to understand why this video is currently sitting at 14,000 dislikes. Let's do this. So Kat's document starts off with context. Dokibird hosted an auction that ended March 3rd, 2024 for a custom-built PC designed by the artist, with the Brain and Behavior Research Foundation being the charity of choice for the Tiltify. The PC is valued at 3,500 USD and the winner bidded 6,600 USD. Now you might be wondering, what the hell is a Tiltify? Well, it's actually a really cool platform. You can start a fundraiser and people can donate to it, and when they do, the money goes directly to the charity. It doesn't go to the streamer or the content creator's bank account. This means that you can guarantee any money you're donating isn't going to get scammed. There are many different ways to raise money on the platform. One of them is a charity auction. This is where you have multiple different items that you can bid for, and the highest bidder wins the item. The bid would go to charity, and the person who gave the highest bid would receive the item. So for example, custom mousepad starts at $30. Let's say you bid $100, you win, the $100 gets sent to the charity, and you receive the mousepad. The items on the auction are not controlled by Tiltify though, it's controlled by the person who created the auction, in this case, Dokibird. Now this document has this section titled Proof of Doki stating artists would be paid, attaching a tweet that Dokibird made around 2 weeks before the auction began. The tweet says, "To all artists and creators, I'll be running a charity auction and stream next week, and I'm looking for people who will like to collab and work with me to make one-of-a-kind Doki-themed items. Plushies, figures, sculptures,
if I knew, I probably would have threw my hat in the ring, you know?
Charity. I will be paying for your service. Please send your portfolio to dokicanread@gmail.com. The items do not need to be completed before the auction starts, so don't worry about it. The auction will specifically go towards
I didn't know
the
nothing about
Behavior
VTuber
Research Foundation, which looks at funding research into cures.
I mean, I knew what it was, but I didn't wait. Yeah, I knew what VTubing was, but I didn't like know anybody. I still don't know nobody who does VTubing actually.
Improving treatment for mental illness globally. There will also be other items in the auction like one-on-one gaming sessions with me, etc. Kat's document then links a clip of Dokibird. Here's what Kat showed in her video.
I am providing the money for shipping for all of these items, so do not worry if you're wherever you live, you're like, oh my god, would they be able to ship it there? I will be providing the money for the shipping to the creators who will be shipping these products to you if you win the auction. And also, even if like some of the items are not made by me, it's not coming from me, I will be sending an exclusive postcard to each winner of the auction.
So this was the clip that was included in Kat's video. The actual link in this document directs me to the entire 9-hour VOD regarding this charity, and the timestamps to begin with are wrong. Right? In any case, what she's really trying to drive home here is that Doki is citing a manager that's helping her get access to Tiltify since it was in closed beta, as well as setting up other aspects of the auction. In other words, this manager one at the time was her right-hand man. She then really emphasizes the point that Doki said she'd be paying for shipping for the products, and then says that in this VOD, Doki mentions having a duplicate of each item for herself to twin with the auction winners. The reason why she mentions this is that this information will not be mentioned to the artist in question. Then we get to the private messages between the manager and the artist. The conversation starts off in Discord by the manager on the 27th of February 2024, saying, "Hi there, I'll be providing any updates or comments Doki might have moving forward, and we'll be using a mock-up if you choose to provide one by the 2nd of March. Or we can use photos in your portfolio if you aren't, which is totally understandable due to the turnaround time. We don't have a super tight timeline, so keep that in mind. You can take all the time you need on this project, but we would like a general estimate to provide during the auction, and ideally we'd like to get an idea of the price as Doki is planning on paying all the artists she has chosen. If we're able to potentially work something out with Height, we can explore that too. Height is a PC building company that has collaborated with Doki in the past." The artist then says, "Hey, thank you for accepting my request and getting back to me. I'm glad to hear about the timeline. That gives me a lot of reassurance since custom projects always take a lot of time and work to put together. I was already in talks with Height, so I've looped in my contact and I'm waiting to hear back from him at the moment." The manager and the artist then proceed to talk about maybe looping in Height to provide some parts for the PC, and then the artist says, "I've also got a mock-up ready if you'd like to see it." To which the manager says, "Yes, please." Now get this. The artist says, "Usually I wouldn't start work on a project or provide a mock-up before agreeing payment terms and stuff, but I trust that we can sort that later. Also, this is just a first idea, so it's totally open to suggestions/comments from you guys or Doki. Here's the concept. It's using the Y70 touch case by Height that has a 4K screen on the corner." And the artist continues by saying, "Just to note, my concept art also never looks like the final product. The final product is usually 10 times better, lol." So even though both are cordial and responding immediately, things are a bit messy from the get-go. The first thing that was provided was a mock-up. No contracts, no agreements, no timelines. Everything was completely up in the air. Nevertheless, the manager continues and says, "We're in talks with the marketing executive producer of iBuyPower in collaboration with the design team at Height. I'll definitely be able to give you a sure answer on whether or not it would be possible to get access to the items for our upcoming project for this, which would be amazing for everyone involved, later today. Also, that looks absolutely amazing. We could not have imagined a better design." The artist then says, "Oh, interesting that iBuyPower are involved. If it's their marketing executive producer, then this is definitely going to be big." To which the manager says, "As far as payment terms go, Doki is 100% going to pay whatever you charge for the PC. Once we have an idea of the final cost, we can finalize everything then." So it seemed that a contract, something in writing, something, real, was going to come once they had an idea of the final cost. But if only things were that simple. Here's what Kat had to say about this. Red flags in the project. The first red flag / issue is that management published the PC concept for the Tiltify auction without confirming a budget with the artist or that the work could be edited. To note, in the Tiltify auction, the design was listed as potentially being subject to change. It said, "Concept art is subject to change and winners will be notified of all necessary changes to the final product." Kat continues and says, "Also to note, the artist told management they were going to be OOO, which means out of office, starting March 1st for another project. And on that day, management messaged asking for edits to be made and listing the item onto Tiltify." So this is when things start to get messy. On the 1st of March, the manager messages the artist and says, the Y70 Touch height case that the artist had initially used in their mockup was facing severe supply disruptions. So they wanted to remove the whole touch aspect of it because they could get the case just without the touchscreen. Then the next day, the auction went live. The artist and the manager at this point had not talked about specifics when it came to price.
But I didn't know they had touch. Man, these people got bread. They got a touchscreen PC. Like for what? Like what? Why the touchscreen? That's crazy, man. Crazy.
There was no established understanding as to how much the PC would cost or how much the auction starting price should be valued at. So seeing that the artist was out of office, the manager seems to have gone to the PC part picker page of the artist to look at previous work and used the price of that previous work as reference, being 3,500 USD. According to Kat, the artist is based in the UK and the build cost 3,500 pounds, not 3,500 USD, which means it was more around 4,300 USD. She then says this price estimate is also extremely confusing. As mentioned previously, Doki had mentioned wanting a duplicate of each item to twin with the auction winner. A second PC is never mentioned to the artist, nor does the 3,500 USD price tag clarify whether that's 3,500 for one PC or 3,500 for the cost of two PCs to be built. Finally, going to PC Part Picker to estimate the build cost for a PC will cause a huge issue down the line, as that is only the quote for the PC's parts with no addition of labor costs. The third issue is management. In the Tiltify auction, it was listed the buyer could choose their own specs, and that is indeed the case. The Tiltify page says this piece is a custom-built Doki-themed PC. Since the PC has not been built yet, you are able to have some control over the creative process and specs of the PC. The PC is valued at 3,500 USD, and the parts in the PC will fall in line with the general PC of that pricing. Example, a previous build of the artist with roughly the same cost, showing the PC Part Picker page. You want to know what's really interesting though? When I go to the PC Part Picker page of that list from that exact PC back in December of 2023, I can see that the total price in USD plus the components from Amazon.co.uk equal around 3,600 USD. We're talking purely parts here with no labor, of course. This was exactly what the manager was intending to do, getting a rough cost of the build itself. Nowhere does this indicate that 3,500 USD would be 3,500 pounds in the UK. This is something that the document never mentions. Just keep that in mind. Kat then says this is an issue as no upfront budget was provided to the artist. On the 4th of March, the manager sends a DM to the artist and says, "Good morning. Just wanted to send a small update. I'll message the winner today to confirm their shipping details and all that good stuff. I'm happy to be the go-between for you both, but if you and the winner are comfortable, I can get you both connected on Discord to streamline things for you guys as far as figuring out specs and stuff. Just let me know and I'll make it happen." Secondly, regarding payment for the PC, I know that's probably up in the air at the moment, so we can stay in contact and figure that out as the project progresses or as we have a more clear idea of the projected cost. I did base the market value off of your previous builds, and we would like to stay around that general cost for the parts themselves, but would like to give the buyer some wiggle room as far as you know, potentially going for a cheaper CPU cooler option to allow more money to go towards storage/RAM if that's something they'd like to do, but we won't know until we speak to the buyer. A few days later, on the 7th of March, the artist says, "Hey, I've tied up my brand deal from last weekend, so let me catch up with your messages." The document then continues about a brief confusion regarding height. It's not really that relevant, so we won't waste time on it. The next part is about communication issues, in which the artist on the 21st of March is saying, "Hey, thank you so much for your patience with my replies. I've been recovering from an addiction lately, which has been a huge struggle, and I feel that my response time has definitely taken a hit, so I wanted to mention it."
Wait, give me a second. Okay, never mind. I'm just tripping.
On the 21st of March is saying, hey, thank you so much for your patience with my replies. I've been recovering from an addiction lately, which has been a huge struggle, and I feel that my response time has definitely taken a hit, so I wanted to mention it briefly to provide some additional context and transparency, and also to hold myself accountable. I wasn't 100% sure whether it was relevant or not, but since it's affecting my professional conduct, I felt it was best for you to be informed moving forwards. I hope you can understand. Then, the artist says, that's fantastic, thank you so much, that clears up my worries surrounding that side of things. This is in reply to a message that the manager had left them on the 12th of March. After the clarification about the whole height confusion thing, he said, and of course, I've made it clear to the winner that you are not going to be involved with any tech support, and that if they have any issues they may experience, they have to go through a third party. So the artist's reply came a week late. And as far as we know, based on these screenshots, there were no other DMs in between this time frame, this entire week. This means that when the manager mentioned how much the PC would cost and the details surrounding it, the artist could have said something about it multiple times. These red flags that Kat had brought up should have been mentioned back then by the artist. In fact, forget about the red flags. So many specifics were still up in the air, and the expectation was that after the auction had ended, the artist would start work on the PC right after. But look at this. After the artist had said that they were dealing with an addiction and that they were holding themselves accountable, they said that they read everything, let's do some cooking on the hardware for this build, and I'll get back to you with a list of possible suggestions. This might take some time while I'm figuring out what works best for the buyer's needs. I noticed that he said that he's going to be in the USA from June to late August. If the PC is completed during this time, would you be happy to have the completed build shipped to your address and then handle shipping to the buyer when they're back in the country? I may need to relocate apartments during the period they're not in the USA, so I would much prefer that. So bear in mind, here we're talking about the possibility of the PC being done in the summer of 2024. Okay, keep that in mind for later. The manager then says, that's okay, I've been pretty sick as well. I've also been away and not here much. I hope things get better for you. I know how hard it is to quit from my own experiences. He's referring to the addiction that's been blurred out here. Then he continues, if it comes down to it, we're more than happy to handle the shipment of the PC. Dang. Then says, sounds good, there's no rush.
I didn't know about addictions in the last one. It gotta be that, what is it called? What do they call it? The devil's lettuce? I mean, I doubt it's that, but you know. Maybe, I mean, never mind. Don't do drugs, kids.
Overall, a very wholesome conversation, right? Now, a month later, on the 17th of April, there's been zero communication, and I mean zero, as far as we know, on Discord between the artist and the manager. The manager then says, hi there. The winner of the auction has requested to establish contact with you to discuss details of the PC himself and to check with you on any updates you may have for him. I did let him know that you were working on getting those parts figured out, but he still requested to make contact. I can send over your Twitter if you're comfortable. No response whatsoever from the artist. Another month fully passes by. We're now 2 months since the last time the artist has said anything, and the manager says, hi again, just wanted to give you a heads up, I've chosen to part ways with Dokibirch, and anything regarding the auction items will be handed off to my replacement once I leave on the 31st of this month, so the 31st of May. If it's alright with you, I'd love to include your socials in the onboarding document I'm passing along. They will handle everything moving forward, including any updates necessary for Doki and any communication with the auction winner. Please let me know if that's alright, and I'll include your Discord/email for my replacement. Kat says, as you can see from the screenshot, management changed, and the artist was reached out to by Manager 2 on June 8th asking about the status of the project. So bear in mind, we're now almost 3 months since the last time the artist has even communicated with Doki's team. This is the email from Manager 2 saying, hello, this is Ryby. I am the replacement assistant for Manager 1, and I'm following up on the custom PC charity item with regards to its current status. To my knowledge, in the turnover documentation I was given, the item has not been fulfilled yet, and Manager 1 had issues getting updates from you in a timely manner. It has been a few months since the charity auction ended, and we're trying to wrap up all our commitments regarding this project. If you are still open to finishing this commission or have been working on the commission and have an estimated delivery date, please give us an update within 2 to 3 business days. Otherwise, we may have to go to a plan B and either reimburse the winning bidder or find a different custom PC builder. If you cannot fulfill this item, we understand, life gets difficult, just let us know and we'll get out of your hair. Sincerely, Ryby, assistant at Dokibirch. Kat says, the artist responded June 18th asking for more information but confirming they still wish to fulfill the project if the option is still available. So even though Manager 2 specified please reply in 2 to 3 business days, the artist replied in 10 days. Now, part of the email is hidden, but for the most part, the artist says, hey, listen, to offer the briefest of explanations, I ran into untreated health complications and had to get signed out of work or whatever, and then proceeded to apologize for the delays and any inconvenience that was caused. Then the artist lays out some points. specifying that they communicated with the buyer through email and that the buyer wanted a PC capable of machine learning and that he'd be happy to pay for the additional parts. The artist's initial response was that, yes, I could do that, but I'd have to come up with a brand new spec list, run it by technicians, do the calculations, etc., etc. As much as I'd love to provide that service for the winner, I understand now that I'm not able to handle the extra work, and I would much prefer to use the pre-existing specs from my cinnamon roll build, since this is what Manager 1 based the DokiBird PC specs on. Then the artist specified that they were worried that the height case that they wanted to use was discontinued. They couldn't meet demand anymore, so the case with the screen was not available. They thought that since one of the biggest aspects of that PC was a screen with DokiBird on it, that it would maybe look boring. They then said, I was hesitant about Manager 1 asking to connect me to the winner, but perhaps that would be best so I can consult them directly. Then says, I think that covers everything I needed to communicate about. It's mainly been the fee and the scope that have been overwhelming, but I'm confident I can start work pretty much immediately once those details are sorted, and I'm determined to fulfill this. Since I just wrapped up a project with MSI, I can give you a more accurate time frame for the project's completion. I estimate it would take a minimum of 6 weeks to complete the project and roughly 12 weeks at maximum. Alternatively, I understand if you've chosen to go with Plan B or a different PC builder at this stage, especially as your email did say please reply in 2 to 3 days. I can only offer my apologies for the major dropping of the ball. I hope to hear back from you soon, and once again, thank you so much for your patience. All the best, Artist. So look, in any industry, if someone tells you reply within 2 to 3 days and you reply 10 days later, I think it's safe to say you're either fired or you lost the job. Yeah. Not to mention that this was, as far as we know, the first time the artist had even communicated with DokiBird's team since the 21st of March. Let's also not forget that the artist said yes to the buyer's demands and then thought, you know what, I can't do it. I can't do a PC
yes
that does machine learning.
Do
and we still have no mention about how much it would cost. With the artist not mentioning at all how much they want in compensation, how much it would cost, not talking about the specifics. So look, the whole thing is a mess so far, and things were kind of starting to make sense. Manager 1 should have been more insistent and proactive, but instead was way too laid back and seemed like he didn't really care. Well, that's because he ended up leaving. He already had a foot out the door and probably didn't care as much as he should have. The artist, on the other hand, would just disappear for like way too long. And while health issues suck, it's not enough of a reason to keep your clients in the dark. One simple message, one simple email, and you can let them know so that way they go for a plan B. So what did Kat have to say about this? Well, let's see.
And scope. So yeah, basically the artist offered a couple options. It was like either 1, they would complete the build, they apologize for being late. Option 2, the buyer would be refunded. And option 3, a different builder would be used. January 20.
Oh, cool. The artist apologized for being 2 months late. Let's not even take a second to talk about that. This is going to be a growing trend throughout this video. Anyway, back to the topic.
Yeah, okay, listen. I'm going to say this. I didn't say this before. Let me say this, though. I've noticed this about Kat. I know we're in a first name basis. You know, I even got a nickname for her. I've noticed that she likes to do that. You know, like give her. I mean, I guess this is what I just want her sometimes to just give the information, and then at the end, but she be pitching in and being like, well, you know. It isn't that bad when you look at it this way. I'm just like, why are you telling me how to think? Just give me the information, and then you can tell me how you feel after, if I even care to know. But she just be pitching in and saying, well, personally, I wouldn't act that way, and I'm like, yeah, but this ain't you, all right? So just calm down. She does that quite a bit. I've noticed that, and she's always like she be flip-flopping, like I remember there was this girl, right? Yo, this would piss me off. This pissed me off one time, right? But the thing is, I occasionally have her on in the background, whatever. But it was about this girl who was, like she was going through it, right? And then Kat was like, yeah, I'm always on the side of the victim, whatever crap. I was like, okay. And then this other guy this time was going through the same thing the girl was going through. And then she was so chill with it. I was like, what? I was like, nah, Kat, it ain't so. It ain't so, Kat. I thought you were a real one. But yeah, she do be doing that. Mugen, you right, man. You right. I've seen it.
Continues the document and says, then, January 2025, Dokibird personally reached out to the artist in Twitter DMs and through their personal website to put the artist, the charity winner, and a member of Doki's staff, which will be the third iteration of the management team who will be in green, into a group chat together. So Manager 2 had been replaced by Manager 3. Dokibird had created a Discord group chat with Manager 3, the artist, herself, and the auction bid winner for the PC. Just so you know, so that you're not confused with the timelines, Dokibird only personally reached out months after that email conversation we just saw. So now we're on January 10th, 2025, 10 months after the charity auction had even begun. So as far as we know, this is how the DM started, with Doki saying, the winner of the charity auction has been unhappy with the wait and I was pulled in to fix the issue as it has grown bigger than it should be. The next day, the artist says, hey Doki, I haven't had any messages about the charity PC since last summer, so I honestly wasn't sure what was going on. The next day, Doki says, what is your Discord? Is it okay if I add you and the charity winner plus one of my staff to fix this issue? To which the artist said, yes, although I need to go over a few details with your staff before jumping into a Discord group chat with your team plus the auction winner. My Discord is blank. Let me know your staff's Discord name so I can keep an eye out for them. To which Doki says, okay, his Discord will be blank. And then 13 days later, we can see the artist saying, hi Doki, we really need your personal involvement in the group chat. Kind of giving you a spoiler over the fact that things don't go as smoothly as planned. Kat says, at this point, the artist was confused, as since they had not received a response back from email, they had assumed management was going with plan B, reimbursing the winner or finding another custom PC builder. The artist was reluctant to join a group chat with the charity winner, as at this point, the artists themselves still had no idea how much they're getting paid for the project or any other questions answered. They requested to speak privately with the new management/staff member first to sort out payment, budget, and other details so as to not appear unprofessional in front of the client. So here we can see Manager 3 saying, hi artist, I'm Management 3, part of Dokibird's staff team. I have been working for Doki since August, and before that you had contact with Manager 1, most likely regarding the charity auction. I'm unsure how exactly this came to be and why Doki has to pay this out of her own pocket and the item isn't donated, but this has been before my time. Regardless, this is the item. The PC had a fair market value of 3,500 USD at the time, a year ago, and from what I understand is that the person that asked for the PC also had some additional requests that they were willing to pay for themselves. At the moment, I feel we need to find a solution to what you can deliver for that amount currently, what the auction winner is happy with, and what we can do to remedy the situation. 1-year-old specs can be an issue. I personally think we need to look at the charity item and update it and what it would currently cost for you to fulfill. Then we should get in.
So I got a girl. You got a girl? Congratulations, man. I mean, this is what you wanted, right? Congratulations. I'm happy for you, man. Hopefully you saw the signs with the other ones and decided and figured out a way to pick them, you know?
In direct DM contact with the bidder of the auction and verify the specs and tell him this is what we can do for this price. If they seem to want additional specs, then we should, as a team, talk about what that would cost and who would pay for it. So yeah, it's obvious this is a absolute managerial nightmare. If you guys are unemployed or are still in school, this is what it's like to work for a very big company, okay? This is a perfect example. It's constant back and forths with no one understanding what the hell's going on.
No,
Manager
I don't.
3 did start off the conversation aggressively, no doubt
I ain't got no
frustrated that this has
What the
taken
heck?
so long.
What the heck you say? So I got a girlfriend? No. I thought you were saying no. I didn't know you meant. Why? Dang. Why'd you do that, Zura?
But, to be fair, one would assume that they had gone with Plan B if they hadn't replied in any way, shape, or form to the artist since that last email on June 18th, 2024. There wasn't a single person here who knew what the hell was going on, and Kat continues in the document saying, regarding the underlined statement of I'm unsure why Doki has to pay this out of her own pocket and the item isn't donated, there was an option for artists Doki was working with for the auction to donate their work to be auctioned off for charity. However, Doki, in the previously linked VOD, states that she would cover the pieces artists don't want to donate, nor is there an expectation to donate. The artist then links the tweet we saw initially at the beginning of this document in which Doki says, I will be paying for your service, and then proceeds to say, I'm happy to do a breakdown PDF of what the cost would actually look like for the team if that would be helpful. Kat says, budget conversations begin. Because the PC build was listed as 3,500 USD in the auction, which was not run by the artist but an assumption Manager 1 made, this staff member assumed the build would still cost $3,500. The artist provided a PDF including the cost of parts, additional things the bidder wanted, and their hourly wage, and they priced their build service service at the national London living wage, undercharging below their standard rate. This is due to lack of transparency with the budget and how the artist felt pressured in being responsible to sort this PC mess out. Now look, to be fair, even though Manager 1 used a previous build as reference for the $3,500 price tag, it was still a mistake and it lacked transparency. But the artist also had 3 months to talk with that manager before they left the company to sort this out and make this breakdown PDF of what the cost would be. To me, everyone is at fault here, but to Kat, this is purely DokiBird's management team's problem and the artist is innocent. The bias is starting to show. The artist then says, to make sure I have this right, the services are being paid for like Doki originally said, to which the manager said, yes, these would be paid, originally listed as 3,500 USD, I think. Sorry if this is the wrong number. I'm backtracking the auction from the limited info I was provided. The artist then posts the PDF of how much everything would cost and says, since the build at the auction was based on one of my previous PC builds, I've used components that are equal to the cost and calculated the service in addition to that, like my work, customization, materials, etc. If we agree on these details, I can go straight to the auction winner and discuss the spec that they want replaced. Let me know if you have any questions and we can go over them. Manager 3 then says, oh, but when I calculate the total price of the PDF, it's not around the $3,000 to $5,000 range, but more around 7,200 USD, and then they might even ask for upgrades still, which would be more than what the auction was bid for, which is 6,600 USD. You sure it's the same specs? If so, I'll run it by Doki and staff and see what would be the best choice to continue. Kat says the artist empathized with the bidder who spent $6,600 and hadn't received a PC and began trying to sort the problem out. The artist even started looking for alternative ways to make the build more affordable by contacting their personal brand connections. Here's what Kat had to say about this in her video.
The artist emphasized with the bidder who spent 6.6 thousand USD and hadn't received a PC and began trying to sort the problem out. The artist even started to look for alternative ways to make the build more affordable by contacting their personal brand connections. Again, this is like extra stuff the artist is doing on top of it, like flexing your personal relationships and try to like pull strings and get things done is not an expectation that would happen in scenarios like this. Like, this is like going above and beyond. Some people might read this and be like, well, like the artist should have done that to make it as cheap as possible for Doki. It takes a lot to ask your relationships for stuff because you kind of like use up the amount of asks you get. Does that make sense? Like, trying to speak on it from like an influencer perspective anyways, I'm not a PC builder. I've built 2 PCs in my life. You can kind of only ask your personal relationships for so many things before they're gonna get tired of you. So like you kind of use up one of your like free asks essentially to like pull strings for a charity of auction that kind of is falling apart essentially. Because yeah, some people might be like, oh, why couldn't you just do this from the start? Like you only gotta ask so many times. So
again, guys, the artist is flexing, you know, really trying everything they can to solve this mess. And while yes, it's definitely admirable that they're trying to go the extra mile and really get this done, I do feel like Kat is acting as if this artist is the plan B artist, you know, as if they weren't here 10 months ago. If this was the plan B artist, absolutely. Let's all shit on DokiBird's management together 100%. But this person was here from the start. And so far, I have no reason to believe that I shouldn't be blaming everyone else equally because they all have a part in this. Like, this cost breakdown PDF should have been sent literally within the first week of establishing contact with Manager 1, period. And while Manager 3 is frustrated over the fact that they had to take over this literal shipwreck, they shouldn't take out their frustration on the artist, right? Again, everyone here is to blame. Oh, actually, I just noticed Manager 3's name is not censored here. I gotta do that. Anyway, the document continues. The artist specifies that the original hardware cost of their Cena PC has always been 3,500 British pounds, but they believe it's been mistakenly put down as 3,500 USD in the auction, which is why the pricing is misaligned. They then say that they managed to get support with the PC case, which is worth around 843 USD. So that would alleviate a big chunk of the cost. That's great news. In earlier messages, Manager 3 was trying to confirm, just to be sure. That would be $3,418 plus UK national living wage equals around 2,400 pounds. The artist recommends rounding up the number to 3,500 instead of 3,418, and then Manager 3 says, I will get you in direct contact with Doki and the charity auction bidder to sort these out. Would the pricing be final, so no more additional cost, correct? Like no more shipping / tax cost, etc. Also, we would have to work with the bidder if the specs are okay, to which the artist says it was agreed with Manager 1 that your team would be handling shipment of the unit. Hence, any packaging, shipping, tax isn't included in the estimate I gave you. This should be written in the PDF I sent. To which Manager 3 says something that's not reassuring in this conversation, so it doesn't make any financial sense at this point. Basically, the item, work, shipping, tax together cost more than the offer of the bidder on the item. I'll ask Doki what he wishes to do since this is very badly arranged by ourselves before my time. But a refund to the bidder is what I'm personally going to advise because this makes very little sense to me. So as I said, not reassuring at all, right? And it's looking like this PC will never be made. But still, the artist carries on as well as Manager 3, and they do end up creating the group chat, with the artist even adding their own assistant to the conversation. In this conversation, we have the top bidder of the auction, the artist, the artist assistant, and Management 3, as well as Doki.
Looking at it, because you see this, like I said, I know we talked about it, but this guy, he's bringing up some flavor, some seasoning, right? And now the food's tasting a little better. Yeah, the artist. This is all you, my boy. And you want the cat knowing that cat is going to say anything? Dang, bro.
Chat conversation starts off with the auction winner saying, "Hello, I'll just post my timeline here. 1. Contact initiated soon after auction by Manager 1. 2. I said that I wanted to increase the budget of the build's hardware and I would be willing to pay that additional price. 3. There was no communication for a while. After some prodding, I was notified that the artist had medical conditions and that they were gone, and the team was looking for someone to fill in as a new artist. Manager 1 also offered to send in the postcard early, which I did not take the offer. 4. Manager 1 disappeared and subsequently was replaced by Ryby using the same email after several months. The replacement was not notified nor communicated to me about the auction until I sent follow-ups. 5. Ryby apologized and said the budget was allocated. 6. No real additional information of relevance was exchanged after that point, and Ryby went MIA as well. So for the buyer, this is the biggest nightmare, okay? $6,600 expecting to get a PC. It's been 10 months and Doki's management had done a terrible job staying in touch after Manager 1 had left. The stakes were already really high here. Kat says, the artist then apologizes for the buyer's wait and summarizes their health concerns. They then ask about questions they've had about the project. The artist says to move forward with the project, they need estimated project costs to be confirmed by Doki, to chat about the hardware that the buyer would like upgraded, and to confirm/discuss shipping details. Kat then says this appears to be the first mention of there being a request for 2 PCs, not one, to the artist. The artist never had an agreement with Doki or their management about the first PC, let alone this new second PC that's been mentioned. Kat is referring to this message by the buyer, in which they say, "My understanding in the beginning was that it was supposed to be she would be getting one of each item herself, but I believe not long after, Doki was able to obtain a PC and this probably fell off her radar of things she needed, so I'm not sure if there's a requirement to pair up builds to reduce the workload on this." Kat then continues, Doki then joins in, apologizing and moving the conversation forward, in which she says, "Hi, sorry for the late reply to all this, I'll be reading through the replies. I'll be handling it personally instead of my staff since they are all busy and it was my fault the PC stuff got delayed since I didn't realize the miscommunication got this bad until I was dragged back in / notified about it a few weeks ago. I really apologize again for the delays on this auction item. If there's something you need from me and I don't reply back in time within 48 hours, just at me again because my messages get super swamped every day. Since I don't think I'll be needing another PC, we can allocate the funds to getting the buyer's PC made with the parts they want, unless you'd like to have us share similar PCs. Please feel free to let me know what you prefer." Kat then continues, saying, "The buyer states there's no need for matching PCs, then lists out the desired specs. The artist expresses not being comfortable doing enterprise-level builds, and the buyer understands, going back and forth on parts and how the build would look like. A chicken versus egg situation happens, where Management 3 asks for the part list to determine a quote, whereas the buyer and the artist wanted to know what the actual budget for the PC is before choosing parts. Below is a screen grab of a conversation between Manager 1 and the artist about payment that happened early 2024 when this project began. So in this screenshot, we see a message from Manager 1. There are 2 sentences highlighted. The first one says, "And figure that out as the project progresses or as we have a more clear idea of projected cost." And the second sentence says, "I did base the market value off of your previous builds." This was an attempt by the artist to show Manager 3 just how confusing Manager 1's terms were. Kat then continues and says, for more context, the buyer had the intention of upgrading the build to their desired specs and was willing to pay out of pocket for the difference between the allotted budget and their desired build. A few days later, the buyer says, "I see. I was working with the mindset of Doki providing her own budget, and then with that amount, I know how much I may or may not need to add to the pot. So for example, if the total was $4,000 and I'm only willing to contribute $2,000, the total would be $6,000. Or if it was $5,000, the total would be $7,000, which would give an additional $1K for me to choose parts I want. Thus, having an idea of how much I have to work with will undoubtedly affect my choices." The artist then says, "I'd like to emphasize this point as I've been working with the same mindset. We're both waiting on a budget estimate from Doki as we can't move forward without at least a ballpark." The artist then says, "At this point, I'm finding it hard to continue dedicating time to a project without Doki's personal involvement. She's the only one who can make key decisions on behalf of her business, and her input is critical to moving things along." Manager 3, again, it's not censored here, "I keep sensing that this project might not make financial sense, and I'm genuinely concerned about the risk of not being compensated for the hours I've already put in. Since we don't have any form of contract yet, I haven't been able to establish standard creative industry practices such as a kill fee. So far, I've already put in significant time with the concept art, drafting up proposals, communications, but but without a clear budget, I've been shooting in the dark and undercharging my services in the process, in an attempt to make this work within undefined parameters. I really hope that you can understand that I can't put in any more hours or change the cost breakdown I've already given until I actually know what the upper limit financial constraints are, and what the Doki team is doing to make this work. I want to feel like we're all aligned and giving our best effort to deliver a lovely product to a client who's been waiting for over a year. A day later, Doki then says, "Hello everyone, sorry again for the late reply. For the budget, it will be $6,000 to $7,000. I'm willing to squeeze an extra $300 to $400 if the parts do go over due to the long wait, so the maximum I'm willing to go will be $7,400 depending on if the parts do go over budget a little bit." So finally, after like, I don't know, almost a year, we finally had a budget to work with. What happens next is the buyer asking if the 7.4k USD that Doki is willing to pay is including the labor cost of the artist when it comes to building the PC itself, because in their opinion, it should. The artist then emphasizes, saying that at the time of the auction, their rate would have been £32 per hour, saying that they're undercharging their fees at £13.85 per hour, which is the UK London living wage, in order to alleviate the financial pressure that seemed to be getting in the way with the budget, especially since it's for charity. Also expressing confusion over the original charity plan, which is to make 2 PCs with one being meant for Doki. This obviously wasn't the case anymore. Kat then continues in the document saying Management 3 explains how the charity auction was set up, with a formula that honestly makes absolutely no sense for how these functions typically go. It will be shown later as well, but typically for charity auctions, all items auctioned off are donated by generous donors. People bid on the items, and the total sum of what was bid is donated to the charity. For example, 5 people donate PCs, the host will auction off the PCs and raise $100,000, and thus all $100,000 minus processing fees
what do you need help
will
with?
go to the charity. The host does not pay for the PCs because it was explicitly noted those 5 PCs were a donation with the sole purpose of raising money for said charity. This is a fault of the first management team that set the auction up. Then we see Manager 3 saying, "Buyer, I understand what you're saying, but you seem to be missing a few parts. Regularly in charity auctions, there is an existing item or service donated and people bid on this, raising the maximum amount for a good cause. Previous management and Doki set this auction up totally differently. Basically, Doki Bird is paying for a lot of these items fully herself. Might as well donate the money directly at that point in my view. Why this was set up this way baffles me until this day. That's why you can sense my need to stay within/around the offered amount, hence my remark. I understand the artist's point of view, and I don't know how the original quote came to be without it being fully completed and transparent before the Doki team communicated it during the auction. Hence we got an odd situation that we need clarity on. We need a fixed pricing, knowing what it would cost fully so we can decide further if everything fits correctly. Doki is willing to pay an additional amount as shown above since it's for charity and you have been waiting for a year on your item, and we feel really horrid about that. However, until this day, we still don't know what the PC would cost exactly with all factors and additional requests regarding specs. To keep it simple in layman's terms, currently we do not know if the artist's custom PC would cost $5,000 or $10,000 to make, and I would need to know this first so we can decide what to do. The manager then tags the artist and the artist's assistant and says, "Can you provide a fixed price rating with what you would normally charge and include those elements? We do not want you to underprice yourself, and I'm sorry on my end if it came across as that. All I want is to know the full and completed pricing so we can make a decision instead of talking about it in different ways." So we're at the end of January by now. And I think Manager 3 truly started to understand, truly started to grasp just how screwed up the situation is, how badly Manager 1 and 2 handled this. So they clarified their point of view and asked for a very specific price breakdown so that they can let the artist know if they can actually pay this or if they should just refund the buyer. Kat says, "Personally, while I do understand this could be Management 3's way of making all aspects of the auction transparent, it does feel guilt-trippy. Regardless whether it's for charity or not, the artist was contacted for their services under the guise it would be paid for. So yeah, look, personally, I don't really see, we don't want to waste your time further, so let us know how much you want and we'll let you know if we can pay it or not, period." Anyway, here's the spreadsheet that was provided. There are actually 2 options. The first one is the standard rate at £32 per hour, and the second is at the UK London living wage, which is the minimum wage in London at £13.85 per hour. Now here's the thing you have to understand just looking at this, okay? The PC itself with all the hardware costs $4,000 USD. But in the first option, the artist is claiming that the labor cost would be $6,610. So 5,120 pounds. If we divide this total amount by the hourly wage, we get 160 hours. The artist is claiming, that this PC with the custom design and the hardware that was going to be ordered off of a website was going to take 160 hours to build. Now, I don't know about you, but I've built PCs before. You probably have. I'm telling you right now, even if it's your first time, it's not going to take more than 6 hours. You add a custom design to a case, fine, you know what, add 12 hours, add 24 hours. But unless you're literally blacksmithing a case into existence in an ancient forge, I don't see how 160 hours is honest in any way. Let's assume that they're working 8 hours a day on this. You divide this by 8, that's 20 days. Bear in mind, these are technically business days excluding weekends, which means one entire month of work, 9 to 5, excluding weekends. The minimum wage rate asks for less than half of this labor cost, setting at $2,816 or 2,216 pounds. Bear in mind that while this includes shipping, it doesn't include the taxes. So the final cost will easily cost way more than that. This is obviously a crazy price. At this point, Doki could probably build the PC herself and send it to the auction winner. Why pay this much? But you have to wonder, what does Kat have to say when it comes to this spreadsheet? Because to me, and most people who have seen this, it's ludicrous. Let's see.
Artist then provides a spreadsheet with updated pricing. Here is the spreadsheets, and 2 options were provided. Option 1, option 2, where in option 1, they price themselves at their fair rates.
I've showed you how to draw that before.
At the time of auction. And option 2, they price themselves at London's minimum wage, or whatever the UK London living wage is. So you can see the total estimated cost in USD for option 1 is $11,000. For option 2 is $8,800 with the really, really low labor pricing. So Doki Bird responds 2 days later.
Oh, okay, yeah, let's just gloss over that. Pretend that nothing weird is in those spreadsheets. Cool. But don't worry, guys, because the next section in this video is called Doki Responds and Deflects. Seeing that she's been very unbiased so far, I'm sure that this is going to be wonderful. After a couple days, Doki responds and says, just finished reading through everything. I didn't give input on what Manager 3 has mentioned earlier, and it was his own opinion, just in case anyone was wondering that it was my idea, but it was his own, and he wanted to fix things as soon as possible since I wasn't online or was busy to reply in time. I was originally going to get a copy from each auction item, so each person was going to make 2, which should have been communicated to you from my previous management, so I wasn't sure why I weren't informed as other creators were, and I have received the other auction items. But since I already have a custom PC, I'd rather just use the funding to make the PC that buyer deserves instead of making 2. Regarding the pricing, originally what I was told from my previous management, the creator gave us the base price.
Isn't that those types?
Cost,
yeah.
Put that as the original opening
I showed him how to do it.
As well as what it should cost to commission the items and what I needed to pay.
You just
At
need to
one
have
point,
the
I had to also pay what
build
the
of the
bid ended
character
for a few times.
Like
While
for
the
example,
majority
like
of others,
this,
it was the original base
and
cost,
then just
and the
make
huge
the shirt
miscommunication error is one of the
compressed.
reasons why they don't work for me anymore since the auction was set up all over the place. So here she's referring to Manager 1 why he was fired because he set up this auction like someone drunk on like 3 alcohol bottles. She continues, that's why we put 3K original as the starting bid, as that was what I was informed will be the cost, as the original bid is what the item should cost and the ending bid item should never be less than what I actually paid for, which is the case for the majority of the items in the auctions as I paid for the original starting bid cost. I'm unsure how they messed up the communication since the original person who communicated with people does not work for me anymore. Kat says, again, here Doki mentions a few points that had led to the massive miscommunication this build has now become. Firstly, the idea that Doki was going to get an identical copy of each item auctioned to twin with the winners. This was never mentioned to the artist, so up until the previous time it was mentioned for almost an entire year, the artist was under the assumption they were making 1 PC, not 2. Secondly being the quote, arbitrarily pulled from a previous build the artist did and using the currency, pricing the build at $3,500.
Just draw the person's body.
Incorrect because of the currency and not including labor costs. That number only accounts for the parts of 1 PC.
Draw a shirt.
So okay, it seems that Manager 1 was fired for being an idiot as far as we know. And I think at this point everyone can agree that he is. Doki has been trying to fix all the problems he left her, and she finally made that clear. But is she partly to blame for this? Of course, everyone here is partly to blame in my opinion. Kat's way of summarizing this is definitely interesting though, saying, for almost an entire year the artist was under the assumption they were making 1 PC, not 2. As if the artist has been working on this for a year. They weren't. But hey, listen, it seemed as though for the first time after almost 10 months of waiting, this project was finally going to get somewhere. Until it didn't. A day later, the artist replies and says, hey guys, thanks for your patience whilst I've been tied with self-assessment stuff. Doki, after taking some time to process, I can't accommodate my pricing to the rate in option 2. And I really apologize for offering that and any confusion/inconvenience. While I'm sympathetic to the challenges you face with previous management, I feel that I've been placed in a position to undercharge to align with your staff's current expectations. This has put me at a disadvantage, as the rate I initially proposed, option 2, doesn't reflect ethical standards for creative work. I appreciate your staff's apology for the miscommunication, as instead I can shift my focus towards providing the best of my professional services. Making sure that I'm paid a fair rate in line with creative industries is tantamount to delivering a great project, and I'm committed to collaborating with you and buyer on this. Going forward, I'd like to ensure I can feel comfortable and confident in my professional skills. I'll be providing my standard work contract and a pro forma invoice which reflects ethical pricing and cost estimates to the best of my ability. I should also let you know that I have a window of availability to complete this work, as I have other bookings scheduled for Q2 and my rate is due to increase in the new financial year. I estimate that the project will take around a month to complete, so ideally, if we can get everything agreed, signed, and started by end of week, it'll help make sure we get the project done in a timely manner and still have wiggle room in case of any unforeseen delays. Instead of lowering my rate on the invoice, I'm discounting the additional fees, like administration, extra hours, etc., that would have typically been charged for. This means that even if the additional fees increase, they will remain discounted without being detrimental to my standard rate, and you won't need to worry about the cost of my fees ticking up before we get the project officially underway. I've also cut a clause regarding revisions out of the contract so that buyer can freely request revisions in line with the original scope if he so chooses. Is there an email address that I can send the documents to, and would you be able to provide me with your business address info, Doki? If you'd like to discuss any parts or have any more questions, please feel free to let me know. I really hope that we can put the initial challenges we've had so far behind us and come to an agreement to get this rolling. Kat says, instead, they discounted additional fees to continue to try to keep the project within scope of the newly expressed budget of $7,400. So look, this is why I'm saying it's everyone's fault here. You proposed two budgets with these detailed Excel sheets, and then a couple days later you're like, oh yeah, you know what, that other option I gave you, forget it. That's just, it's so unprofessional. And you know what else is unprofessional? Doki's management. This is like a match made in heaven. It's just insane. Doki then responds and says, I'm on my vacation right now, but is there a way to find a middle ground regarding this, as the initial bidding was your option 2, even if it was in euro, which I was okay with accommodating, but now the pricing increases dramatically. Before we continue, I think Doki made a mistake here. It's not in euro, it's in pounds, but whatever. She was okay with it as long as it was option 2. She then continues, I've had multiple PC builders that were in consideration when approaching me for the PC custom as a charity item, so it feels a little bit of a bigger mess to deal with, as I'm paying out of my own pocket for the final build that would cost more than what I was told initially and a lot more than what the item was won for. I've actually been trying to fix this during my first vacation year, so I apologize if I worded things wrong since I'm typing on my phone while out. If I'm misunderstanding from what I read, option 2 was proposed as a way to help out charity and for a good cause in the initial plannings for the auction. I'm hoping we can negotiate something that fits both, as it was a charity item for a good cause, and this has been an item that suffered the most issues. The opening bid should have been what the original base price was, with upgrades later if the bidding goes higher, so I just hope to find a middle ground. If we don't, I understand, and if you feel uncomfortable and wish to take service elsewhere and focus your other projects, then I also understand, and I would look for other builders for buyers, since I would try my best to give them the PC they've been waiting for. Interesting. Let's see what Kat has to say.
Give them the PC they've been waiting for. This to me is really gross. I'm gonna be straight blunt. That's not the buyer or the artist problem. You know, the buyer and the artist spent so long trying to get you guys to respond, trying to move this forward, and you guys keep like spinning things back. And then 2, I want to break this.
Titan's gonna be like, oh, you just saying that because you think she bad? No, listen. What she said right there is facts. I don't need to know. Well, listen, this is my first vacation in a year, so I have to listen. I understand, and I'm happy for you. You're able to take a vacation, but hey, yo, I don't need none of that right now. What I do need though is my money. And yeah, the whatchamacallit, the artist is also tripping. Also, listen. I can agree. The artist is tripping. Because for days, and yeah, he said he had an addiction problem. Like I said, I feel like it has to do with some lettuce. You know what I'm saying? Or not, some baking soda. You know? That's not. I don't know. But what I do know is that everybody in this situation is wrong. Besides the person who the person who bought the PC. You're not a bad person. I mean, you might be a little bad because, I mean, not really, because they said you can do whatever you want. Just ask us what you want to add. And you're like, okay, I want to add this. And then they're like, oops, I can't do it. That's their fault. So that's not your fault.
Down. Regarding this as the initial bidding was your option number 2. The initial bidding was not option number 2, meaning the artist undercuts their wages and charges minimum wage. That wasn't the initial bidding. The initial bidding was only for PC parts and never accounted for labor. So that's wrong. And then 3, even if it was in euros, which I was okay with accommodating. This to me also reads manipulative, because what do you mean? You have to be okay with accommodating this because you plus your team fucked this up. You didn't directly fuck it up, but your management 1 was the one that screwed up and got the currency incorrect. So because your team screwed it up, your team now has to absorb the cost of the error. It's not
what up? This is where she's about to bring up the whole thing. Okay, this is what I did. My editor did something wrong. My editor, not me, by the way, my editor is the one who did this. Okay, I just want everybody to remember, my editor was the one who did this. So, after my editor did what my editor did, I had to apologize because I am in charge.
For accommodating this. No, you had to do it because your team screwed it up. But now the pricing increases dramatically. Yes, the price will increase dramatically if you didn't account for labor costs in the original price, which was, again, your team's error. Did Doki know about this? No. Also, it's in pounds, it's not in euros, but that's like a whole side issue. Anyways, now, 5, I don't like how Doki writes. I've had multiple builders that were in consideration for the PC custom build as a charity item.
That part right there, I didn't like that either, because I'm just like, so? Why are you bringing that up to me now? They not doing it, I'm doing it.
Mess that I'm paying out of my own pocket. Sure, you have multiple builders that were in consideration, whatever. You chose this builder, so now yourselves down for the cheapest possible service. That to me feels very exploitative. It feels very manipulative to do that, because that's what it reads to me like, oh, other people are willing to do it cheaper, so why couldn't you? Like that's to me the undertone. And then 6, all this like charity, you know. Option 2, so the artist undercutting their prices a lot, was proposed as a way to help out charity and for a good cause in the initial plannings for the auction. I'm hoping we can negotiate something that fits both, as it was a charity item for a good cause. Yeah, it's for charity. It's not the artist's charity, nor did the artist agree to donate something for charity. The artist agreed in the understanding
no lie,
that
bro.
they were going to be
no lie.
compensated for their service.
Remember when I said I would throw my hat in the ring? Sure, yeah, but for this charity, I don't know if my hat is being thrown in. But, like, she cool. Like, it's like, yeah. Like, yeah. Sure. I don't know if I'm throwing my hat in for that one specifically. But, yeah, you know. Sure, charity and stuff. Like certain charities, you know, like charity, especially like for kids and stuff. Yeah. But like charities when it's just like, cause I'm just like, never mind. Let's not even bring it up. Let's not even bring up the whole conspiracy. Yeah, I don't like when I be on my conspiracy stuff, you know. Want to talk about conspiracies? I understand, Naya, but sometimes you gotta know about these things, you know? I'm trying to help you out.
And whatever charity stuff was happening was on your end. You know, they were just going to get paid to make the PC. That's what they thought was going to happen. And trying to guilt trip the artist to undercharge their rate so much for charity is, to me, icky. Because that, to me, reads really entitled. I know charity is great. Donating to charity is amazing. If you can't donate, please donate. Charities need your money. But trying to guilt freelancers and...
The conspiracy stuff is heating up, you know? All right, let me just throw a little seed out there, Naya. Can I do that at least? I'm gonna let you respond. Can I throw a seed out there, Naya?
Artists into like undercharging themselves hella for a charity you wanted to do, gave them the impression they were gonna be paid fairly for. It sucks that you can't pay rent this month, but it's okay because it's for charity. By the way, don't message me on vacation. That's what it reads as.
You know, this is a very interesting perspective, right? Doki saying I'm on my vacation right now could have been manipulative, but then she mentions, I've actually been trying to fix this during my first vacation in years, so I apologize if I worded things wrong since I'm typing on my phone while out. From my perspective, Doki is saying that she's on vacation to prove that she really cares about this, that she's willing to solve this even while on vacation, and as a way to apologize for the million typos that are present in the paragraph, because she's typing on her phone and not on her PC. She's understandably confused because she was okay with option 2, and then a day later, the artist says, actually, no, forget it. I'm only down to do option 1, which is weird.
Go ahead. Okay, all right. Listen. Nah, listen. So, conspiracy, you know, that I heard, one of them was that, you know how, like, when you go to the store and you start, and they ask you if you want to donate to X charity, what they're doing is, this is a conspiracy, by the way. What they're doing is, allegedly, they have already paid to the. They already have donated to the company. What you're doing is you're paying them back. So, for example, let's say I paid $100 to a charity, right? Now, when you come into my store or my establishment, I'm like, oh, would you like to donate to charity? And then you're like, oh, yeah, sure. And then you put like $5 in there. I'm keeping that because I done gave my money to that charity already. That's allegedly. Allegedly. That's number one, right? Number two, I don't know if I want to say it on this platform, so I'm going to keep it to myself. But like I said, I don't know. Listen, I'm just talking.
Why include it in the first place? Yeah, maybe her saying that she's had multiple PC builders that were in consideration does come off as weird, or it also can come off as her voicing her frustrations. But I don't think she's trying to guilt trip the artist to get paid less for charity. No, the artists themselves said, I thought that by undercharging, it could alleviate the financial pressure that seemed to be getting in the way with the budget, and I wanted to make sure the project can still get honored because it's for charity. The artist literally said, option 2 exists to alleviate pressure because at the end of the day, this is for charity. But they withdrew it a day later and says, no, I'm only okay with option 1 actually. So Doki's wondering, wait, like I thought option 2 was because this was for charity. Like what's going on? Look, text is rough. You can't see the person's facial expressions. You can't see their body language. It's okay to sometimes misinterpret what's being said.
Yeah, that's why I like that Key and Peele skit. That Key and Peele skit. I know I can't play it because I'll get copyrighted. Conspiracy actually makes sense. You see what I'm saying? Because a lot of the people, exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. But that's why I like that Key and Peele skit when he's texting his friend. He's like, "Hey, you want to go? You want to hang out?" And they're like, "Yeah." And then he said, "All right, let's go." And he said, "Let's go." What are you trying to say? And it was so funny because he was like imagining he was yelling at him, not knowing what was going on. So funny, very funny. It's out of there, ladies and gentlemen. I just really like her head. Honestly, Brian, I really like it. Like, I love the design. It's very nice.
But I just don't understand why Kat chose to look at this message and conclude the worst things imaginable from it, right? Like, not a single positive thing here, not a single benefit of the doubt. The artist, on the other hand, is charging 160 hours, aka an entire month, for one PC build, and that is never put into question. It's becoming abundantly clear that there's heavy bias towards the artist, but we're only getting started here because this section...
go heavy bias against the artist. But, like, I understand some of these artists out here are pretty shady. I'm all for, you can charge whatever you want to charge, right? For your work. But once the person said, oh, I'd like to get something similar to what you did last time and you charged this certain price for last time, you have to think about it that way. Because obviously I can still charge whatever I want for my labor, right? And it's typically because people don't, people always are like, well, you're only like, because, you know, it's a PC build and obviously other people have done PC builds. But I'm talking specifically an artist. A lot of people don't think about time and all that other stuff, you know? Like, time that is taken for me to be able to draw, quote-unquote, as good as I do. You know what I mean? So, if I come up to you and I'm like, all right, you want a drawing with 3 people. They're at the movies. And in the background, there is, I don't know, a person with a mask. I don't know, whatever, right? And then you want it really detailed, you know, high quality, sure. and then I charge you $10,000, it's valid. It's either yes, you want to, or no, you don't. And if it's no, you don't, then okay, it was good knowing you. If yes, you want to, okay, 5,000 up front, and 5,000 when I'm done. You know what I mean? But because like it's like a PC build, he's like, well, he's only doing a PC build. I've done a PC build before, but you also have to understand, I bet there's a lot of things that go into it, you know? Because obviously you can't do it. Obviously you can't do it as good as him, probably, you know? Because he's actually has a company or something. Or he actually professionally does this. He gets paid to do this. I've put like a PC together before, but guess what? Nobody's paying me to put a PC for them. Nobody's doing that. And it makes sense, you know? Because I probably don't know like the best ways to do it. I just look at the manual and it's like, all right, put this here, put this there. I'm like, okay. Put this here, connect that there. Okay. And that's it. You know? I'm not like, I don't know all the ins and outs of the PC.
In its entirety is called Doki Responds and Deflects, like the second half of the video almost. The artist says, just to clarify, option 2 was what I came up with during the last few weeks speaking to manager 3. It was suggested at first that I should just be donating the PC, and then to make the PC plus work plus shipping fit into the minimum amount that the auction was originally listed for. So I felt under pressure to try and fit within the confines of that, which is why I've undercharged so much. Their proof for this was linking manager 3's DMs with them and underlining multiple sentences. The first one is, Doki has to pay this out of her own pocket and the item isn't donated. The second one is 3,500 USD, and the last few are, we need to find a solution to what you can deliver for that amount currently and what we can do to remedy this situation. But the artist is making it out to be that manager 3 specifically said you should be donating the PC and we need to make 3,500 USD work. This was one of the first messages that the manager 3 had sent to the artist. Manager 1 had made a terrible job letting manager 2 and 3 know about the details, so it doesn't take a genius to understand that manager 3 was just thinking out loud, trying to understand what the hell's going on, trying to make sense of what's going on. I don't see any pressure here to donate the PC.
Well, it depends, Naya. So like, for something like this, with like a blank background, it is, and since it's like a half body thing, it isn't really, it's not that crazy. I'd say, I'd have to look at it exactly. But like for something like this, because it's only one person though, because it's doubled with the other person. If that makes sense? Hold up. Let me actually get the actual thing right here, because I don't want to, because I actually have a sheet and I don't want to like say it wrong. Okay, this right here is 60 plus. Like, since it is like blank background, simple coloring and everything, yeah, it'll be like around like 60, 65. But adding another character is doubling that, because it's 2 characters, right? Because obviously the rendering is simple and there's no background. But if it was fully colored, fully rendered with background, then it can get to the triple digits. But yeah.
The manager is merely saying that it would only make sense normally in a charity event to do that. However, did their first few messages appear needlessly aggressive? Yeah, they did, and they should have done a better job to be friendly, especially in the beginning of this conversation. But then as you said was, after some more back and forths, the artist then sends an updated invoice where £3,840 is discounted off the cost, making the total build price £8,622. The artist shows a subtotal of £12,163, which is almost 14,000 USD. But after the discount, it's down to 8,622, which is around $10,000. The artist then says a very interesting sentence. That's the amount of my services already rendered that's gone to charity. So this discount is meant to be a donation to the charity on services that have already been rendered. Interesting, right? Because as far as we know, the artist hasn't even started on the PC yet, right? Keep that in mind for later. Doki then says, like I said earlier, this is almost $5,000 more than what the charity ended, which is what made me uncomfortable, as I really believe the charity amount should be closer. I was open if it was $1,000 more, but this is what makes me uncomfortable. The artist assistant says, out of curiosity, how much of the $6,600 of the buyer money did the charity receive? And Doki says, all of it. It goes directly to the charity, and I don't receive any of the money as it transfers directly to the organization. The assistant says, sorry if it was an odd question, just making sure I'm following correctly. And Doki says, since it's done via Tiltify. Kat says in her document, Doki feels uncomfortable that the charity received less than what the item is going to be. This is confusing, as the auction was hosted on Tiltify, a platform where donors will donate money directly to Tiltify, and they will hold the money for 14 days before releasing it to the chosen charity. All of the money raised has already been transferred to the selected charity. Alternatively, Doki could be suggesting that they're uncomfortable with the buyer having paid lower than the face value of the PC build, with them donating 6.6k and the build valued at around 11k, making it a 5k difference. Yeah, I don't really think it's confusing. I think she's just uncomfortable that in doing this, she's trying to price match the charity, and she's having to pay more than what the charity actually received for an item that was part of the auction. Just bear in mind, that's essentially what Doki was doing, right? Like, the charity received $250,000. She was price matching almost the entire thing by giving the money to artists instead from her own bank account. Now, of course, the majority of items weren't like this one, where she had to actually pay the bidded amount. So in total, she probably paid way less than 250k, but it's still a pretty big amount of money. Doki then says, no, I understand regarding that. The 5k is just after your amount was deducted. All $250,000 that was raised went directly to the org via Tiltify, and I touched none of the money, and I spent my own personal money on all the items that were sent to the winners. I just personally feel that the charity shouldn't receive significantly less than what the auction item cost, and that's why I hope we can find a middle ground. If anything, maybe we can have...
If you remember, if I remember also, and like if I have any commissions open at the time. When's your birthday? Like around what time?
Portion of that money donated directly to the charity and not just deducted from the costs. The artist says it's not just deducted from the total cost you pay. And Doki says even then, the charity still received significantly less from the auction item and cost, and that's what made me uncomfortable with it being a $15,000 PC. Kat then says, Doki then suggests that a portion of the money, likely referring to the cost of the build, be donated to the charity. This feels unfair. While the sentiment of wanting charity to receive a fair amount is noble and the suggestion that a compromise, it's not Doki's money to give. This will be implying that the artist should undercharge themselves even more just to accommodate the miscommunicated budget. Management 3 begins pushing back on the quotes. Manager 3 tags the artist and the artist assistant and says, we have received a few different quotes by now, and all quotes have big differences in pricings and keep going up. When we started, you asked for our budget, and we said around 7,000 USD, and now we're getting a quote for 15,000 USD, excluding shipping and taxes.
August.
Could you
so
show
around
me
the
where
summertime, or like the ending of summertime?
Designer standard fee and what has been delivered on that? Where does this number come from? Perhaps it's just me being lost, but usually quotes are provided. You agree on a quote, and things get made and paid in set agreed time based on the quote. Am I missing something?
Would you want Okay, never mind. Let me just not say anything.
Kat says, management and the artist go back and forth on the quotes. The reason for the quotes changing is due to the artist feeling very pressured by management, both previous and current, to lower their prices to accommodate their budget that wasn't fully communicated. Management then tries to alleviate blame from themselves, and the artist assistant steps up. Management 3 then says, there has been multiple things gone wrong, not only mismanagement on our end, just to be clear. So yeah, I think if you've been watching this video so far, you can see how many different quotes were given, with Doki initially saying, I'm comfortable paying 7,400 USD, and giving the artist multiple occasions, ever since Management 2, to leave if they feel uncomfortable. And yet now we find ourselves at 15,000 USD, with the artist claiming that they're going to give a discount to charity over the work they've already done. And we haven't even talked about work done yet. We're assuming that work hasn't even started. So Manager 3 points out, look, things have been going wrong. There has been mismanagement on our side, but there's other things happening too on your end regarding the quotes. I think that's a fair way to look at all this, right? But here's what Kat had to say instead.
Steps up. So Management 3 says there's been multiple things gone wrong, not only mismanagement on our end, just to be clear. This is again weird. Just own that you fucked up. Trying to point fingers at the artist for having a medical issue, which caused them to not be able to respond.
What?
Sorry, you have health issues.
That's
your fault.
No.
Suck it up. What?
That's not how it was.
Regardless, the artist apologized, right?
Look, man, I might be delusional, but I don't remember seeing anything that points towards saying, oh yeah, sorry artist, sorry you got sick, buddy, get out of here. The sickness has not been mentioned since the beginning of the group chat. This is not the problem at all here. I have no idea how she concluded this at all, like genuinely. I can't even explain it. But anyway, let's continue in the document. The artist's assistant replies to Manager 3 and says, "I'm sorry, this has not been sitting well with me today and I have to speak up. I feel this is a horrible pointed remark to make Manager 3 and is widely inappropriate and unprofessional. Doki and artist have stepped up to own and apologize multiple times for missteps on both sides, and these things have been heard, understood, and sympathized with in order to draw a line under it, and to see if there is a solution to be made with the regrettable circumstances we now have. Giving explanations as to why certain things happened the way they did does not equate to making excuses for it or trying to absolve blame. I think that's simple enough to understand. I really feel like the negotiations that Doki and artist were engaging in have been really undercut now, and we've reached a point where all discussions should be left to them with very minimal interruptions. Doki, I'm sorry if my short question about the charity money was rude and out of hand. I was curious if the auction was done as all proceeds get donated or if it was 100% of the profits. Since that would have made a huge difference in how much money you'd be shortfalling for this item, I should have elaborated. Perhaps attention can return to negotiations if either feel there are further points of clarity needed." Now look, so far you might have your opinion on this. You've seen what I think, you've seen what Kat thinks. We both have very differing opinions. I think everyone watching this right now would understand everyone is in the wrong here. This really is like trying to come up with the worst team imaginable to just get one PC built already, whether it be for management or the builders themselves. But this right here is about to be the turning point. This whole fiasco has been like one big game of Jenga. It's a game where you have a tower made out of different blocks, and you and your friends have to take out a block one at a time, hoping that you don't collapse the entire tower. Whoever collapses the tower loses. Throughout this whole thing, the artist, Doki, management, whatever else has been withdrawing blocks, and this is the moment in which the artist decides to withdraw the riskiest block and make the entire tower collapse on their face. On the 30th of January 2025, the artist decides to send this message in the group chat saying, "Good morning, everyone." This isn't a message I'd like to be sending, but at this point, I feel like I have no choice. After all this hard work without payment, I feel my efforts and work have been consistently undervalued, and I'm formally requesting to be paid for the work I have already completed.
Part of it is his fault anyways. You got to get payment up. Listen, anybody doing commissions ever, the smartest way to do it, the best way that I found is, I mean, I didn't come up with it, but like I heard somebody else do it, and then they're like, "You should do it." And I was like, "Oh, sure, you know, let me try it," and it worked. Get half up front, half at the end. You see, this is how we already know, because we didn't even know how much things were going to cost. It's crazy, crazy. You scared her off? Yeah. Is there a... I think you do that a lot.
Lead it. I do not feel comfortable proceeding with this build further until I am, at minimum, compensated for the time and effort I've already put into this project. Please find attached below the estimated invoice for my services. If you wish to proceed with the build, the estimated total required for this project will be £8,622. The amount required prior to complete this work totals £3,840, taking £3,840 off of the invoice attached. So again, they're claiming that the work they've already done, that they've never mentioned before, is worth £3,840, and that they're taking it off the invoice for charity purposes. They then continue saying, to break down these costs for you, the build estimate itself totals £3,102, comprised of the following. If you would prefer to cancel this collaboration and proceed to work on this build with another PC builder, a flat fee licensing agreement will be required. The cost will come to 25% of the invoice total before any deductions at £3,040. This is to protect my original concept and ensure I am compensated fairly as the copyright owner, as I am sure you can understand much time and effort has been put into creating this design. Just bear in mind, the design they're talking about is the sketch they had shown Manager 1, okay? Let's continue. Alternatively, if you prefer to cancel entirely, the amount payable will be £3,840 for services already rendered and $6,600 refunded to the buyer. Again, this isn't censored. I'm gonna have to do that myself. Anyway, artist continues, again, this is not a message I want to send, but I truly feel like I have exhausted all other options. I do not feel like I have been listened to or communicated with in a way I expected from a major project such as this. I am happy to discuss this further and clarify any items. However, I believe I should be paid for the work I have currently completed for free. I cannot continue further until the contract is signed and returned and the services rendered so far are paid in full. Additionally, I want to clarify something regarding the financial aspect of this auction. While I understand that this was a charity project, I recently looked into the tax implications of charitable donations in Canada. Typically, Canada offers tax relief on charitable donations. However, since the Brain and Behavior Research Foundation is a US nonprofit, it only qualifies for tax deductions if the donor has US income. If a significant portion of your Twitch revenue, sponsorships, or other earnings are from US sources, this means you may already be recouping some or all of the donation cost through
that's
tax relief.
crazy.
Canadian tax law allows donations to U.S. charities to be deducted up to the amount of U.S.-sourced income earned in that tax year, which means the financial burden of fulfilling this project may not be as high as it seems.
Wow.
Given this, I hope financial constraints are not the reason for further delays in settling this matter fairly. At this stage, this is no longer a charity discussion. It is about ensuring that the work I have completed is fairly compensated and that the auction's obligations are honored at everyone. This is where, personally speaking for myself, the artist officially loses any sympathy or compassion I may have had for them. Doki then replies with, "Hello, I have not taken any tax deductibles from this charity as the money is not mine. I would like to clarify that. All the money is paid via my own personal bank account towards the artist, not related at any business. I am not making any profit through this or doing it for tax reasons, which is concerning that you think that. Please understand that my staff and I are trying to work with you. When you disappeared for 6 months due to medical reasons, your communication with us was lost and mixed up during our swap of management. I have never done any tax deductibles via charity events as all the donations are given directly via my fans, and I never felt right with using it as tax purposes as I've never done so ever in my life, and it really saddens me that it was assumed so. I feel like if that was the image you see of me, then I shall remove myself from this conversation, as it deeply hurts
That
to
is
know
so
that
crazy,
you think of me that way. I really did want to fix this, as I took
like people
time out
that
of
do
my
that.
own vacation to assist in a matter that my staff told me
And
not
it's
to
so
get
crazy.
involved in.
It's so crazy how I'm telling you. Listen, Naya, conspiracy theory, but like, there's no way. Like, they don't care. They don't care. They don't care about you, Naya. They don't care about us. I feel like I was going directly at Naya for a second, but they don't care, right? So you're telling me, oh, so I'm donating to charity and they're going to let me deduct that from my taxes? Oh, really? Kind of sounds like they don't care about that money because they already got it. Hey, conspiracy. Let me stop. Listen. YouTube finna smite me because they like, oh, he's saying too much. He's saying too much real stuff. Chill out. We gotta. Hey. I'm gonna chill. YouTube, chill out. Just chill out. I'm gonna chill. I apologize, Nah, I apologize. All right, nah, I'm done.
Since the communication has gone towards this, my staff would now negotiate with
But
you
it's so
regarding
weird.
compensation.
Hold on, let me pause
as I
on
shall
that.
move.
It's just so weird though, Naya. Why would they care? Why would they care? They take taxes from us for everything. Naya, so you're telling me I gotta pay taxes for the street, right? And then I gotta pay taxes when I go, like, I don't, it's just a whole bunch of, so if that's the case, why, when I'm giving my money for free, right, for charity, that's when they're like, oh, really? You're doing such a good thing. We're not going to worry about that. What do you mean you're not going to worry about that? I can't even eat without you taking some of the bread. But now you want to close your eyes and act like it didn't happen? I don't believe you, sir. I don't think I believe you, sir. Okay.
Remove myself from the conversation. My staff and accountant can vouch that I have never used charity as a tax deductible, despite them thinking I'm an idiot for doing so, but charity is what I fully believe in. You know, this to me is actually a topic that really hits home. I'll probably sound biased. So before I start talking, let's see what Kat has to say.
Any profit through this or doing it for tax reasons, which is concerning you think that. By the way, I want to add, Doki, I think, reads this as a negative, as like something like accusatory. I think Doki thinks it's like a slight on her as a person, like a personal attack. Oh, you think I'm gonna like profit from this or whatever. No. I mean, I think the artist is trying to do is just reassure you that maybe you're stressed about it costing a lot, and that it just seems like the artist is trying to reassure you, hey, it's not going to be as much as you think because there's going to be a write-off about it. So
no comment, really, just no comment on this. There are a million ways you can reassure Dokibird in this situation. What the artist did was anything but that. Throughout the video, Kat has accused Doki of guilt tripping, saying, oh, do this for charity, otherwise you're a bad person, when in fact she didn't say that. What the artist said was guilt tripping though. Like, oh, you seem to be making a lot of money from this charity. I hope that you're not able to pay me due to financial reasons, because it seems like you're making a lot of money on this. You're making a killing on this. Excuse me? Do you also want access to my bank account? Do you want to see how much I make monthly from Twitch? So weird to me. But I truly wish this was everything that Kat had said on this topic. I just wish she kept her mouth shut because she makes herself look like a total clown.
As an aside, it's very noble to not want to profit off of charity work in any way. I use the term profit loosely, including tax deductions. While I do see the morality in that decision, charity tax deductions exist to incentivize people to donate.
Why are they trying to incentivize us to donate? It kind of seems like they get a little something. Conspiracy theory. Listen, I'm just talking. You guys don't really need to listen to when I'm saying these things. I'm just talking. All right. It's not like what I'm saying is true or anything. Like, why would they do that? Why would they do that? That doesn't sound like it makes sense, you know?
As well as providing a legal loophole for tax evasion, which is a whole separate convo. And in my personal opinion, it is perfectly fine to receive deductions as such. In fact, I'd even argue that receiving tax deductions from your charity auctions should be encouraged, as that extra...
What? What the heck is the point of giving the money? That's so dumb. Because I feel like charity, what it's supposed to be like, it's kind of like when you see a homeless man on the street, right? And you're like, oh, okay, well, I have a $5. Here you go. Go get yourself something to eat, right? I'm giving them knowing that I'm not going to get this back from this person, right? But if I were giving him that money knowing that I can go somewhere and be like, hey, I gave him that money, can I get it back? You know what I mean? It's like, what's the point of giving the money?
Extra money saved will allow creators like Doki to continue hosting charity events, as well as have an emergency fund of saved earnings in case a financial discrepancy situation like this arises. That's the thing. I totally get your moral compass. I get your moral high ground of like charity and all this. Like, it seems like Doki really loves charity. I love that for you. Again, like I said prior, we need more people advocating for charities and donating to charities and hosting events, especially people with platforms. We need that. Your moral high ground of like not wanting to take a tax break is just hurting yourself. No.
Your moral high ground.
What? Yo, you see, this is why I said I like watching this guy's videos, because I don't like. They never told me she was talking this way. I would have thrown her to the wayside whiles ago. You see, this is why. You see, and this is why I like watching this guy's videos, because he don't say what they said. He let them speak for themselves. He's like, oh, Zo, you want to watch this shit? Listen to what she's saying, my boy. And I'm like, oh, that ain't the cat that I know. That ain't the cat that I know. Oh my gosh.
Your moral... Oh my god, I'm so close to punching my monitor. This is ridiculous.
This is crazy.
Look, when it comes to charity, my parents raised me in a very specific way. Your intent, your reason for giving to charity matters as much, if not more, than how much money you're giving.
That's what I'm saying. So if I'm going like to the store or something, and I see somebody outside with a sign or something, right? Homeless man, homeless lady, right? Especially when they have their kids out there, I'm just like, oh my gosh, right? I'm giving the money, right? Knowing that whatever I can give them, especially because I don't walk around with cash, but if I have cash, I'd give it. Excuse me. If I can give them a 10 or a 5, this person, this family can get themselves something to eat, at least, right? And I know that they won't have to worry about that for today, at least. I mean, $10 is not a lot to, but I mean, like, if they weren't getting anything anyway, they could buy like some sandwiches or something to eat, you know? I'm not thinking, it don't matter. I can just give this away because I can get it written off. It's so crazy.
$100 to a homeless guy. That's wonderful. If I go on stream or on a YouTube video and tell you guys, hey guys, yesterday I just gave $100 to a homeless guy. That just went from a charitable event to a marketing expense.
Exactly.
To me, charity is the act of being selfless.
Exactly.
If I were to give $1 million to a charity tomorrow, I would do it anonymously and I wouldn't tell a single soul. That's how I believe charity should be done. And I sure as hell am not going to do any tax to. That's wonderful. Otherwise, they would never donate their money. At least most wouldn't. But just like how someone would choose to get a tattoo because it's their body and their choice, when it comes to charity, this should also be a personal choice as well. It's not a moral high ground to want to do charity for the sake of charity and not to take advantage of tax deductions. Look, I don't know Doki personally, okay? I barely watch her content, save for a few clips here and there. But the fact that she doesn't take advantage of tax deductions because it doesn't align with her definition of charity, even though her accountant and team is telling her she's an idiot, makes me respect her immensely. People like Doki are very hard to find these days. And this right here, after an hour and 22 minutes into the video, I can very confidently say that Kat wasn't just biased towards the artist against Doki, but this was close to being a hit piece. In what world can you sit here and call what she's doing the moral high ground? She was accused of using taxes to her benefit as if she was hiding a pile of money that she didn't want to share with the PC builder, and yet, instead of criticizing the artist, saying, okay, you know what, in this case they screwed up, let's move on, you chose to somehow still turn this towards Doki.
This is why I like watching this guy's videos. Every other video we saw, and I'm over here, this too much, this glazing. Every other video we saw about this situation, I did not know this is how she was. I didn't know this side of her, bro. I'm so serious. I didn't know this side. Like, I knew I didn't agree with something she said, but this is like she's just not good. She's just not a good person. Oh my gosh. Like, I don't understand, like, how she can come to this conclusion. Like, it's not making sense to me. Like, the artist who gave her this had to have slipped her a check. He was like, hey, here's a cool 3K. This is the story. I want you to make a video. And she was like, bet. When she does the little, what do you call it? When she does the monthly check to show how much she made, she's going to have an additional 3K in there for reasons. This is crazy, man.
Oh, and I'm sure this comes as a shock, but even in the next 20 minutes, Kat doesn't criticize the artist once. In fact, the entire video, the artist has been...
This is why, and I know, like, 80% of what you're saying is a joke, probably. But this is why you make bad decisions, sir. This is why the other two were pretty crazy. It's because you just see this, and you're like, you know what, she's nice. I cannot fix her, Bri, and I don't want to even try. Because listen, on the journey to fix her, Bri, I'm going to not only lose all my hair from stress, I'm going to lose a whole lot of money. Actually, we might gain money because of how shady she be moving. Nah, I don't want to be a part of this.
Thing but perfect. I think you're starting to understand now why there's 14,000 dislikes.
I understand
but of course,
now.
it's not
I didn't watch
yet.
the video.
There's more. Manager 3 then takes the reins and says, I have removed, I don't know, I guess the buyer and Doki from the conversation. Please inform me, what services were rendered for the £3,400 quote? And what was the formal agreement? We will not be planning on using the design for the winner's PC, so I would like to know what this entails, as it's almost the same price as the auction itself for a non-delivered item and mock-up/quote. Dokibird is not involved and does not have input in further discussions, as the staff will now be taking over this matter. But there has been zero communication during the project, no quotes, no asking for feedback or approval. We'd be willing to discuss some sort of payment, but nothing has been shown or delivered from our point of view at the moment. And pricings seem to go up every time we are talking, so please provide me with sufficient evidence of work being...
I do not want to be accomplished, because the thing is, me as a person, right, I don't like saying I'm a good, like, guy or a good person, because I feel like it isn't my place to say that. I feel like that's a little narcissistic to say. Man, I'm an amazing person, you know? But, like, whenever somebody that I know or that I'm close to does something that I don't really, you know, I always feel like, yo, why am I hanging out with this person? Honestly, like, none of my friends, I'm telling you this right now, none of my friends can rob somebody, cheat on somebody, like hurt somebody who didn't deserve it. I mean, not saying you should beat on people, but like physically just go straight after somebody for no reason and still be my friends after that. Like, nah, that ain't gonna work. That really ain't gonna work for me. Oh my gosh, bro. I was thinking. But, man. It's wild to me when people move like that. Honestly. Like I said, they can't do any of these things. And we be cool after that. Because at the end of the day, I'm just like, yo, like, man, this ain't it, man. This ain't it. This ain't it. And she's just moving wild. And she's talking, and how she's talking is kind of like, she's correct, right? We have to think the way that she thinks. She's like, well, it is like you're over here making it such a big deal to. I'm just like, yo, it is a big deal, because what the heck is the point of donating to charity if you're gonna do that anyway?
Finished on your end within the next few hours or so, because at the moment I have 0 to go on but your word that things have been completed. This is usually not how to do business. Complete things without a quote asking a pretty high amount, more than the charity auction fair market value, and then asking for the work that hasn't been communicated on, then implying we are unprofessional and that the streamer might be pocketing cash, whilst the bidder, her fan, not yours, is still in the conversation and then asking to add him back to the conversation whilst we already decided not to continue from the provided quotes. Kat then says, a few points to add. In the industry, services are paid for regardless if they're used or not. Even if there's no intention to use the mock-up the artist made, they should still be paid for the design. Secondly, while this wasn't the intention behind Management 3's words, pricing not only includes parts, shipping, labor, but communication hours are also included in the hourly pricing, as communicating with the client is still labor. Third, mentioning the charity auction fair market value referring to the $3,500 is a moot point, as that number has long been debunked as arbitrary. Okay, so I think the manager does make some very good points here that make a lot of sense, but let's see what Kat says.
She says a moot point. I thought she was saying a moo point, referring to, like I said, friends, like Joey. He said that to, what's her name, to Phoebe. He said a moo point, and she said, "What's moo?" And he said, "Moo. It's like what a cow says. It doesn't matter." I always remember that. But she wasn't talking about that. Man, she said a moot point. What the heck is a moot?
Just for fun.
Referring to the 3,500 USD is a moot point, as the number has long been debunked as arbitrary. But I want to break this down into a couple more points here that to me rubs me the wrong way. Beyond Doki Bird being now out of the conversation, because the whole issue was Doki had no line of sight into the communication and thus miscommunication happened. There have been 0 communication during the project, no quotes, no asking for feedback or approval. How is that the artist's fault? The artist can't move forward because you guys are the roadblock. And this is straight BS, because there have been communication. There was feedback that was asked. Every single time the artist provided an Excel sheet, a quote, the artist was like, let me know your thoughts. Let me know if you want to discuss this further, etc. What do you mean approval? There is no approval because you guys are the roadblock that haven't approved anything yet. This is why nothing has moved forward beyond this. So, debunked. Point number 2. We'd be willing to discuss payment, but nothing has been shown or delivered. You guys received a mock-up last year, because that's when this happened. This all fell apart. You guys received a mock-up. Has the artist not been talking to you this entire time, providing Excel sheets, providing part listing, providing estimates of costs, whatever, discussing back and forth?
That is a long
You are literally in this
time,
group
though.
chat with
I don't understand how you have not started. Like, if, for example, I don't do this, but let's say somebody were to commission me to make a manga, right? For them. Fully colored, everything, right? I could, like, after, and let's say it takes some time. It takes some time. I mean, well, I don't think it'll take that much time, especially if they have the story. I mean, I think it'll take a lot longer if I have to set up the panels and everything, okay? And set everything up. So they only give me the story and the designs of the characters. I have to panel everything out, get references and send it back to them and everything. I'm going to have a thing done. Let's say, for example, if it were to take a year. Let's say this manga has. Let me find the manga real fast to see something real fast. Give me a thinking. Give me a thinking. Okay. I just want to. I mean, I could just send random pages, but I just want to see how many pages are in a manga. Come on. All right, so this manga has. What the heck? I just realized this. It don't have a number. It don't have a number. So yeah, I'm not counting. So I'd say roughly, maybe 50 pages. Wait, hold on. I think I saw a number. Oh, I'm tripping. Okay, yeah, I was so off. So it's not a number on every page, but this manga has 100 and let's just say 200 pages, right? So if I gotta make a manga for 200 pages, I gotta set everything up. It's gonna be full color and everything. Yeah, sure. It can take like a year and some change. Obviously, if I'm just focusing on that, I'm gonna have a lot to do, right? This man has been working on, or chick, I don't know. Chicks can build PCs too. Come on, guys. Come on. It's 2025. The person still hasn't got anything done after a year. They were just chilling then. That is insane. After a year, they only showed them a sketch of what the piece is going to look like. Wild.
Eyeballs. Like, how did you not see this? 3. Pricing seems to go up every time we're talking. Yeah, 1, the labor cost is going up because the artists felt guilt tripped into lowering their prices to minimum wage rates, which, let me remind you, paying minimum wage...
You see, this is why... Ooh, Naya. See, Naya's characters have to have big lips, bro. Wait, Naya! Ah! Naya, did you draw this picture? Your profile picture. Because Naya changed the profile picture 100%. Dang. This character's name is Zero. Okay. Alright. Oh my goodness. I really like this style right here, though. Crap. All right.
For the labor cost of building a custom PC, an artisan task that requires an extreme high level of skill from the person who is building it, and you're gonna pay minimum wage for that expertise. That is unheard of in the industry. Unheard of. But regardless, the artist felt pressure to lower their
what I was
prices.
gonna say. Listen. Let's say I work on a drawing, and it takes me 15 hours, right? Obviously, I have my pay, whatever. But this man's talking about labor costs, or that's what they're talking about. I'm gonna say this right now, as a commissioner, but you have to be upfront about this. I hate when it's all hidden, especially after time. But like I said, this whole fiasco was stupid and unprofessional. But like, I could charge my labor costs to like 200 an hour if I want to, right? Obviously, I can charge whatever I want. Obviously, you have to also think about demand. So if somebody's not going to pay that price, if you want people to pay for your commissions, obviously you got to think about that. But it really throws me off. I mean, so I understand, because she's looking at it as an artist, and I understand that, right? Because a lot of people don't think artists, like, they always like to take advantage of them in a way. Not all the time, but like, people do that. But It's because he was just not upfront with it. Because him making that thing, he can charge like $100 an hour, but that has to be all stated up front, you know? Like, I'm gonna work on this for 5 hours, and that's why it's $500. I'm gonna work on this for 5 hours, and you're paying me $100 an hour. Simple, you know? But that's if they really want that thing. Like, I know artists that charge like thousands of dollars. And it's like, you're like, whoa, that's like, I feel like that's a bit much no, it's not. Because this artist has obviously, you know, with time and dedication to perfect their craft, obviously not perfect, because I don't believe as an artist you can really perfect anything, because you just continue to improve. But they're perfecting they're with time that they've taken to just get better and better, you know, hours, blood, sweat, and tears, not really, but, you know, to get as good as they are, that other people are willing to pay that much money for something customly created by them. That's, hey, if somebody's willing to pay $1,000 for your drawing, and that's what you want to charge, then, hey, do what you got to do. People shouldn't be getting mad at that. Yes, I was letting myself. It looks so good now. It looks really good. I love the style. I didn't know you like pizza. Wait, hold up. Is that a piece of pineapple I see? Right. Naya is a Hawaiian pizza lover. Oh my goodness, Naya. Naya's on the side of the greats. Oh my gosh. Yo. Man, Naya. I respect Naya a little bit more today.
And then they felt like, wait a sec, I'm scamming myself. Let me raise my prices to regular prices. Now you're freaking out because the prices are actually fair.
You see?
One. Two,
that's why
the other
all
part
this
is
stuff is stupid. There's no reason why you should have started, or there's no reason why a year should have went by without the prices being established. No, there ain't no pilot. Oh. All right, then I guess I'll take those points back now. Okay.
Artist has to block out time. Like, if another project comes up, I don't know if it did happen, right? But the artist is kind of like in this weird limbo with you guys. So the artist is expecting to be working with the next 6 to 12 weeks. And if a project comes in, they likely might not be able to take it because they're expecting this project to start and for them to finish it. And then, this is not how to do business, complete with things about a quote. Not them gaslighting the artist about how this is not how to do business.
First of all, just Cat, please. Cat, no. Cat. Can you acknowledge that the artist is in the wrong as well? Because I feel like Cat heard artist, heard mental health, and heard, like, addiction. And she was like, you know what? This person can't do no wrong. This artist made a stupid decision, not only to accept a job without knowing the payment, not only accepting any payment, this artist didn't accept nothing up front, which is what should have happened. Then blamed their own issues on the fact that they didn't start the thing before when they were supposed to start it, and then now start saying, well, I brought the money down because I thought you were... No. If you would have said what the money was in front, then we would have had this issue. Because if you'd have said, well, it's gonna cost $15,000, and then they would have been like, $15,000? And you're like, yeah, $15,000. Do you want it? And they're like, no, I don't want it. And you're like, all right, goodbye. Simple. But she was like, I guess it could be 4,000. And then she was like, Doki was like, oh, 4,000? Okay. And then the artist was like, well, now my labor costs have went up because it's been a year, so now it's 10,000. 10,000? Well, I guess I can put some things together if I, sold some figurines on eBay or something. And then, and the artist was like, you know what? I've been working so hard now. We're going to make it 15,000. And Doki was like, oh, pump the brakes, my boy. 15,000? Oh my goodness, no. And then the artist was like, Cat, you have to tell the world that Doki Bird is trying to harm me. And then Cat was like, bet I'm gonna make a video, but you have to slide me a quick $3,000. And Cat was like, the artist was like, only 3,000? Sure, here. And the Cat was like, oh, I'm about to make the hottest doc ever. And then Cat made a video saying, oh, Doki is a big old piece of trash. No, she's not. YouTube, listen, Doki's amazing. I don't know who Doki is, but I bet Doki makes the firest videos and content. And she's hilarious. I'm laughing now thinking about it, right? But that's what Cat said. Not me. That's what Cat said. And then Cat's like, man, Doki don't know what she doing. And then I'm just like, oh, what the heck is going on? And then because I watch Cat, I'm just like, Cat must be right, because Doki's tripping over there, right? And then I started looking into the information after you guys on the YouTube sent it to me, and I'm like, oh my goodness, Cat, what are you doing? You had to be slipped a check. And Cat's like, I ain't get slipped no check. This is all from the heart. And I'm like, from the heart? This had nothing to do with nothing. And then Cat is like, nah, don't look at me. Look at Doki, because Doki over here scamming people. And Doki's like sipping some mojitos at the beach like, I'm on vacation. And Cat's like, you on vacation? This had nothing to do with vacation. And then Doki's like, I gotta take a break. And then Cat's like, you gotta take a break. You owe people money. And then Doki's like, I'm done. I don't want to be a part of this no more. And then Cat's like, you don't want to be a part of this no more. And then the artist was like, yeah, this is what I wanted. Because I know I was stupid for making these decisions. But hey, now they fighting. And then Doki came back and she's like, you know what? I think I'm going to take my talents to somebody else. And then the artist is like, Cat, what do we do now? And then Cat's like, oh no, don't worry, I got this, right? And then she started talking about the old girl that she helped before. And she was like, listen, you see, I fixed the situation, so you have to fix the situation. And then everybody's like, oh shoot, you brought up the past? And then that red chick came out of nowhere. She was like, oh, you talking about my stuff? Oh, bet. And then went back to Doki. And then Doki was like, oh, so you have skeletons in the closet. And then Cat's like, uh-oh, I shouldn't have said that. And then now where we are now. Crazy. Yeah, Doki Bird, the VTuber. It's crazy. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. Oh my.
And again, Manager 1 was the one that made the Tiltify, grabbing a random PC part picker list from the artist, using that number with the wrong currency as the estimate price for the build, without even getting the approval of the artist to use this number. And then they're the ones not giving the price to the artist. Over and over again, the artist and buyer kept asking for a budget over and over and over again. And you guys are the ones that are not giving the budget.
This is just such a dumb situation, man. And Cat had to open her mouth and talk about it. Oh my gosh.
Till way later, which is why things have been so slow. And then implying we're unprofessional streamer might be pocketing cash. No one said that. The artist never said Doki is pocketing money. The artist said, oh, if you're worried about finances, you can get a tax deduction on this. So the finances is going to be less of a stress for you. Huh? And by the way, again, tax deductions does not mean you're pocketing cash. I'm going to tell you right now, I take every tax deduction I can. Okay? As an American, tax evasion is illegal. But
so again, fully siding with the artist cannot do anything bad on this planet. They're an angel. The fact that the artist disappeared for months, didn't ask for any feedback, any approval, didn't show any work that was being done, that's the management's fault, of course. It's not both of their faults, just management. The fact that the payment has 160 hours of labor cost, with the artist claiming that £4,000 is being discounted for charity because of work they've already done and never shown, is also the management's fault. Saying this is usually not how to do business is gaslighting, apparently, because it's totally normal to claim to have done work on something without having signed any sort of contracts beforehand. And I mean, did she double down or triple down at this point? I've lost count as to how the artist was not being unprofessional and was only trying to help Doki Bird by saying, hey, you can get tax deductions by the way. No, yeah, guys, take notes. If you're going to be a journalist one day, if you want to make YouTube videos about topics, this is how you should present them. In a very biased way, without ever hearing the other side of the story, while you fully side with the person who supplied you with the source.
Exactly.
Those 14,000 dislikes, just ignore them. At this point, Manager 3 was just done playing games. They look at this quote of 3,000 plus pounds for just a mock-up, and they say, so far, my calculations say you spent 2 to 3 weeks full time to create this mock-up, and I think that's hard to believe considering Doki just debuted around that time, and mock-ups usually take 2 to 4 days to complete and aren't a full-time day 8-hour days. Side note, I don't see any hidden costs that might be attached, and I'm not an artist, hence me asking to clarify this a few times so I can double check this with legal and finance, as well as with other artists in a similar space on our end. We asked for multiple quotes. We are also not the same company as the previous C-Tweet. Dokibird Production and Stakeholders was its own company and wasn't owned by Dokibird. The team that worked there was fired for reasons as she got taken advantage of, hence she started her own new company. I understand you are not responsible or involved, but I'm trying to inform you since it's relevant information in a business sense. We are a totally different legal entity from the old company. The old company had no official agreements with you, and the new company is looking into this and also have no agreements with you. Now I'm still talking here since I do think some sort of resolution should happen even if we're not legally obliged and our conversations haven't been the best. But I can't help but get the feeling that both sides feel taken advantage of. Correct me if I'm wrong. We understand that the charity is Doki's thing and might not be your thing, and you wish to get paid for services provided, even if there was no agreement, quote, or official signed stuff. But within all reason, the old company had tried to connect multiple times and failed early on for reasons provided out of their control. At that point, things had been put on a halt, not because of Dokibird Production. I saw you take very little accountability on that part when it comes to charging your provided services. With this, I mean if any customer, which we aren't since there isn't an agreement, waits this long, it is perfectly normal to not be happy with the services and talk about a solution. Further, it took the new company to get back in touch with you when things did not go the correct way, more than the fair market value has been asked as services for a mock-up. What would have happened if we did not get in touch? You can sense we feel taken advantage of for these and some other reasons. So of course, things are not as black and white as Kat is making it out to be. From summer 2024 to the beginning of 2025, there was zero communication with the artist. Zero. Of course, this was partly management's fault, but it almost seemed like the artist was completely fine, never receiving another email. The management still reached out because they wanted to know, hey, like, what's going on? You haven't communicated for months. Like, they wanted to know, was the work
that's
done?
why you see. This is why,
and it was only then
this is why they should have asked for half up front. Because if they would have asked for half up front, then they would have been more incentivized to finish. Because they're like, oh, okay, so I have something in front, but because they didn't have nothing, they decided, you know what? I guess I'm not gonna do anything until they contact me. Crazy, crazy.
Was like, okay, even if you want to cancel, I want money. It's like that. What? A few weeks ago, you hadn't talked for 6 months. The artist then proceeds to respond, saying, my services include, but are not limited to, the mock-up design that was created on a rush turnaround. I've provided a breakdown of the additional labor and administrative work in the spreadsheet, being as transparent as possible about my rates and costs. The proposals, updated hardware list, cost breakdown calculations, project planning / coordination, and other documents are part of the services you requested last month. You are correct that there are no hidden costs involved. To build trust, I've also offered to share previous invoices from similar projects to demonstrate that my rates are consistent and aligned with industry norms. I'm not a large company, but rather an academically recognized, published small artist specializing in unique boutique PC builds. My charges reflect the scope, complexity, and quality of the work involved. If this weren't the case, the auction winner would not have bid on the item. Additionally, I've consulted a charity manager who works with Tiltify to better understand the situation. From my understanding, the contract between the auction winner and Doki states that the winner is to receive a bespoke piece created by me. As per industry standards, this item should be fulfilled by the artist specified in the auction terms unless otherwise stated. While I understand shopping around for quotes, Doki's obligation under the contract is to provide an item created by me, as advertised to the customer. The charity in question had no formal relationship with me as the creator. This was an in-aid of fundraiser, meaning the funds raised were donated to the charity, but the charity itself had no involvement in managing or fulfilling the auction. Therefore, there should be no discussion of further donations or garnishing my pay, as this falls entirely outside the scope of the charity's involvement. Regarding the separation between Dokibird Production and your current entity, while I acknowledge the distinction, the work was initiated under the previous company, and continuity of responsibility is implied through our ongoing discussions and your acknowledgement of the project. We've already addressed the breaches and missteps by both sides regarding my agreement with the previous entity. Despite these challenges, I've remained committed to resolving the matter promptly and fairly to ensure the auction winner receives the item they deserve. I'm still open to resolving this amicably and working with you on a fair solution. However, the amount due reflects the work completed in good faith and aligns with the rate I've charged for similar projects. I've thoroughly considered the situation at hand, and unfortunately have to notify you that my final quote is the previously stated 8,622 pounds. I understand why this is complicated for you all due to managerial changes and the amount of time that's passed. I apologize for wavering on this decision, which may have contributed to miscommunication on the topic. The bottom line here is that I'm not going to accept any less than my industry standard rate, and I'm not interested in undercutting other independent artists in the industry. I understand if you'd like to pursue this commission at a different quoted rate, but my compensation is non-negotiable. I'm unfortunately not interested in any further drawn-out dialogue, and therefore will not be responding to anything short of agreeing to an offer. Thank you, and again, my apologies for any confusion in our time reaching this result. The next day, Manager 3 says, we wish to continue conversations, but without concrete evidence as requested 3 to 4 times before, I cannot go back to the team and even start the further conversation of the possible compensation. We requested several things and these items have yet to be provided to us. If these items are provided, we might be able to assist you. The team also asked why you did not reestablish communication after losing contact upon your own return, and if you did, why was everything put on a halt? If you wish to stop communication on your end, then I cannot further help look for a possible solution between us. If you wish to pursue any legal matters, then please contact business@dokibirdproduction.com and hopefully you can find a resolution there with Dokibird Production. Please be advised that Dokibird doesn't work underneath them anymore, but they are still fulfilling previous contractual agreements. Kat says, it seemed that the final conclusion moving forward was that Doki's manager was going to look for
they kicked her out or something, right?
PC build.
She was on the streets.
The original artist in the process. They shopped around, potentially
Man, Doki's going through it, bro.
Before settling on a buyer.
Doki is going through it.
Screenshots are actually DMs between the buyer, the one who won the bid of the auction, and the artist. They had added each other on Discord, and the buyer kept the artist updated as to how the PC was being built. On the 7th of May, so more than a year since the auction had concluded, the buyer told the artist, so Doki ordered stuff from Amazon and didn't realize it got canceled because Amazon thought like it was fraud because it was shipped to the builder in the USA while she lives in Canada. And the builder didn't even know it was supposed to be direct shipped to them, and apparently him pinging Rep twice still didn't get an answer. The artist says, what? This is such a colossal train wreck, I'm impressed. To which the buyer says, it's a stupid game of telephone. Me, Doki, Rep, Builder. At least now it's me, Doki, Doki to Rep, and Rep to Builder. The artist says, I feel so bad for you and the builder. The buyer then says, I forgot when you said it, but you were right. They did shop around for the cheapest they could get, aka free. To which the artist says, what do you mean free? The buyer then copy-pastes a message apparently from that new builder that says, I'm sorry if they told you a certain date, but I clearly told them I can't give a date if I don't have the rest of the parts. I can't control anything out of my control. I am at their mercy since they handled ordering and logistics. I'm just a builder, a free builder at that. The document then ends with a conclusion written by Kat that says, this seems to be a situation that completely got out of hand due to the faulty charity auction setup from the first management, along miscommunication from constant changing management and mismanaged expectations of how this would go down. It also does appear that there's misaligned expectations, with the artist, who is very familiar with working with industry on PC builds, entering into this relationship thinking it would be a casual relationship and Doki's management, and potentially Doki by extension, thinking this was a professional relationship. A fair amount of miscommunication stemmed from the original $3,500 quote pulled by Management 1 from a previous build of the artist, which used the wrong currency, only included PC parts, and didn't account for the fact that build pricing isn't interchangeable one-to-one. There also was no mention of Doki wanting a duplicate of each item. This becomes irrelevant later as Doki ended up getting a custom PC through other means, and this serves as another point of miscommunication. Due to management changing midway, there was also a misunderstanding between the artist and Management 2 as to whether the build was even continuing at all. Management 1 also made it extremely clear to the artist that Doki would be completely paying for the build, but future management would not have the same understanding. And finally, there was a misunderstanding about budget and who was paying for what, with the buyer willing to cover the difference of upgrading the expected PC parts to the top of the line items they wanted, and pricing of the artist's hourly rate, with expectations of the artist not charging for their labor at all, to minimum wage to the artist's standard rate in 2024 of £32 per hour. It really seems like a colossal series of missteps, with Doki and management not wanting to step up as the bigger person to remedy the issue. To this day, the artist has not been compensated for their labor, nor has the bidder received the PC, and it appears there's a new builder who's responsible for doing the build for free. And there we are, made it to the end of the document. Congratulations. I can feel my throat begging for mercy, but here's the thing, we're not done with Kat. Here's what she said at the end of her video.
This is gonna sound so privileged, but Doki is a big creator. Is money this big of an issue? As in the moral high ground of wanting to make sure the price of the PC matches what the charity got, then why couldn't you donate the difference to charity and pay for the PC? And now it's all done. Just pay out of pocket, take the loss, and call it a day. Or do a payment plan or something. Like, I don't know. To me, it...
Bro, just pay out of pocket. Just, hey, listen, do a payment plan. That's not the issue here. Also, if you weren't convinced that she was very heavily biased towards the artist, then look at this little clip from her stream reading the whole thing.
The artist, by the way, oh my god. Patience of a saint. They remain professional up until this day. It is crazy.
What?
Professional in what way? Just because you speak good English when you type doesn't mean you're professional.
Like it.
I'm sorry,
but
when I receive two
it's
quotes
like how they
from a
sound.
vendor, I lean towards the second quote, and then a day after they say, oh, by the way, the second quote, forget about it. Like, that is not professional at all. Not to mention disappearing for months. This was reporting done with a very clear narrative. And even though she's been doing this kind of content for a long time now, she made a rookie mistake. And if you watched any of my videos, you'd understand what it is. And that's not waiting to hear the other side of the story. As far as we know, she never even attempted to contact Dokibird. She had the artist reach out to her with this exclusive piece of news that no one else has. She got excited. And after the artist explained the situation to her, she had already made up her mind about who's right and who's wrong before even typing the first word in that document. She bit way more than she could chew, and she made herself out to be a clown. But even so, within the first few hours of the video being uploaded, all the top comments were siding against Doki. Like this comment right here saying, as someone who works in a multi-million-dollar company, you know what we do when something is our fault? We eat the cost. You know what we do when we can't prove it isn't our fault when the client says it is? We eat the cost. The insane reputation loss from this situation is way worse than the price of the PC. I'd argue Doki's reputation would have gone up if she had just paid the artist fairly and then apologized to them and the buyer sincerely. Insane fumble. Those kinds of comments were everywhere. And the video, I know it's hard to believe, had a positive like to dislike ratio. This narrative against Doki was gaining traction, and she was alerted of this. And even though she's one of the most allergic VTubers to drama, she still felt the need to address this. And this is when the tides would completely shift against both the artist and Cat. On May 14th, 2025, Doki would all of a sudden tweet this out, saying, full statement on the PC charity auction and recent allegations, attaching a Google Doc. The document starts off with full statement on the charity auction and recent allegations. To everyone following the situation regarding the charity auction, I want to address the claims that have been circulating, particularly in a recent video. This has been an incredibly difficult experience, but I believe the full story deserves to be heard. First and foremost, I accept that the handling of this auction item was far from ideal. I want to sincerely apologize to those impacted, especially the winner, for the delays and confusion. And I tremendously appreciate the patience and support the winner has shown me. I take responsibility for how things unfolded, but I also need to be transparent about the challenges that were taking place behind the scenes, many of which have not been shared publicly until now. I feel that it's time that I share this with everyone as I have come to terms with what has happened in the summer. At the time this auction was concluding, I was in the middle of a serious and distressing transition. My previous management team had taken full control of my brand, and I was actively working with lawyers and police to reclaim ownership of Dokibird. During this time, I was also forced to move out of my home under police supervision, a situation so severe it required formal reports and the help of personal friends and staff. It was during this incredibly turbulent time that the charity item fell into the hands of my team while I was trying to survive and restart my life from the ground up. I won't go into too much detail, but this screenshot is a snapshot of how bad it was. Here we can see messages of Doki with someone else who's blurred out from the summer of 2024, with Doki saying, she just left. I only have a small window of time to leave the apartment before she comes back. Are the police coming because I won't be home when they do? The person says, exit the apartment, they are almost there. Doki says, I'm packing up right now to leave. The person then says, grab a charger, officer's calling you. Please let me know if everything is okay. She then continues in the document saying, so to be fair, my team and I were under a lot of pressure. We still came out of this and had to immediately start to pick up the pieces of the business. And during this time, there was no attempt from the other side to follow up or reach out after the initial silence. My staff wasn't sure how to proceed, and I truthfully was overwhelmed and unable to manage the situation while trying to re-establish basic stability in my personal and professional life. Here we can see someone messaging Doki on August 2024 saying, hey Doki, there's a metric ton of work that's still unfinished / unaddressed, and as much as I'd like to give the room to let you settle in the move, shit needs to get done. We can't keep pushing things back. It's already unprofessional that things have been
I'm not.
long. The charity auction
I'm
still
just,
has multiple items that need
I'm making
addressing,
circular
most importantly being
boxes.
the custom PC, which has still made no progress. And I've received another inquiry as to where the plan for it is. Bottom line is, there needs to be a new builder arranged, or at least a budget, 6,600 USD, allocated to either build the thing or reimburse the bidder in full. Doki then continues, eventually I stepped back in personally to handle the PC build when it became clear it was dragging on too long. I contacted the builder myself and was informed of a prior medical emergency. Still, no follow-up ever came from them afterward, despite months passing, and I had to initiate contact again. As for the auction process itself, the starting bid was always intended to reflect the cost of the item. This was standard across all auction pieces, and many artists we worked with can confirm this. I was confused when the PC build kept increasing in quoted price, from $6,000 to $8,000 to $12,000, then $14,000 with no consistent rationale. I even offered to pay more than the original bid due to the delays, but the shifting figures and eventual threat of daily penalties for missing an arbitrary deadline left me overwhelmed and unsure if if I could continue the partnership. The builder provided irrational hours in the time log, asking for obscene amounts and services we never agreed on. Eventually, I was told I'd owe a $4,000 cancellation fee, yet I had not agreed to any finalized scope or cost. There was no contract signed between me, DokiBird, and them directly. Then she says, here's one of the quotes they sent us, in which we can see the total cost is $15,000, in other words, 12,062 pounds. With the labor costing $6,351 and the pre-project labor estimate costing $4,763. So as we saw, the artist was trying to charge almost $5,000 for communication and doing a mock-up in 2 days, when they had disappeared for months prior. Doki then continues, and the timesheet they claimed to have accumulated already for 120 hours, which my staff and I found untruthful, especially when I was not shown any proof of labor. We requested if there was a way to provide us proof, which was then also ignored. So as you can see, they're charging Doki £3,840 for 120 hours of work done before they had reinitiated contact in 2025. She then continues, throughout this, I asked for one thing multiple times, a time-lapse video of the PC build that was drafted, which the builder themselves had originally said existed. They told us it existed, and I asked if I could see it, but I was then ignored. I even stated in writing that it would pay the full amount, no questions asked. Despite multiple requests by me and my staff via email.
They didn't want to show the video because it
it
would have showed them, eating, sleeping, playing some video games. It would have showed them doing everything but the PC.
Was showing bad faith to me, the buyer. This is a DM from Doki on February 12, 2025, saying, we have requested these items multiple times in various emails and DMs, and you have stated that you would provide them, but we still have yet to receive the items. We said that we are willing to provide compensation if these items were provided, so we do not understand why this has been ignored multiple times. And of course, this was not shown in Kat's document. The artist had not sent this part of the conversation. This is of course me assuming that these were DMs with the artist. There's a chance that they're not. But one thing I'm 100% sure of is the next image that Doki posts in her document, which is the fact that on February 13th, 2025, DokiBird's team emailed the artist saying, we have never agreed or communicated on any pricing of anything for you to make a quote for us, and that this would be a chargeable service. No other company does this, and you did not make it clear to us you are charging us for this as a service in any way, shape, or form when we reached out to you in 2025. You did not inform us that every time we interact, it would be charged. You claimed to have worked in the past before 2025 with DokiBird Productions, Inc. on things regarding a mock-up created about a year ago, and that you wish to get paid for those services provided, and that item isn't on your timesheet and wasn't charged. This raises even more questions on our end, because you stated that the mock-up was the work that was being charged for until you added the other items later on with no tangible proof, wrapped up as services that weren't communicated that this would cost money or further discussed, signed, or approved on. You have also disappeared for 6 months without notifying us in the beginning until 2 different managements gave up talks with you. We also still have yet to receive the time-lapse video which we requested multiple times and you have stated you would provide to us. If you do not have the time-lapse video, then please tell us the truth that you do not have the video. So this right here is proof. This email was sent to the artist, and the artist was billing for communication only, not even showing the mock-up, but the team wasn't even notified that the artist was going to charge for communication. This is usually something you do, telling the other side, hey, by the way, I'm going to charge you now.
The artist, by the way, oh my god. Patience of a saint. They remain professional up until this day. It is crazy.
Doki then continues. Then came 2 incredibly personal accusations that
crossed
crossed
the line. Mugen, you don't need to do that, man.
Charity money, and that I did this for a tax write-off. These were not only false, but deeply hurtful. All money from the bids went directly to the charity through Tiltify. I paid artists out of pocket, including shipping and production costs, and in some cases even covered or increased their rates myself. To be accused of using this for personal gain was crushing, especially as someone who has consistently tried to share what I have with others. Due to how emotionally charged the situation became, I chose to step away and let my team manage it more professionally. I was on a rare, long-awaited vacation at the time, while also suffering from severe food poisoning and still trying to resolve the situation behind the scenes. This was well documented on stream and on social media. Anyone who knows me knows I rarely take time off. This was a trip to Japan for my first LAN Apex event, which had been planned for months. Eventually, I worked with a new PC builder using my height case. I upgraded all the parts at my own expense and tried to spend nearly $10,000 to deliver what was promised. Unfortunately, Amazon canceled my parts order shortly before the winner's travel date, meaning we could no longer deliver the PC on time. At that point, the winner and I mutually agreed that I would send them $7,500 to build their own non-themed PC. We considered the matter resolved. This shows the order being placed on the 20th of April 2025, with Doki saying here are all the parts. Also, all the parts were $9,395 USD in the end, and then continues in the document saying 2 days later, the video was posted after the payment had already been made and the issue had been settled. The video description and pinned comment were edited after the fact to say I had paid the auction winner, but it falsely implied I only did so because of public pressure. That's simply not true. Here's an image of the transaction details of her sending 7,500 USD to the auction winner, and then she continues, I didn't screenshot anything from our conversations in the Discord group because I had hoped to resolve this privately without dragging it into the public eye. But in hindsight, that was naive. I've always tried to avoid public conflict, but now I'm being forced to defend myself from a one-sided narrative. The pain cuts deeper when I see people claiming I didn't want to pay because it was the most expensive item. That's not true. I've paid for other auction items valued even higher, and this was never about avoiding payment. It was about trying to navigate an increasingly confusing, emotionally fraught, and mismanaged situation in the middle of one of the hardest years of my life. For context, I've always tried to treat the artists I work with fairly. Sometimes I pay late because I'm overwhelmed or unwell, and as my community knows, I've faced numerous health and personal challenges lately, but I always pay. I've covered late fees, offered bonuses, and even donated to artists in need. To now be accused of being manipulative or exploitative after everything I've given financially and emotionally is devastating. I'm not perfect, I get emotional, I talk from the heart, not always from a business-only place, and yes, I should have kept some personal matters out of these conversations, that's on me, but I'm only one person trying to keep everything afloat. To be called a manipulator or gaslighter when all I've done is try to fix things, learn, and grow is deeply unfair. This entire experience has broken my heart. This statement was not something I ever wanted to write, but after being repeatedly asked to say something, and after having personal pain used for public drama, I felt exploited and I felt I had no choice. I hope this is the only time I'll have to speak on this. Moving forward, I will no longer be handling direct negotiations for my brand. I have learned that my emotional communication style makes me vulnerable to being misunderstood or misrepresented, and I don't want that to affect others. I hope people will take a moment to hear the full context, not just the most viral part of the story. Thank you to those who've shown patience, understanding, and support. Apologies for my break this week because I am tired. All I want to do is spend time with my closest and only family right now, as my dog had just got home from surgery and rehabilitation. I'm still learning, I'm still healing, and I'm still trying to do better every day. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is why my videos take longer sometimes. I usually wait for the other side of the story. I wait for the other person to share
my
their
boy, you see, I was wondering, because this man be posting like pretty long, like, you know, like from time. But that makes sense, because this man like, yo, I want all the information. I don't want to look stupid like Cat. You know, I'm not saying Cat stupid. Cat, we still like you over here, Cat, all right? After all we said, Cat, we still big fans of you, okay? Wow. Yeah, that's what you gotta do. You just need to wait until the other response, because I bet if she would have saw that before, she probably would have been like, yo, my boy, 3K ain't enough. Bump it up to 7. Bump it up to 7. Cause I ain't posting this. Cause it kind of, you know. And he's like, but we agreed on 3. I don't know. Listen, she just posted something that kind of shows you've been lying to me. And listen, I'm cool. I know you've been lying to me. I'm cool. You did pay me 3K, but you need to slide me another 4. Let's make it an even 7 before I post this video, because I'm going to be losing a whole lot of money. Oh my gosh.
Perspective, because it can change everything, and here, in my opinion, it did. Did Doki Bird make mistakes? Of course she did. Could she have handled it better? Absolutely. But this isn't the victim sob story that the artist was trying to sell to both Kat and everyone else. This is someone who's disingenuous, unprofessional, and I mean honestly a straight up scammer who thought that Doki Bird was making money off of a charity tax write-off and wanted to drain as much money as they could from her bank account. And by the way, seeing that Doki had solved this with the buyer, we have to wonder, were there DMs that were leaked between the artist and the buyer consensual? Did the buyer even know that they were going to be a part of Kat's document? We don't know. And that's worrying by itself. When this document released, everything, and I mean everything, changed. When Kat's video was first uploaded, here's what the description said. Update. There finally has been a resolution to the situation, and the buyer will be receiving a refund alongside an additional $1,000 for the troubles. Disclaimer. Please do not send hate to anyone mentioned in my videos. Everything that is said is alleged, and there are always two sides to every story and the truth. This is so ironic coming from her. After the document came out, she edited the description and made it a pinned comment as well, saying, update. The buyer has been refunded the original amount plus an extra $1,000. However, the artist involved has not been compensated at all. Sad face. Edit. To clarify, since people are wondering why everyone from this document is redacted except Doki, I choose to redact names if I think significant harm could come their way, either due to one party having a large and opinionated fan base, one party having a substantially larger audience that could be mobilized for harm, and other reasons I deem fit. Doki isn't redacted because this entire situation involved her auction. and redacting her name will not give enough context for people to understand the situation. Also, redacting the name of the person who needs to be accountable makes no sense. Oh yeah, then why is the artist redacted, huh? I know most people who have this sentiment are just Dokibird fans confused why their Oshi is being criticized, but felt adding this clarification would help confused parties as to why so many names are redacted. Update 2, on the 14th of May 2025, Doki has put out a statement of her side. Feel free to read it here to come to your own conclusion. About the statement specifically, quoting Doki's document saying, the video description and pinned comment were edited after the fact to say I had paid the auction winner, but it falsely implied I only did so because of public pressure. That's simply not true, end quote. Please read the words written in both the video description and pinned comment and see where it says Doki paid because of public pressure. It does not, because that's not what was written. It was added after the video because the video was cut from a Twitch stream over a week ago and scheduled to go live at 10 a.m. And information about the refund was presented after the video was live. The VOD can be viewed here, linking the VOD that we already saw. You know, I find that hilarious. She recorded this a week ago, right? And still uploaded this 1 hour and 48-minute video, even though it contained outdated, irrelevant information now.
I mean,
look,
listen.
this happens to me too, okay? I'll work on a 1 hour video, and as I'm getting ready to export, someone comes out with a new, very important update. I go back and I update it, otherwise the video is useless. What's the...
Yeah, you see, that's what I was thinking, because also, I think about like, yo, I just edited this 1 hour video. I gotta post it now. But, if some information has been added, I'm gonna start the video with, yo, things have changed. And she's done that before, which is why I'm like, yo, why are you doing this? I do want to know how it feels to date a VTuber. Why? What the heck? Why? It's just like dating a normal person. Like, what's the difference?
The point. This is her acknowledging the fact, right? That as the video was being uploaded, the buyer was refunded, and yet she still uploaded it, and her excuse is, oh yeah, it was recorded a week ago. I don't care. This is your job. How out of touch can you be? But I'm not the only one who felt this way. All of a sudden, the top comments went from criticizing Doki to criticizing Cat, and the dislike ratio became ridiculous. I mean, seriously, I can't remember the last time I've seen this many dislikes on a video.
Yeah, Naya, you're right. Zero go get lied to. Zero go get scammed. Zero, honestly, no, Zero go to end up realizing none of the people that she know is real. They're all her make-believe friends. Zero's gonna be like, oh yeah, guys, I've been dating this girl, right? And guess what? She's a VTuber. I know. So yeah, she's part of this like idol group. I didn't even know the VTubers did that. An idol group, huh? Yeah. So like she sings. She has a whole bunch of friends who like they sing together and stuff like that, which is like really cool and stuff. You'd be like, really? Yeah. Have you met any of her friends? I mean, well, I've talked to them on Discord and stuff. But I don't know them personally. Oh, really? Yeah. Yeah, they're her friends. She says she grew up with them and stuff. I'm like, oh, really? Interesting. Have you ever like heard them speak together? No. I just like I've just seen some of their videos, and they were on like Discord calls when she was like not home. Oh, so she was not home while they were on Discord calls. Yeah. Are there any black VTubers? No. But guess what, Naya? Guess what Bri told me, Naya? You know what? Never mind. I don't want to bring it up. I don't want to bring it up. Oh, Froppy. Hello. How are you doing? How are you doing, Froppy? Wait, Naya, do you mean like black VTubers in the sense like the VTuber is black or their character is black? I haven't met not one where the character is black, I don't think.
While this was all happening, people on Twitter were coming out to support Doki, with artists such as this one saying, I don't have all the context so I won't weigh in too much here, but I've been working with Doki on tons of projects over the past 3.5 years and it's been great. She's the only one whose projects I never turned down despite not doing comms anymore for years now, and there are sometimes delays in communications, but I've never been ghosted or had not been paid for my work ever. I can tell from every commission that she cares and wants what's best for her community. Another artist said, can confirm, Dokibird has never once failed to pay me fairly and payment delays have never been longer than like a week, which is corroborating paraphrasing what she said in her document. Someone else pointed out that people forget one of the reasons Doki even left Nijisanji was that they wouldn't cooperate with her, ensuring all artists they worked with were properly compensated, which is what I mentioned at the beginning of the video. It just didn't make sense.
This is why I didn't know both. Oh, I didn't know that. But I didn't know. You see, this is why I like this guy's videos. So Doki Bird, right? She's the chick. Doki Bird is the young lady who was in Nijisanji, who made that music video out of pocket and then posted it on her YouTube. But then Nijisanji was like, man, we don't want that dusty old piece of garbage on our platform. And she was like, but I paid it out of pocket. And then they were like, I don't care, you paid out of pocket. You better get that piece of garbage. And then Doki was like, oh, and then went on Twitter, hey guys, they said I can't post it on my YouTube, so I was wondering if you guys would like to repost it so I can, so you guys can still see it. And then after she did that, they were like, oh, so you sneak behind the door, young miss? I'm gonna send you to the hospital. So then she went to the hospital. I mean, they did send her to the hospital, allegedly. And then she went to the hospital, and they were like, oh, this is the perfect time to tweet out our peoples. So they started tweeting, and they were lying. And then she got out, and she was like, oh, shoot, they've been lying to y'all. And then when she went back in, they started lying some more. And then Doki was like, I gotta get out of here. And then she tried to run, and they sent the cops after her. And then she was like, she had to leave. They sent the cops to come collect her. And she was like, oh my goodness. And then she left. And then guess what? Doki Bird was born. Yep. Doki Bird was born. That's the origin story of Doki Bird, by the way, if you guys wanted to know.
Screenshots from the document and said these two screenshots are all you need to understand the core of what happened. PC Builder tried to scam money out of Doki, refused to provide proof of work that they claimed existed, Doki reimbursed the winner of that auction bidding, and the scammer failed to get their money, showing the artist's spreadsheet, and Doki saying that she just wanted to see the work and was willing to compensate. The reason why this is such a big deal is because it completely destroys the narrative that Kat was trying to push on everyone. A day later, Doki would tweet, "Thank you everyone for the outpouring support and love. I was honestly so scared and worried when I had to make a Google Doki. I'll be back in a few days to care for the doggo and not look at social media. I miss you all, Dragoons, and hope you can wait a little longer." So to say that this was starting to backfire on Kat was an understatement. People weren't just viewing this video as a misrepresentation of what happened. No, they saw this as a hit piece, as a deliberate attempt to make Doki Bird look bad to get views on a drama video. And then, just as you thought that things couldn't get any worse, a major controversy from the past comes back to haunt Kat today. And this is all due to her saying something that she shouldn't have said in this Doki Bird video. At around the 1 hour and 10-minute mark, as she was mentioning how Doki was uncomfortable with paying a substantially higher amount than what was raised for charity for this PC, she tries to use a situation she's been through to make herself look good and give an example as to what Doki could have done. Watch.
Donating 6.6k USD and the build valued at
This
around
writing
11k
is
USD,
garble?
making it a 5k difference.
What writing?
Just suck it up, man.
Stick
I'm
to your
gonna
own
give a personal
characters.
anecdote. Okay, there was one time I filmed a video
I just
about
like
a
this
VTuber. The video was
lady's
edited
hair
by
in
my
her
editor.
head.
It was on my YouTube channel as unlisted.
See,
Then
by my
the
editor.
VTuber had made a post writing, "I feel really uncomfortable with people making videos about my situation." News YouTuber specifically, which includes me. And I saw that and I was like, oh shit, okay, not gonna post the video. I never told my editor to not post the video. I had the video unlisted. It was not scheduled. Then my editor, because I upload once a day, noticed that I did not have a video scheduled for the day. So my editor uploaded the video without me knowing. I was asleep because we're in different time zones. My editor's in Europe, I'm in the US. My editor uploaded the video. He didn't know that there was a tweet that the VTuber expressed they didn't want people to talk about it. The VTuber was upset because they were upset about the way it was titled, whatever. And then so the editor changed the title and the VTuber was even more upset. Also, for clarity, English is not my editor's first language, so it came off weird, probably because it's not his first language. I woke up at like 4 p.m. because I wake up really late. And I saw all of this going down. All of this was happening over the course of 6 hours and I had no idea because I was asleep. I've now talked to my editor. He will not upload videos. I will only be the one that uploads the videos. He will not post videos without me knowing. It's honest mistake. Happened. You know, I saw something. I didn't communicate it to my editor. I was like, I'm not going to post it. But regardless, it happened. The video was live now and the VTuber was upset. So I was like, oh shoot, this is really bad. I took the video down immediately and I sent the VTuber money as an apology for the screw up. I did not make the mistake because I was literally asleep. But regardless, the damage was done. It happened, and the editor is an extension of me because it was on my channel. So to fix it, I paid the VTuber. I am so sorry. I made like no money off the video because it wasn't live for very long, but I gave them like what, you know, I felt would be fair for like the compensation for it, etc. And we called it a day. Even if you didn't fuck up, if it's a fuck up of your team or an extension of you, it falls on you and you have to clean up the mess. Okay? Did you poop there? No, but then
She
now
always brings up the analogy of
like,
poop, man. You gotta chill out. For real.
Brand, even though I didn't do it, the damage was done as a reflection of my brand. That's just what you gotta do. Like.
So this video is 1 hour, 48
let me
minutes
see it,
and
bro.
34 seconds, and just this segment that was a couple minutes long was
this guy
probably
again.
the most damaging part of this entire catastrophe. Yes, I'm not exaggerating here. These 2 minutes ended up being a bigger reputational hit than this entire video. Here's why. Alicia is a VTuber who used to be an esports commentator. At some point, she unfortunately was diagnosed with cancer. She had told her loyal community and kept them updated, but would keep the videos and the titles vague. This video right here is a great example. It's titled My Health Update. That's usually how she would update her community on how she was doing. She didn't like to extensively talk about the fact that she had cancer. She didn't want this to be the label put on her forehead. So she made these health updates in a very low-key way so that the people who want to know, and she can move on with her life, still making content that's uplifting with things she wants to do. At some point, her channel got straight up hacked, okay? She has 2 channels, Alicia X Life and Alicia X Death, and they both got hacked by crypto scams. I've already made a video about a VTuber getting hacked the same exact way, in which I explain specifically what happens, but in a nutshell, you click on a bad link, that link steals your cookies in your browser, and they can use those cookies to just be logged into your YouTube account. Now look, I'm gonna be the first to tell you, with Kat's upload schedule of 1 video per day, it gets very hard to find good topics to talk about. I mean, there's just simply not enough. This is coming from someone who's covered VTubers for a while now. I usually try to upload weekly, and I still have a hard time finding good topics to talk about sometimes. Her and a couple of other channels saw that Alicia got hacked, and they thought, great, I can make a video about that. Except, Kat came up with one of the worst titles I've ever seen in my life. VTuber with cancer got hacked. VTuber with cancer got hacked. Listen, man, clickbait is totally natural to find on YouTube. I do it, and I am not ashamed of it. The problem here is that if the only thing that's interesting about your video is the fact that a VTuber has cancer, then it probably isn't really a good video to make to begin with. Okay, I can't even believe it's 21 minutes. What the hell did she even talk about? This had happened back on November 2nd, 2024. Alicia caught wind of this and tweeted, bro, what the fuck is this title? Clickbaiting my cancer is insane. Reacting to my update video is totally fine, but holy shit, the title. Ethics don't exist when there's ad revenue to be made, I guess. She then said, the title changed to VTuber in remission now. I still have cancer. My main mass is gone. Remission will be after my final 2 malignant spots are gone. Dang, can't we call me the funny VTuber or something? I don't even clickbait my cancer and I have it. I left a comment, this shit is so exhausting. There are comments in their section thinking I'm still hacked now, which I'm not. My cancer isn't a YouTube money glitch. Fuck off. In which she says, both of my channels are already back. I got them back last week. Also, what is your title? Clickbaiting my cancer is so disgusting. Finally, after more than 24 hours had passed, Alicia says she deleted the video. Thank you for your support, everyone. I'm glad she reached out and tried to mend things. She also paid me the ad revenue from the video as an apology. Stuff like this is really frustrating and upsetting when feeling like I'm being defined by my illness. I appreciate the support and empathy you all have shown me. Mentioning it in videos is fine. My cancer isn't a secret, but please, for future creators, don't use it as your title or thumbnail. Feels weird having to say this, but this is the second time this has happened in the past 2 days. I don't monetize my cancer, so please don't do it either. So yeah, this is wild, especially the fact that they changed the title to VTuber with remission. Like, bro, you can ask whoever you want. Mr. Beast, ChatGPT, whoever you want. VTuber with remission got hacked? What kind of title is that? Why would anyone click that? At that point, just unlist the video or something. It's such a weird hill to die on. Now, of course, Kat had mentioned that this wasn't her. She was sleeping. It was her editor who doesn't know how to speak the English language. She emphasized multiple times this was not her fault, and actually used this as an example as to what you should do when encountered with controversy. Here's the thing though, Alicia had made it very clear she never wanted to be mentioned on Kat's channel again. And yet, during this whole fiasco against Dokibird, she chose to mention it at the worst possible time. This prompted Alicia to quote tweet Doki's statement on the PC charity auction and say, "They said how many hours? I built my first PC with a friend and it only took 4 to 5 hours because we were YouTubing shit, lol. Doki dealing with this sucks, but what sucks also? The person who made the video. Hey cat, remember me? The person whose cancer you clickbaited for YouTube video and blamed anyone else you could for that happening. Your drama channel is shit and you take zero accountability. I let it slide and was nice because I was too emotionally exhausted from dealing with the aftermath of your video, but you know, personal beef. But at least you paid me back the ad revenue you made off of my cancer, so thanks for that, you dick." Now look, this might seem emotionally charged, unprofessional even, especially since Kat had gone out of her way to pay her compensation. Why bring up past controversies? Is Alicia fishing for attention? No, because up until this point, we had no idea just how badly she was affected from Kat's video. But before we get into that, remember that comment that was left on Kat's video? Someone saying, "As someone who works in a multi-million-dollar company, you know what we do when something is our fault? We eat the cost." Well, as you can see over here, there are 11 replies. One of them is from Kat, in which she said, "I cited the same thing from a personal experience in the video. There was a video I made about a VTuber with cancer, and then I saw the VTuber express they didn't want people talking about it. I wanted to respect that, but was being lazy and planned to delete the private video, it wasn't uploaded yet, when I had time, since sometimes deleting a vid takes a while. My editor posted the video without me knowing. He noticed I hadn't scheduled out a daily video and thought that video was good to post. The VTuber was upset, and he changed the title to sound better. It actually sounded worse because English isn't his first language and made the VTuber even more upset. I don't blame him at all. He's human and makes mistakes like the rest of us. I was asleep the entire time and woke up at 4 p.m. to a shitstorm, and I was super confused as to what was happening. Even though the entire situation wasn't my fault, it was a reflection of the Cat and Chat brand, and I immediately took the video down and paid the VTuber compensation for their troubles for the video being up for 6 hours. As a brand, things may happen that isn't your fault. It feels unfair to take responsibility for something you didn't 100% cause, but that's how you can be the bigger person and right the wrongs for affected parties. So she hadn't just mentioned Alicia in her video, she had doubled down and mentioned her again, this time citing the fact that this is a VTuber with cancer, really confirming the fact that she's talking about Alicia. Alicia saw this, quote tweeted someone posting her comment and said, "Be the bigger person, you absolute fuckhead. You clickbaited my cancer, the internet called you out, so you changed the title to saying that I'm in remission," which caused people to think I beat it. Then after you got double backlash, you reached out to me blaming your editors. You took zero accountability and gave me the ad revenue to the video because you monetized my cancer. You are not a good person, stop acting like it. Even though the entire situation wasn't my fault is stupid. You directly say here, quote, "I wanted to respect that, but I was being lazy and planned to delete the video since it takes time," end quote. You can literally delete a video from your mobile device. Stop lying. It's not like I'm not a YouTuber. She then tags Kat's Twitter and says it's outrageous you knew and still let it go out. Alicia would then make a video titled "I'm So Done," in which she calls out Kat the way she really wanted to last year but couldn't because she was too emotionally exhausted. Why? Well, she details that. You see, Alicia from the beginning didn't want to be labeled as the cancer VTuber. She wanted people to recognize her for being more than that, for being funny, for the content she made, etc. This is why she kept everything low-key. When she would update her viewers on her cancer, she would just title the video "My Health Update." She would never clickbait it or make it seem like it was her entire personality. When Kat made the video, "VTuber with cancer gets hacked," this was actually the first time many of her fans were finding out that she had cancer to begin with. Then, not even a few hours later, when the title changed to "VTuber in remission gets hacked," many of those same people thought, hey, she's cured, I guess. That's awesome. Alicia even received messages from her friends congratulating her on finally beating the cancer when she wasn't even sure if she was out of the woodworks yet. Like, can we take a second here? Can we take a step back and just understand how terrible of a feeling that is? You just had a surgery taking out one of your 3 tumors. Apparently, it's the main one that was taken out. There's 2 more. We're not sure if they're harmful. They still could be. You're nervous and dreaming of the day the doctors tell you, hey, you are actually in remission, the cancer's gone, and yet now you have to painstakingly message every single person messaging you, congratulating you for beating the cancer, saying, no, actually, I still have cancer. And that's without talking about the people finding out she had cancer and then thinking she's in remission within the span of a few hours. If I was Alicia, I would have probably dedicated my entire life to making Kat miserable, okay? But she kept quiet about it since November 2024, and now seeing that Kat was using her name to make herself look good, yeah, I totally understand why Alicia reacted the way she did. I think anyone would. Kat's next videos would be heavily dislike bombed, and there would be many comments highlighting how she clickbaited the fact that Alicia had cancer, right? And these would be heavily upvoted. Kat would start realizing this isn't something she can just wait out. This isn't something that will disappear. This was actually a very big hit to her reputation, two things at the same time wreaking havoc on everything she has built. So she made this statement on Twitter, saying, addressing the cancer clickbait incident with Alicia. There was a situation where Alicia was hacked and lost access to their YouTube channel, and I had made a video about it titled something like VTuber with cancer was hacked. The VTuber had publicly expressed on their Twitter they did not want people to talk about their hacking situation, and I wanted to respect that and was going to delete the video. At this point, the video was not live, it was sitting as private on my channel. I should have deleted the video immediately to avoid miscommunication with my editor, and that's my fault. However, while I was asleep, my editor posted the video without me knowing. He does not have permission to post videos to my channel, and he had never posted a video prior to this, so I did not expect that he would do that. He then saw the backlash about the video and changed the title to something about remission. My editor's first language is in English, so he didn't realize that the words cancer and remission aren't interchangeable and mean two completely different things. He's human and makes mistakes like the rest of us. Please do not send hate to him if you know who he is. Regardless, the blame lies with me, as I should have immediately deleted the video off my channel to avoid the possible misinterpretation that the video was good to go live. The entire time I was asleep, and I woke up confused to what was happening. I misremembered. I thought I realized something happened at 4 p.m. PT when I woke up, but I realized I actually went live, and my editor told me after my stream something happened, making it around 10 p.m. PT. The moment I realized something was wrong, I deleted the video, privately apologized to the VTuber, and compensated the VTuber for potential damages that could have occurred for the 12 hours the video was up. You can see the timestamps and the attached photos of the post about the video on the 2nd of November 2024 at around 11 a.m. PT, and my message same day at around 11 p.m. PT. I didn't want to talk about this publicly because I deemed the situation resolved, and also didn't want to continue mentioning that VTuber, as they have already expressed multiple times they didn't want people to talk about their health situation, but I felt it needed to be brought up as there's a narrative going around that I exploited their health for views when I was asleep the entire time it was happening. So already there are some things that don't add up. She initially said that she was lazy for not deleting the video. There's no mention of that anymore. She also, in the comment and in the video, mentioned the video was up for 6 hours. Now she's saying it was up for 12 hours. And finally, she said she didn't want to talk about this publicly because she thought this was resolved. Well, she already did talk about it publicly. Once in the video and once in the comments, trying to make herself look better. She of course got community noted and proceeded to show the DM conversation between her and Alicia, in which she used the same excuse that, oh, it wasn't me, it was my editor, I wanted to take down the video, blah blah blah, to which Alicia says, thanks for taking it down, it really sucks being referred to as the cancer VTuber, wishing your team well, yeah, today sucked a lot more because of that video, but what's done is done, thanks again for taking it down, to which Kat says, hey, I feel really bad about this, do you have a PayPal or something so I can send you something as an apology for everything? Alicia gives her PayPal, Kat sends her the money, around $150, and Alicia says, thank you, got it, have a great night too. Here's the problem though, Kat had posted another screenshot showing the PayPal receipt, showing the amount paid and who received it. Now Alicia's face and full name are well known. As I said, she used to be an esports commentator. However, what's never been known publicly is her middle name, and that receipt showed her middle name. It didn't censor her name. There was an attempt by Kat to draw over it, but it was such a shitty job that you could see everything. After that receipt tweet was deleted, Alicia said, Kat has now deleted the tweet that doxed my full government name. After one day of it being up, when she made a Google Doc, she censored everyone's fully. When it came to mine, she didn't. I don't know why. To be clear, my first and last name are public due to me being a retired professional esports commentator. But my middle name has
esports
never
is gaming,
been
right?
public. This was a lot to take in, and these past few days have been draining.
Sports?
I don't know how you could try to write a professional statement in response to me, but just dox me within it. But she clearly has fully covered others' names before, so why wasn't the same done for me? I've been spending time with my fiance and unplugging as much as I can. I will get back to normal video recording soon. Rejecting DMs of people sending me my own name has been kind of freaking me out a bit, but it's fine, nothing too crazy, I just feel super anxious. So Kat had somehow, in trying to clear her name, made things 1,000 times worse. Now literally doxing Alicia. Like, dude, can someone take her phone away? Seriously, like she shouldn't be allowed to tweet or do anything anymore for a while. This is insane. Before realizing that she was doxed, Alicia had quote tweeted Kat's response and said, hey there idiot, it's be the person you exploited. Don't worry, I showed all the screenshots in my video, it doesn't save your ass. You said in your own words, I was too lazy to take down and that taking down videos take time. You are a liar. You can pretend and act like your editor is the problem, but you are. You are a terrible person who thinks posting about my cancer is fine, who chose to bring me up again to defend yourself when slamming on Dokibird. You posted a video clickbaiting my cancer on your channel. You had changed the title to me being in remission. You bashed Doki for her blaming others. You are a hypocrite. Trying to call out someone else while you are the problem is just classic you though. Also, all screenshots, honey. I can provide them since they are in my response video. My screenshots also include the comment I made that you deleted, so cheers. You posted about my channel being hacked a week after I already got it back. You made the video after I already called out other channels for clickbaiting my cancer. You even stated you knew before the video uploaded that I don't want people calling me the cancer VTuber, yet you made the video. Fuck off. Also, of course you didn't want the situation to be public because you look like shit. LMAO, I chose not to say anything, but then you brought me up to seem like a good person. When people got upset about you in relation to Dokibird, this is on you for making me step up. So again, more revelations here. Kat had deleted the comment Alicia had left on her YouTube video where she was clickbaiting her cancer. It seemed that every single time Kat tried to say anything, it would just become 10 times worse. There was simply no saving her. Kat also posted this same statement as a YouTube post on her YouTube channel. But as you might have guessed, most of these comments are completely against her. And of course, there's more to this because she's also been involved in a couple of other controversies, with one in particular involving lollies. But not only am I not interested in diving deep into that at all, I think the video is already way too long. Look, in a nutshell, Kat is what happens when you care too much about views and are willing to compromise your own ethics and morals. Yep. She used to make advice content. Great. She found a new niche that was bringing in more views. Awesome. But expecting to find new drama daily on this very strict upload schedule, especially just in the art and VTubing niche on Twitter most of the time, is a very unrealistic expectation. This inevitably led her to take on topics that aren't worthwhile or are just plain false, only for the sake of keeping up with her upload schedule and chasing that higher view count. During this entire process, she lost all sense of accountability and has developed into an unlikable narcissist. Is this the end of Cat and Chat or Cat Liente? Well, as I always say in every video I make, unless she loses her ability of making money, then no, nothing is ever over. However, these incidents have caused such a big, undeniable dent in her reputation that you might as well use it for a swimming pool. It'll be extremely hard to recover any reputation she might have left, especially in the VTubing community. My prediction is that she might try to transition into another niche, separate from VTubing, in order to start anew. I don't think it'll work though. The only thing that will work is an apology. Look, I think in most situations online, when creators get bullied by their audience to apologize, they shouldn't apologize. Many of the times, it's the audience trying to bully the creator in order to control them. It's this weird symptom of idol culture. But sometimes, apology truly is the only way to go, and this is one of those situations in my opinion. The only way for her to ever hope to work her way through to fixing her reputation is to just straight up drop an apology video and admit your mistakes while vying to never repeat this again. Finally, I'd really like to reiterate to anyone watching that no matter how bad things sound, never ever make up your opinion until you hear what the other side has to say.
Yep. And this crazy thing is, she's mentioned before, there's always three sides to a story. One person's side, the other person's side, and the truth. But she didn't even look at the other person's side. She just looked at one person's side. Oh, man. Truly dumb. Alright, now I have to finish this one. I don't remember. Oh, there it is. Yeah, it's this one. We were watching yesterday. We never finished.
Cost of the production that was already happening. I am still, to this day, paying this off. Lena then takes an entire year away from Twitch to look into freelance work to pay everyone back. Still in remission due to the mess, and also back on prednisone as Lena had been battling with cancer in 2018, she had to work hard to pick herself back up. She expresses how scared she was to come back, and the reason for becoming a VTuber was actually because she was so afraid to stream with her face out of fear after everything that had went down. And once she started streaming again, she had hoped enough time had passed that things would calm down. However, that wouldn't be the case, as Bunny was contacting as many people as she could to try to ruin her reputation.
I came forward to start VTubing. Bunny had begun contacting as many people as she could, trying to slander my name as well as our company. She went to an extremely large VTuber group telling them I had created lies about her. I went after her mods, telling them never to work with I's Toys or me, saying that I took advantage of her financially, saying that I had snapped and that she was afraid. She did this to others that have now come forward with proof, and God only knows who else she may have spoken to in this way. This didn't stop with them. It continued to grow to other people in our community. This behavior went on for years. Anytime I'd started to collaborate with anyone new or even make friends, there were times that they stopped talking to me, unfollowed me, and that was that. later on seeing them stream together with Bunny. She tried to bully me out of the VTuber community behind the scenes over time and did the same thing with Susu. When Susu had come out with her VTuber, she was treated the same animosity to the point of just about dropping it altogether. She no longer felt welcome. I now have a handful of DMs of people coming to me letting me know that she contacted them trying to discuss whatever she could about me. I chose to keep to myself as much as I could, as I knew it was something that I could never escape. I was fearful of ever talking to anyone, as I didn't want anyone uncomfortable, and I wanted to try to be happy, pleasant, and show that I wasn't this person that maybe people thought I was. I was much smaller then, and she's always been a giant, and there's no way I had any weight in what I had experienced, so I just kept swallowing it.
She's always been a
And
giant.
then she brings up the situation with Baru.
Later brings up the situation with Baru. To be clear, I don't know Baru. I've never once spoken to him, and all I know is that he followed me once, and then I was blocked. I had a fear at this point that she would do the same to him as she did to many others, but this time making it worse, as he's an extremely large content creator. And looking into it, Bunny and Baru were close around this time. I was so scared of making new friends and interacting with anyone who had contact with Baru or Bunny. It turns out my insecurities were correct. I had reached out to a close friend of mine, claiming I was as bad as Arcadum, claiming I was a pathological liar, saying I DM everyone I collab or interact with. This was something Bunny did, so this is a clear projection situation. This was in January, and 2 weeks ago he contacted another close friend of mine asking to discuss this with him. This was many, many years ago. Not only has she never left me alone in the VTuber community, but Baru is now doing the same thing, but reaching higher heights to drag me in any way that he can. This has never stopped. Since 2018. I can't escape it, and I'm mentally tired. I'm tired of being scared. I'm tired of pleading my case. I'm tired of making new friends and wondering when they're going to contact them and having to explain myself. I'm tired of this boulder breaking me, and I can't carry it anymore. I tried to save face and keep the peace by not coming out with this. I know she knows the truth, and I know she was scared for me to say anything, so she tried to change up her story in hopes that it made gains, but it hasn't. It's caught up now, and I've had enough. This behavior is not okay.
Jenilyn Miari then goes on to stream to comment on this situation and corroborates Lena's side to the story, and adds that she even has proof of her supporting Lena during this tumultuous time.
We struggled a lot for years due to this decision, but in my...
If you guys need any more proof, I donated Lena during this time.
VTuber Peach2D also corroborates.
I was expecting an Irish accent, some like Merida or something.
Lena's statement, given weight to the accusations. I stand by Lena 100% as someone who was a member of Cherry Bombs and saw everything go down in real time. Over the years, I've listened to the fear in her voice, the anxiety and stress this has caused her. I'm proud of her for finally speaking her truth. Lena stood up to a bully, and that bully has never let her known peace since that day. I can't count on my hands how many times over the years Lena was filled with anxiety due to another friend or someone she collabed with was contacted and told lies. It's been endless. So at this point, everything starts to unravel. Later that day, Susu also decides to share her experience with Bunny. I silently endured being emotionally abused by Bunny for years. This is why I have ceased speaking to her for over a year. A lot of what happened to me is similar to the public stories shared. I'm sorry I didn't listen to those who tried to help me all those years, and that my choices at the time hurt others. I'm saying something now because I hope my voice will help those who have spoken out or wish to. I'd like to keep the details of what happened to me and details about Bunny private. I believe there is a chance for her to become a better person and will respect her privacy. I won't share any more than this. Taking time off. Now, Bunny actually addresses the allegations levied by Lena later on that day. As for the statement itself, it generally aligned with what Lena stated about the details of their contract. She does express regrets about being difficult to work with during the production phase, claiming she just wanted it to be as best as it could. She also admits to deleting the promo photos of the figurines, as she believed it was frowned upon during that time to spam links on the timeline back then, which I'm not sure that was a thing. And then adds that for the group chat allegation, she admits to being, quote, sassy and abrasive to those in chat. To those in chat, I am always open to talk things out. I'm sorry that my words were hateful, end quote. But insists that Lena's screenshots were out of context and provides a full version instead. But even after getting the full version, I find that the context didn't change at all, so I'm not too sure what this was trying to accomplish. Overall, it wasn't a terrible apology on its own. I've seen worse, except it was completely overshadowed by a huge mishap she did. Because you see, when she first posted the Google Docs, links had somebody else than Bunny as the co-creator. And so audiences believed she had hired a PR firm or a third party to help her draft her response. So her apology ended up being severely memed on and promptly deleted. Now on March 19th, cosplayer Cynicen comes out with her own statement against Bunny. With the support of my friends and fellow content creators, I'm sharing my story regarding Bunny Ayu Bunny GIF. It's been difficult to recount my experience, but people need to know the truth of her continuous behavior for the past 10 years. She will not change. I was best friends with Bunny from 2013 to 2016. In those 3 years, she used me, lied to me, and manipulated our mutual friends and me to hate each other.
All right, listen. Hot take. But this is what I think. All right. Sometimes, I don't know in this situation, and obviously the bunny girl could be, not the bunny girl, but the girl whose name is Bunny could be a terrible person. I'm not saying that she's not. But I feel like a lot of these people who end up coming out in the woodwork saying, oh, she is an evil person, are kind of trying to save themselves. Because the deeper you dig, you might find that they associated with them. So they're just trying to say, oh, yeah, she is a terrible person. Man, I never liked her anyway, So then you're just like, oh, okay, I guess we don't have to look at them. Oh, no, listen, this could be another conspiracy. But that's all I'm saying. It could be. It truly could be.
Of this, she couldn't stand the thought of someone being more liked than her, so she spread rumors and lies and played the helpless victim every chance she got. I bent over backwards for her, was a shoulder to cry on, and took her everywhere she wanted to go. I helped her with finding a better job and filling out applications. I would go as far as waking up in the middle of the night to go over to her house to cook her.
How are you, Morgan? Please don't.
Food or comfort her. I even helped her move out of her apartment when she and her boyfriend broke up. I did practically everything for her. All she had to do was ask. Our friendship ended after Bunny used me for clout. When we met, she had virtually no following, and I helped her build her socials. And when Bunny decided she was more interested in pursuing my boyfriend at the time. My boyfriend at the time was struggling with some mental issues, and he needed time to figure them out. So we mutually agreed to go on a temporary break. During our break in 2016, Bunny started dating him, hid it from me, and then lied about doing so when I confronted her in person after finding out from a mutual friend. She even tried to spin it around and make me out to be the bad guy. To my face! Her betrayals, lies, and manipulation messed me up so badly, I became soured on cosplay and crafting, and honestly, humanity as a whole. I was terrified of running into her at convention and ultimately decided to retire from cosplay and give up a 15-year-long journey within the hobby. After 3 years in 2019, I felt healed enough to return to my loved and missed hobby. I had to completely rebuild my socials from scratch, given I had deleted all my old social media accounts, only to find out that she had gone on to badmouth me to fellow creators and spread lies. I'm still hearing about things to this day. Bunny spun our story to make herself the victim, reversing the roles by saying that her boyfriend cheated on her with me, when in reality, after she stole my boyfriend, she then cheated on him with OG Texas, who she began dating once they broke up in 2016. Bunny accused me of what she had done, which in turn dissolved our 4-year-long relationship and destroyed me as a person. I reached out to people only to find out each side got told an entirely different story from her. Bunny painted the other side as an irredeemable villain, presumably so we wouldn't talk to each other, isolate each other, and find out she was lying to everyone. But that's not all. Later that day, content creator Sam Thorne, also known as Strippin, is also a close friend of Lena, and he comes out in support of her and exposes Admiral's Bahru behavior. Remember the bit in Lena's statement where she claims Bahru reached out to a close friend of her claiming she was as bad as Arcadium and a pathological liar? As for the Arcadium story, that's a bit of a rabbit hole for another time, but for the sake of this, just know that he's a content creator that was involved in a massive controversy. He regrets not sharing receipts earlier, as Lena and Jenna faced criticism for involving Bahru without evidence. To rectify this, he shares proof that Bahru saw Strippin collaborating with Lena and warned him about her, despite Strippin's initial skepticism. As you can see from the conversation, Strippin sounds really on the fence about it, saying things like, are you sure? She honestly seemed really nice. And Bahru is just acting really pushy. Strippin ends by saying, posting private conversations publicly is cringe, but he thinks that predatory behavior in the industry is much worse. And you can't ask people to resolve stuff privately when that is literally where the bullying consistently takes place. Bahru, I hope you hold yourself accountable for the part you've played, if only to set an example to your community and people who look up to you. As of now, you've just farmed sympathy on a subathon and let the people who came forward take heat. But now, it is Bunny.
Yesterday. Hold up. I gotta remember. You told me yesterday. A subathon? Oh, yeah. A subathon is when you stream, like, you stay streaming longer the more subs, right? Right? I'm pretty sure you said that.
Scamp time to reply back, and Bunny, seeing as her first Google Doc posted on her main account failed, decides to respond in a twit longer on her VTuber account this time, apologizing to everyone. And this statement is much more repentant than the last one. She apologizes to Lena. She says things like 100 times over, I sincerely apologize. I apologize for how I behaved in those private DMs, for how I went on with business, for tarnishing others people's impression of you, etc, etc. And she doesn't even try to explain or defend herself. She just says she's sorry for the harm she has caused, but by doing so, she's kind of essentially admitting to all of the accusations. She also apologized to Jenna. Again, I'm truly sorry for everything I did in those group chats. The toxicity and the things I said in them to other creators online, all behind your back, for everything I have said and done all these years, for the idiotic and spiteful jealousy, for the mean-spirited messages and the spiteful messages about you I shared, all of it. Now, responding to Lena and stripping accusation, Bahru also breaks his silence in a brief tweet longer and cancels the remainder of his subathon. He addresses each accusation, one by one, and apologizes for the harm he has caused to both Lena, Jenna, and Susu, saying he indeed didn't know them very well, and that he was given a version of them that he took at face value. Basically, he's shifting all the blame on Bunny. He expresses regret for comparing Lena to female Arcada and says no one should have to go through all that. I acted on my own version, which I had in my head, and talked to you privately. I should not have even gone to you when really all I needed to do was just follow her and ask her myself. I consider you a very good friend. It hurt when I saw your post about me, but really it needed to be done as you were right. I was very much out of control and just acting on instinct and not taking a moment to really second guess my behavior. Thank you for being the bigger man I was too scared to be. He apologizes to his community for spreading negativity and offers a refund to everyone who supported him throughout his 19-day subathon. But in an epic twist, this guy's toast then comes out swinging, replying with a "diss you" to Bahru, showing a screenshot of Bahru attacking him during his ban when everybody was dogpiling him for streaming an anime on Twitch. To which Bahru responds, "Yes it is, I am admitting mistakes and moving forward. Cancel culture will continue to drag me until I off myself because I only did it because I was outed. I am damned if I do or don't. I'm just going to try and walk a better path. It's all I can offer. If this isn't poetic justice, then I don't know what is." When it comes to these online controversies, it very rarely stops at a single outing, and so the accusations only grew. On March 21st, a not safe for work content creator by the name of Vixen Shelby also came out with her own experience.
What?
And so the accusations only
Wait. Hopefully this person sounds like different. Yeah.
grew. On On March 21st, a not safe for work content creator by the name of Vixen Shelby.
Did it say biscuits?
On March 21st, a not safe for work content creator by the name of Vixen Shelby.
I don't know. Let me put this. Vix and Shelby. I don't know if that's.
On March 21st, a not safe for work. And so the accusations only grew. On March 21st, a not safe for work content creator by the name of Vixen Shelby.
It says Vix, but it sounds like she's saying B. I don't know. Doesn't really matter. I thought it said biscuits at first. I was like, biscuits?
Also came out with her own experience, mainly during a family trip to Texas where Bunny attempted to groom her into being better than Jenna Lynn Meowry. And via this tweet longer, she dropped some even crazier accusations. According to her, Bunny obsessively stalked a couple cosplay girls, but mainly Jenna, spreading rumors and making inappropriate physical advances towards Shelby's partner. Bunny and OG were also inappropriate toward her partner and often talked about his dick and would often be touching her intimate parts for no reason at all.
It's the accent,
and Bunny
yeah.
apparently also laid her body across Shelby's partner. Bunny actively tried to alienate Shelby and her family from Susu, constantly painting her to be a monster, telling the boys not to interact with Sue because she hates men. And I tell them that how Bunny was describing her was not correct. She frequently didn't want to include her in outings because Sue would bring the mood down, or she claimed Sue would try to sabotage her, and it just felt like Sue's needs were too much and that she was being overly dramatic. It really seems like she was competing or did not like Susu, whom she was dating at the time, which is odd. Bunny's negativity extended to other creators, saying cruel things about them, criticizing their motivation and appearances, saying unkind things and claiming they should only do characters they look like. Her obsession with Jenna, however, was particularly pronounced. She constantly compared herself and Shelby to Jenna. She would lurk in forums about her, body shaming her, claiming she had botched plastic surgery, that she was buying followers and spreading rumors about her. Bunny even advised Shelby on how to best Jenna in terms of appearance and social media strategy. The trip culminated in a confrontation with Bunny, who refused to listen to Shelby's concern. The tense situation led to Shelby and her brother fleeing back to Oregon. Following the trip, Shelby experienced immense emotional distress. Bunny continued to spread lies about Shelby's behavior, isolating her from their community. This emotional burden forced Shelby to take a break from streaming and almost led her to quitting her online work. Alright, there is one last statement to go through before Bunny responds. U-Rocket is a trans cosplayer and OF model who also had a horrific experience with Bunny, whom she was a friend of for 6 years and has witnessed her horrid treatment towards their mutual friend Innocent. And it's also the friend mentioned in Innocent's statement that was brought to near suicide because of Bunny's bullying tactics. She reveals the devastating psychological trauma she endured following the abrupt end of their 6-year friendship on September 22, 2017. Bunny spread hurtful rumors about Yuki at lightning speed through all of her friends, causing the rapid deterioration of her social circle. Unable to sleep, eat, or function normally, Yuki experienced constant anxiety and fear. However, in the depth of her despair, Yuki found solace in the unwavering support of her partner Sly and her friend Susu, despite herself still being in a relationship with Bunny at the time. Eventually, through both of their encouragement, Yuki began to re-engage with the world, finding love and solace in her poly relationship with Kaylin. However, the scars of her experience with Bunny remained. She writes that she is still terrified of Bunny as she trembles writing this tweet longer, fearing her retribution. And boy was Bunny furious when she did respond. After this, Bunny had enough. She goes full gloves off and basically adopts a mentality of, if I'm going down, you guys are going down with me. She releases her third and final statement, claiming she's being misrepresented by her enemies and is pissed that she tried to reach out to Lena multiple times but was blocked, and claiming they forced her hand and that Lena had done irreparable harm to herself, her brand, and her friendships. Why would she lie like that and didn't reach out? Here's the proof. This statement is infinitely more combative than the other ones she's released so far, and she does one final attempt to defend herself, grasping at anything she can. You consistently claim the $20,000 debt as part of your suffering. However, you are the one that canceled the figurine in the first place per your contract. You took on the financial burden of making the figure. She also describes a situation where she attempted to reach out to Lena after she left the Discord group, only to receive a vague warning about, quote, watching their backs. Bunny concludes by stating her needs to show the raw truth, in her own words, suggesting that there are further details to this situation that she intends to reveal. Bunny then goes on to refute Sinnocent's claim, arguing that she was not the sole cause of Sinnocent and her boyfriend's breakup, as Sinnocent had accused her of seducing her boyfriend while they were on a break. And she kind of spends a large chunk of this segment downplaying how much Sinnocent had helped her, such as claiming that she hadn't actually helped her build a following. She already had a DeviantArt and Facebook following before she met her. And secondly, that she wasn't that much of a good friend because she only came to cook spaghetti at her house once. She also says she's not the reason Sinnocent stopped appearing at conventions, stating that Sinnocent had told her directly that she wasn't making enough revenue and was stagnant, so it wasn't her fault. When it comes to the claims of her hooking up with Sinnocent's boyfriend while they were on a break, Bunny bluntly replies, "We were two mutually consenting adults and we pursued a relationship after he made it clear that he had no intention of returning to his previous girlfriend." In fact, she claims that it's actually her boyfriend who cheated on her with Sinnocent, essentially reversing the roles and claiming that he was physically and emotionally abusive to her. But then admits that when Sinnocent found out about the abuse, she helped Bunny move out of her apartment. She also downplays U-Rocket's suicide attempt, essentially chalking it up to she was in a bad mental space at the time. In fact, when it comes to U-Rocket, she believes she was being used as a trauma dump, so this is why she severed their long-term relationship and asked her to leave. She concludes this section by claiming that she is being defamed and that none of these accusations can be proven or corroborated. But then we move on to Susu's segment, and this is the part where it seems she's just trying to cause as much damage as possible. Essentially, her biggest point in this entire document was pinning the blame on Susu for making her become a horrible person, as Susu was her role model and taught her all the ropes of her profession. Basically saying since she had no other frame of reference other than Susu, she became toxic like her. She starts by saying that she met Susu in 2015-2016 and Susu would act as a role model and example for her. She felt like she was a nobody until she told her what would make her successful. She suggested Bunny does more provocative photos if she wanted to quit her office job, and this is something Bunny desperately wanted. It paid off, but she admits it got to her head. She claims Susu would often bring other women into the conversation, body shame them too. She says, "I followed, I did the same, we both did. We were both guilty of being toxic to each other and those around us. I have the proof that she initiated these conversations. She was the one who brought Jenna to my attention and made threads on lolcow about her. She would regularly call peach jars the R word. I know this is wrong and I partook in the harassment. These conversations were private and we were intimate partners at the time. I was emotionally abused by Susu for many years. I did not have a voice to speak up against her, and when I did, I left her. After I quit lewd modeling, I left the cosplay community. I wanted to change. I hated who I was and I tried to become a different person. I never thought any of this would come out because it was all private drama, so I never addressed it. I see my old self in the girls cheering on bullying on a Twitch stream. You have proven that person I was. I'm not that person anymore. I wanted and still want to be better, Susu. You know the truth. You know we were both in a mutually toxic relationship. Neither of us are innocent." As for the Vixen Shelby allegations, she categorically denied most claims, namely the talk about Shelby partners' or that she ever touched them inappropriately. On the topic of them excluding Sue, she claims it's untrue as Sue and her helped with lighting for a Shelby photo shoot at Sue's apartment once, and that it was actually Susu who didn't want to meet the boys since she didn't know them. She also pins the blame on Susu for the cosplayers should only do characters they look like comment, saying Susu was actually the one who said that and not her. She does admit that she would sometimes be toxic in an environment where she felt it was okay to vent. More importantly though, she states that the details that Shelby doesn't want to go into is that she inserted herself into trying to help Susu and I mend our relationship. She screamed at me in my kitchen with her husband, her brother, and OG present. I was verbally assaulted to the point that I had to run to my bedroom to hide in my own house. All the others present were in shock of Shelby's outburst. No one, including her partner, tried to step in and stop this. I called Susu and begged her to come over so she could help calm Shelby down. After this, I asked her to leave. Her husband asked OG to drive him to the airport. Shelby and her brother left in their car. What's important to note here is that Bunny doesn't deny describing this outburst as an attack, but she denies talking to other people, with the exception of Susu in this incident, so it's not unlikely she did tell people that Shelby had attacked her. Bunny includes screenshots of message texts between her and Susu, but the messages don't really prove anything since it's basically just Bunny's retelling her experience. And she is dating both of them, so of course they will be supportive of her no matter how she feels. Anyway, she moves on to the grooming her to be better than Jenna allegations and expresses that she simply wanted to help out a friend by trying to hype her out. She was toxic and she apologizes for that. And now for the Lena part, which is what started this whole saga. She sort of drafts a timeline of events surrounding her dispute. It seems she did this to showcase how much Bunny attempted to communicate with Lena and resolve the conflict during that time. But
People
more
be doing weird
importantly,
stuff like that.
it seems like another opportunity to throw Susu under the bus and paint her in a bad light. On December 5th, Susu had a voice call with Lena where Susu explains to Bunny why Lena is upset about Bunny donating to Troy, Lena's husband, and Peach Milk, Lena's best friend, on stream. After she expressly
Did she
told
say
Lena
Peach
she didn't
Milk?
want the Lena's best friend, Bunny donating to Troy, Lena's husband, and Peach Milk, Lena's
I'm gonna take peach milk. I think that's what she said.
best friend, on stream. After she expressly told Lena she didn't want to talk to her anymore. It comes off as Bunny rubbing it in, but Bunny makes a point that she just always supported them, so it wasn't something she did on purpose. Then Bunny drops a massive bombshell. We find out that the large VTuber Bunny was talking to was Silvervale. Starting in April 2020, Bunny begins a friendship with Silvervale, confiding in her about her fear of Lena. Honestly, I'm not sure who these screenshots were supposed to defend. Definitely not Bunny, as she doesn't look great in them. After advising Silvervale not to use iHas toys for her figurines, saying that in addition to canceling the project and spreading lies about her, iHas toys also took advantage of her financially. She starts trauma dumping on Silvervale, telling her about Lena's horrible mistreatment. Silvervale doesn't really add much to the conversation.
It's so crazy how they really have a word for that. Trauma dumping, meaning dumping your trauma on people. I like that one character, but we're not gonna talk about it. Give me 1 second, I'll be right back. Give me 1 second.
literally just replies asking if she had another contact for a high quality resin. But then Bunny keeps on pressing the matter, so Silvervale provides some positive words of encouragement. After that though, despite numerous attempts to reach out and clarify the situation, Bunny received
from 11.
Moving day.
I honestly can't believe
I'm back, by the way. Morgan, I was watching some, because I guess it's because of the fact that you showed me the Diddy stuff, but I saw this video, bro, and it was talking about Cassie, right? The oh snap, this artist right here. I know, this is like off topic, but this artist is an artist that I found recently. This man, he used to be a comic book artist. I mean, he still makes comics, but this guy
Are you ready to learn the secret?
is flipping like amazing, right? Like just look at this, look at this, look at it, look at it. I'm gonna mute this so you can just look at this, man. What I'm about to do, I'm about to speed it up. I know it's at whatever time speed, but let me make it faster. Bro, welcome back. Thank you. Man, yo, Bri, it is insane. Flipping, man, bro, yeah, look at this. Just watch. You might be able to tell what the character is, but you might not be able to already. It's not that zoomed in. So let me zoom it in a little bit so you can see a little bit more. Oh, whoop. Okay. Look. I'm gonna speed it up a little bit more. I'm just gonna skip by a little bit. Yo, this is insane. But he does a lot of really good art. Let's fast forward some more. Can you tell who it is? I mean, obviously. I didn't even notice the suit that she had on. Yeah, Black Cat. But in the Venom, with the Venom symbiote. Looks like. Look. Amazing. The art is so good. But like, Watch. Check this out. This is a new video actually. It came out today. But I want to try to show you like type of stuff that he makes. What he likes to do, he does like redraws of things. So you know that game that came out, or that's to come out, of that girl, you know, the bald head chick, Bri? The bald head chick. It's me, guys. It's about to come out. You remember the bald head chick that's in the Naughty Dogs game? Yeah, so he decided, yo, let me make the design better. And Bri, just watch what he does. Just watch what he does. This man, and he draws in Procreate too, obviously, you know. Obviously, he gives us some hair, right? But just like he fixes, not, I don't want to say fix, but like he redesigns designs that he doesn't like, or that we don't like, because we don't like her design. Like, his art is amazing. Like I said, he used to be, I mean, he still does comics. And in his videos, he just talks about, like, things that he's done. So let me put this in normal playback speed before I unmute it.
Right? Get in there. Be a 13. And if it's too late by the time you watch this, then be a 14, because you don't want to be one of them nasty 15s. On with the video. So I took, here you can see I am drawing her face. I'm referencing her face as I would draw her.
Yeah, he's drawing the actual actress.
As close to her and as feminine as she is.
You see? You heard that sigh? Let's play it back.
Her face as I would draw her, trying to make it look, you know, as close to her and as feminine as she is.
The disappointment in what they did, man. Oh my gosh. Let's speed it up again. But I really liked how this turned out in the design. He's amazing at art, man. And like I said, he's a comic book artist, or he formerly, like, he still makes comics. Like, he does his own personal stuff now, but he worked in like Marvel and DC, and yeah, it's really cool. And he kept like her vibe and everything. He redesigned like some Marvel Rivals characters also, and obviously I don't really like know too much about Marvel Rivals because I never played it, but he redesigned them. He showed the characters, and I was like, oh, this is actually really cool. I like the idea. And he always likes practicality, so he's like, I don't like adding elements that aren't used or don't matter. And I'm like, yeah, look at the details, man. And you can just tell by just looking at this how he's doing the hair that he's a comic book artist. Gave her the 80s, exactly, an 80s vibe. That's what it is. He understands. So let's speed up a bit more. Just every detailed hair strand. Look at this. Look. He's going in with the hair. Look, he's still on the hair. Man, nah. It's wild. So much. And he's still on the hair, bro. I fast forwarded it and it's still on the hair. And it's going 2 times speed. Plus the speed, like, cause he has his fast forwarded also. Bro, he's still on the hair. Okay, now we're on to the jacket. And he redid Squirrel Girl too, but he did it in like the like he was referring to the comic more of Squirrel Girl instead of the thing. So yeah, so take that as you will. But man, just wanna go over. Yeah, when he starts coloring, I actually got some of the way that he some of the ways that I've been coloring recently from how he colors, which is really cool. like how he puts the color and then the color on top, and then obviously I don't render like he does, but just the idea of how he puts colors down. But it just looks like a old school, like a comic, you know. I don't even say old school, like a Western comic. Look at, and then he puts the flats on that also, and I can see it. It looks like her. It looks like the lady, the actress. He's a soften after, but we can fast forward some more and see. See, putting the colors in. Yo, like imagine this was the design, Bri. Imagine this was the design. What? People will be breaking down the doors to play this game. And it's just like even if you were to be like, all right, you can change a few things, but it's like she just looks like a cool character that you want to follow. And if she had like some catchphrases and stuff too, it'd just be a vibe. It'd just be fun. You know what I mean? Oh shoot! What the heck happened? It'd just be fun. No, that's not gonna be the game. It just went down like a lot. I don't know why. But like, look, it just looks so good. It just looks so nice, man. It just looks so nice. This would have been a dope character, but this is his name, Blacklist Universe. Oh, and that's his name too. His name is right there. Mike Miller. Mike S. Miller. Does a lot of stuff. I wanted to see if there was like something specific, like, because I like that one, especially because we were given the utter garbage that we got for the design of her. Was I planning on buying the game? Most likely not. But if the design was like this, I'd probably consider even more, you know, just because it looked like a cool character. And if she had like I said, some cool catchphrases, I'd be like, oh shoot, you know what? Listen, I didn't watch this movie, but I kind of want to see what he does. He redesigned the green lady from that movie with Ariana Grande. Wicked Witch of the East. He redesigned her. Let's see what she looked. Oh my gosh! All right, sir. Listen, you gotta calm down, my boy. I mean, it just looks like a Okay. You could go look this up yourselves. You see, right? You see, even would have been so nice if we would have gotten something like he redesigned Harley Quinn. Wicked, yeah, Wicked's the movie. He redesigned Harley Quinn. Cause you remember the Suicide Squad game? I'm not even gonna call that Harley, but yeah, he redesigned her. I didn't see this video, but I guess we can experience this together. I like where it's going so far with the classic, you know. Okay, I like where it's going so far with the classic. What else are you gonna do? Oh, obviously she go. Okay, all right, Harley. All right. That game was so trash, bro. That game was buns. It was so bad. Oh my gosh. That is such a smart way to do it. Bro, when I tell you, I would have never thought of doing it that way. Whose channel? His name is Blacklist Universe. Yo, I would have never thought to do it that way. That's such an easier way to do it. Oh my goodness. Oh, dang. I like the hammer too. Ooh. That's clean. Smart. I like that. It's just so nice, so nice. So nice. But yeah, definitely recommend. You can check out his work and stuff. I'm pretty sure I'm subscribed, aren't I? Let me just double check. Yeah, I am. Because I'm like, why would it why would it show it to me if I wasn't? And he does like streams too sometimes. So I don't know. One day, you know. Oh crap. I don't want to break the thing now. Top 10 most loved art styles in 2025. Yo, I better see my name up there. I'm playing. I'm playing. Listen.
It's prime time. We appreciate actual art, artists, and art styles.
Oh. Okay. Okay.
So that's why we are here today. I asked my audience in Instagram to tell me the art styles they love. Not only will
What
I
are you guys' favorite art
learning
styles?
them, but I will be also drawing them. And I will be drawing Misa Amane from Death Note for each of this art style. Be easy on me, guys, since it's my first attempt at these art styles. Also, let me know your favorite artist or art style so that maybe we can make a part 2. Before that, have you ever dreamt of an app where you can create art portfolio, reference board, character design sheets, not only their designs
I feel
but
like
also their plot lines?
this is
Milano.
cool to do,
Sponsor
but
of today's
Milano is
video
cool,
is
but
Milano.
it's just not
My
as
favorite sponsor is back and back.
as whatchamacallit?
Toilet bound Hanako-kun.
Oh, Froppy loves this.
As a non-Japanese speaker, as soon as I read that name,
Froppy
I was like,
loves
it's
this.
not something from Reddit, is it?
This character, anyway.
Thankfully, no. Toilet Bound Hanako-kun is an anime. It has a very cute anime art style with a touch of chibi style with chunky line works.
And I love chunky line works.
And
oh my God,
I haven't watched the show. I should have just watched the show, but I was like, I need more information, right? So I googled the anime. Toilet Bound Hanako-kun is an anime series that blends supernatural elements with everyday life of high school. Great! Hanako-kun is a ghost who resides in school's girls' bathroom. That's 2 strikes, my guy. This anime has a unique, strong style to it. Even the color palette seems to make it stand out from other mangas. It's a type of shit you wanna double take. The crazy thing is, when I did the most hated anime art style video, the big-eyed anime art style was ranked number 6. But this anime seems to do the same thing.
More than Link Click? Oh, definitely not.
Manner.
Link Click is Froppy. Look, Froppy's name is Link Click.
10 out of 10. And I keep going back to the chunky art lines because a lot of time it can overwhelm the canvas or can just look too much. But this artist once again does it in such a good, tasteful manner. And as I didn't watch the show, I was like, maybe I should at least watch some clips, right? And it was out of context, but I was like, whatever. Given the art style being so wholesome, I expected the whole show to be wholesome too.
Yeah,
I expected wrong.
It's not. I saw like 4 episodes of this.
I did a good job with replicating the art style with
What's
Misa.
up,
I don't know
Phoenix?
about Rem though.
When I want to learn something
Number
new.
9, Sam does art.
Oh, Sam does art, yeah. One of my favorite art styles of all time, honestly. When you want to learn something new, I mean, it depends because, like, yeah, there's no like one way that I go about it because I usually don't know if I want to learn it until I see somebody who's doing it well, and then I'm like, oh, I kind of want to try this myself. So that's how I usually go about it. If I see somebody do really cool like line work, I'll just look at it and I'm like, you know what, I want to try this out, and then I just study it myself. But for like typical tutorials, I like to go to if you're talking about tutorials, I like to go to Mark Burnett is his name. He does pretty good tutorials, and since I draw with shapes a lot and he mentions shapes all the time, it just works for me perfectly. Sam's tutorials on Patreon is really good as well. What else? I mean, Sam is like, he's the one who like really showed me the idea of how to perfect the proportions, right? Because even if I end up switching things up, like in, you know, like proportions of the entire body, by having the proportions in mind on how they should be split is just so it's a game changer for me. Because every character just starts to look more like they make sense, if that makes sense. Love Sam? Yeah. His art is amazing. Honestly, he's in my top 3.
I think we all knew he would be here. I mean,
In my
he's
top
everywhere. Man is even in your walls. I mean, literally. This is Sam, aka Mr. Responsible.
Why are you running from your feet responsibilities? Now, I would say that if you're running from your responsibilities...
To give a gist of Sam, if in Asian household, art was seen in the same tier as becoming a doctor or an engineer, your parents would definitely compare you to him. He has a very identifiable signature art style. Some call his art style the cute Instagram girly art style. I would bet $100.
I talked about my favorite artist
that he's just drawing Jenna's ideal
already?
girl.
Really? Which one was it? I forgot. Sorry.
Enjoy sunsets.
What the heck?
Surprises.
Oh, these are the girls that Zara be talking about.
Absolutely overthink everything. Like pretty weather.
There she is.
Though, personally, it's the background and environments that he draws that makes me go.
Yeah, that's true.
Especially when it involves water.
Like, he's one of the main reasons, too, where I just wanted to tell stories with my drawings. Because every one of his drawings is telling a story, which is crazy, you know? And when he started doing, like, the 3 and, like, he started putting them together, I'm just like, oh my gosh.
10 out of 10. Yep.
It's literally a bunch of scribbles, but it makes sense.
Okay, I need to calm down.
His art has the best blend of warm and cold tones. And here's my attempt at Sam does art style. Number 8, Lotus Bubble.
Lotus Bubble is so good too. Oh my gosh, I love her style.
This is all I think.
I love her style.
Some more.
Her style is like so, like,
it's
soft.
full of colors. It's fantasy. Look at that saturated cold tone blue with a warm tone that doesn't go well, but it is harmonized by a desaturated color closer to the skin tone. Basically applying the same color with an unmatched color to make
and that's
it look
what's
like
her
it
name
was
for Mean
meant to be.
Girls.
Genius.
So good.
Her art style is like saturation at its max. On the characters, on the background, on my face, through the screen. And I would ask for more. All of her female characters are drawn so pretty, but my favorite has to be the males.
Copyright incoming.
Don't play with me. Every other post I'm like, don't look at me like that.
Zuko.
And I think it's because of the hair. If out of everything in this art style, if I could steal something, it would be the hair. The shapes in her hair is so interesting. If you're looking to make simple art styles into something more visually appealing and interesting, you should definitely study her art style. Drawing her art style was the funnest one, I'm not gonna lie.
I can see the difference.
I kind of went easy on the saturation though. Much better. Number 7. This user is alive.
I don't know what this is.
Yes! Yes! I love this art style.
What the heck is this? These clips, bro.
Look at her. Or him. I don't know. I think at first glance, this artist seems to have a very difficult art style. Untrue. It looks so crazy, so beautiful. It doesn't have that random color streaks like purple, blue, pink, like you saw on the artist we talked before.
It looks so
this user's
like
alive seems to use simple colors like a base, shadow, and light.
Yeah.
Sounds familiar? Yeah, it's the 3-color method that I keep yapping about in my channel and won't ever shut up about it. And this user's alive is a master at it. One more thing I love about his art style is how the characters they draw is so recognizable. A lot of time when you draw fan arts of a character without their known costume, they are not recognizable. Oh, that's Levi. Who that is? Who's that?
Who's that? I love drawing characters in different art styles. But the thing is, like, when I do that, like, let me show you. I've done it before. When I do characters in different art styles, like fan art in different art styles, I just have to really emphasize the fact, I mean, different outfits, not art styles, outfits. I have to really emphasize their head and, you know, any other thing on their body. Oh, yeah! I forgot. You were right, Morgan. You did mention. Let's see some fan art. Let's see. I really like this one that I did. I mean, I could just show it. I mean, hold up. Can I show it this way instead? These are old, okay? So, just remember that before you start saying, you know, before you start going crazy. Just remember, these are older drawings. Alright? They are old. I know the first instinctual thing to do is tell me how trash it looks. But just remember, this was done many years ago. Okay, so this is one. I think it's like, obviously the style is like, my style is a lot different from where it was. But if I were to draw this exact thing today, I would like make it look a little bit more like her in the eyes and the face, like, just because this is the style that I went for back then. But like I said, I think you'd still guess it was her, mainly probably because of the leaf what do you call it, the leaf band on her shoulder. I mean, not her shoulder, but like it's almost on her shoulder. But that one, I don't want to show that picture. This one right here, though, I drew her in like a hoodie type thing, right? I think it still is her, obviously, because I kept like her hair color, her horns, and everything like that. Not bad. I don't know, because I just feel like when I look at these things, I'm just hypercritical now. I can see every single mistake that I missed. The headband, yeah. I see every mistake that is here, and it just makes me feel like, oh my gosh, this is so bad. Yeah. I really like this picture. I still like this picture. But I drew her in like the dress, right? Which she doesn't have in the show. But I think, you know, the hair, the silhouette, everything still is perfect. So if you're going to draw a character in a different outfit, you got to just make sure their face, their hair, their head is just on point. But even if their hair isn't on point, you got to make sure their face is on point. Let's make sure their face is on point. Oh my goodness. Looking back. Oh, look at this. Oh, 2021. Nice rendering on the jacket. I'm glad you like it, because I thought the jacket was good too. I thought it was good too. I would have probably added some more softer areas and then added some texture to it now, but oh my goodness, Tanjiro, I did you wrong, my boy. All right. The drawing that we never finished. This is so disgusting. Like, nothing makes sense. Because I like to, like, now what I've been doing recently, zooming out, right? If I were to zoom this image out, how the heck is everything working? Nothing makes sense. Nothing makes sense. So bad. So bad. When I drew Bakugo's mom and his fit, oh my gosh. No. No. I'm not even going to show you guys that one. Oh my goodness. This is so gross. Why am I here? Man. Oh, this drawing I never finished. I don't think I can show that. The Jinx one. Man, I love this picture back in the day. I was fighting people telling them that they were good back in the day. This is disgusting. Randy's art? Yeah, I can see it with the painterly style. This is so gross. But yeah, so that's what I tried. Oh, remember when we did this? When we drew them in like the dresses? I mean, you see, I tried to keep it towards the style of the face and stuff, but these are so bad. They're just so bad. This one right here, I really liked this one at the time. Yeah, I know.
I'm a mile away. I can recognize a bitch when I see one. Why is this man still alive in the manga? By the way, I completely obliterated recreating this art style. I'm sorry. Number 6. Chinese art style.
Chinese art style.
Before you comment section warriors come at me, get your fingers out of that keyboard. I use the term Chinese very loosely. It's looser than the hope of AI ever stopped stealing from artists. Obviously, not every artist from China are manufacturing the same
like,
art style. Common sense, people. But low-key, it does typically come from them, though. The flowy hair. The hair's got layers on layers on layers. Sir, who's your salon lady? The delicate eyes, them pointy eyelashes, and I ain't even talking about the women in this art style. They can take the back seat. I'm saving the front seat for my long-haired layers on layered boo.
Is that a hamster?
Now give me the damn address to the salon. This art style was already popular among the manhwa, aka Chinese webtoon audience.
Yeah.
It got even more famous.
I don't think I've seen manhwa. Like red one. I mean,
was introduced to the Western social media artists, and man, you all ate the tutorials
that's what it's called.
Offer. And yes, I failed on recreating this art style. I didn't watch any tutorials.
I mean, I like the art style, but I always think about, like, when I think about my art style, crispy 2D art. Ooh, I really like this one. But when I think about my art style, I always think of the style that I'd like to see my characters in, right? So this art style right here looks nice. Like, it looks nice. Like, if I were to see a painting of it, I'd be like, oh, that's nice. But would I like to see my characters in that style consistently? No. Right? So that's how I choosily go about it. That's why I always tell you guys to think, like, to draw your characters and think about your characters. Like, Lotus' style. Love it. Like I said earlier. But would I want to see my characters in that style all the time? No, I wouldn't. This style looks really good. I like it. But same thing. I wouldn't want to see, like, if anything, I love the coloring, the render. That's something that I could like use in certain areas, but I wouldn't really want to see that in my style or my characters in that style.
2D art style.
This I really like.
I know, okay, I know 2D is a genre, not
like
art
that one
style.
at the bottom
but
right
you
here.
guys send me this shit. Okay, I asked for favorite art style and you bitches said 2D. So I'm giving you 2D. you guys did send me very particular 2D art styles where it's extremely stylized,
that one I like,
with
that one a
sharp
lot.
edges
Ooh.
and no softness like
So
classic
good.
Gilby art style. I'm not saying Gilby art style is not good, okay? That's not what I'm saying. That's not. Oh God.
I am sorry, my mentor. I have failed you.
I love
Dexter.
a good crispy 2D art style. The way some
Oh
artists
my
highlight
gosh.
certain elements. Now, I will take this
the heck?
opportunity to introduce you guys to my favorite 2D artists. Number 1,
I don't know yet.
Like, where you at, baby?
Oh my
China.
gosh.
She's at China. Is it just me or Chinese artists are always at different level?
I know,
Look at
like
their
Chinese artists are. What the heck? Oh my gosh.
It's rough, it's messy,
I
it's
love the
flowy.
silhouettes.
I love
So
it.
nice.
The expressions. Oh my God, ma'am, drop the tutorial. Or else, someone hold me back. Someone hold me back. Number 2, Emily. Do I even have to say what I love about her?
my
It's
goodness.
playful, it's cinematic. The body
Oh
language
my
of the character
gosh.
seems so natural. Well, she does post studies like there's no tomorrow.
What the heck?
I try to recreate Atlee 1225 art style, and I kinda ate that up.
Kinda ate that up. That was nice. I like it. That's my
Number
favorite one
4,
so far.
Arcane Spider-Verse.
This
The
one.
reason
Wait,
I put
why is
them
it
in the
both?
same slot,
Yeah.
because I mean, they kinda, maybe,
Nah.
sorta look the same.
No, they don't.
They both have the 3D and 2D elements
Yes, that's
going
true.
on. But when you see those faces, you get flashback to Asaro Head, and now you could never draw it right.
Jay, what's up, man?
So yeah, they kind of look the same, even though the
Nah.
creative team didn't overlap.
Nah.
Let's start from Spider-Verse. Because I mean, how do I even say? Everything looks good. I mean, professionals worked on it. Nobody's shitting on it. It's amazing. We already have tons of videos analyzing this art style. Personally, the best thing about this art style has to be the reflective lines.
The halftones, your
Arcane.
reflections, yeah.
I ain't gonna lie. I wanna watch this show, but every time I see a character's face, I'm like, it's giving me flashback to Asaro Head and Angel
giving me
Ganu. It's
flashbacks.
hard when even Angel Ganu's bullying couldn't get you to draw it.
I am sorry, my mentor.
Again, what do I even compliment this art style about? I think it's so good and everyone knows it. This art style was so hard to replicate, and again, 2 years later, I still can't draw it. Number 3, 90s.
Oh my, the best, especially when it comes to the hair, the greatest style, especially when it comes to the hair. I love the hair the most.
Okay, there's 2 types of old anime art style. The one that comes out of your wall at 2 a.m.
I'm not talking about
so
that
big that it can see your bald spot at the back of your head. The other type is this nostalgic type, cool character design.
This is more me. This is more my area right here.
I'm just describing
Okay,
Spike.
okay, this is more my style right here.
90s, oof. To me,
Yeah,
the
this
best
is more
part
like
of
it.
90s anime has to be how they did the horror right.
They can make anything into a good anime.
Like 2000 Hisoka scares me already. 90s Hisoka, bye. I'm
Oh
booking.
my god.
そうかいこうやって後ろから君たちを見てると退屈しないで済むのに
2000s Kurapika.
We know all your characters have mullets.
It's
Yeah.
a 2 different men. I can see why 90s art style was so well loved and
Amazing.
rated so high. But my question is, even
prefer
in modern
80s?
era,
80s is good
anime
too.
creators with all the technology they
80s
have,
is good
they don't
too.
get to see their child or wife. So what did the 90s anime artists do? Man, they were drawing in pen and paper, all hand drawn. Traditionally, probably why fight scenes are still so loved as much as the modern
Exactly.
anime. If you look past the cool character
Like,
designs, the 90s anime
Animation
just draw
back then,
more menacing.
it just felt so much like it just felt so like so much like, because now it's still going, but you gotta understand. Oh my gosh, that's from whatchamacallit, that one anime. Oh, Kilo, my boy. But it's like, wow, it's like, back then, the mistakes were little accidents, you know. and it just all blended, and it just felt so nice and milky, you know. But now, even though it still like can be clean, you can tell like some of them they have like some CG to enhance it, which is cool and all. But like if we were to just have like the greatest animators, right, of the 90s and or 80s, just animating some of these fight scenes, I'm telling you, you wouldn't even know how to act. You wouldn't even know how to act. It had more charm. Exactly, more charm. Now it just feels like it's too clean. I'm just like, okay. Like, because especially a lot of them, they're doing it digitally. So it's like, all of the lines could just be cleaned up and made perfect. You know, have you ever seen the Jujutsu Kaisen book? Like the animation book? When you look at the things, obviously you can see like the rough and the keyframes and stuff. It's a keyframe book. But you can see how clean they end up making it after. And even though it's still so fluid, you can still, like, it's still too clean for me, you know? I guess it looks nice, but it's just too clean. It's too clean, you know? Just add a little bit of mess in there, you know? Some little happy accidents. That's why I love, like, the 90s Disney, like the Disney Renaissance animations. Like, when you look at them, you're just like, oh my goodness. Wow, okay.
Like, I don't even want to see what Suguna would have looked like in 90s.
That would be
This
insane.
brings me to the movie that I shouldn't have watched at 3 a.m. This tune?
Perfect. Oh my. I was going to watch it. I was going to watch Perfect Blue like a while ago.
Get that shit out of here.
Nah, I'm good on that.
I might sound like a Karen here, but the eeriness that 90s anime had to its horror genre, you just don't find it in
So
modern
talking
anime.
about-
Probably why none of Junji Ito's anime adaptation gets any reaction out of you, while the manga did a great job. I can bet 1/3 of my kidney that 90s hand-drawn anime would have depicted that spooky factor of Junji Ito much better.
Not bad.
Number 2, pencil sketches.
How does that even an art style?
The classic. It's the OG. The
The
best
pre-
duo, paper and pencil.
I mean, I guess,
PP.
yeah.
Again, this is not an art style.
Yeah,
Since
that's
you
what
all
I'm saying.
didn't specify which art style exactly, first, get your game up. I'll just talk about what I like. Number 1, whenever there is so much hatching, yes, it makes me happy. Shove it down my throat. But as you can see, I'm a spoiled digital girly to take this pencil and pen out like an ancient scroll. But I also whipped out my Milanote. Yes, Milanote works on phones too. You can access all of your boards and can do everything just like in your laptop or iPad. If you want to make a last minute changes to your project before presenting it, or just want to journal in your free
That's
time,
actually really
Milanote
clean.
app is your
How you
girl.
connect
And it's
it.
not only for digital artists. You can take pictures of your sketches and upload it to your board. So no, Milanote isn't just limited to digital artists. Traditional artists, get your game up with Milanote using my link, of course. One more category of styles under the pencil sketch I love is the blur effect. It's so beautiful but creepy, but there's also mystery factor.
Oh my god.
But the real question is, how much sweaty finger smudging are y'all doing to get this effect? I really want to know, cause I really went in there and it only put dent in my paper. Overall, it's
I
a
like
beautiful
this,
art style, and
what is this style?
it's just crazy how some artists can do so much
Hold
with
up. I'm about to, because I'm pretty sure it's Froppy's favorite style. Give me a second. Decision work. It happens all of the time. I was sketching on my I was sketching in my sketchbook the other day because I was out in public and I didn't want to bring my iPad. I said out in public, like I was outside, right? I was just somewhere, and I had time, so I was like, where was it? DMV? I don't know, somewhere. And then I was drawing, right, Morgan? And I was just like, what the heck am I doing? What the heck am I doing right now? What the heck am I doing right now? Okay, so hold up. Give me a second. I don't know if this is the right art style, but Froppy says she's a YouTuber. So let's see. She said her name is Smiley. Okay, SMIL, but the 3 is an E and then Y. A rendering tutorial. Oh my goodness. This is not what I expected.
The face.
This is not what I expected. Oh! This style looks pretty clean. Hold up. Let me get to something. Animation meme. No. Just show me you draw something. Miss, draw Miku. Okay. I'm gonna sort of press this. Wait, what the? Can you? So, Mr. Man, Bri, I was over here looking at my paper, like, what am I doing right now? What the heck am I doing right now? I should have brought it. I should have brought it with me. Okay, I'm not going to play any audio, but I think this is Froppy's. Oh, this is Froppy's favorite art style. Oh, Froppy's right there. Okay, so let's see. Let's see what it's like. Okay, I'm fast forwarding. Okay, I like some rim. Okay, never mind. I thought she was doing some rim light with it. Oh. Okay, now, okay. Oh, she uses Ibis Paint. And she's a VTuber? Oh no, she's not a VTuber. What the heck is happening? Oh, it's the second drawing. Oh my gosh. This is trippy. Very trippy. Wow. Wow. Oh, you love this video? Wow. And then now this is the second one. You know what, Frobby? I can see, yeah, this is, wait, what's the other style that you used to like, Frobby? Because I'm pretty sure it was something else. Can you show me how to blend colors without looking messy? All right, so this is what I do, right? I mean, it really depends, like, how you're trying to do it, right? So, like, typically what I like to do is, if I want to, like, wait, what do you mean, like, blend colors? Like, just blend two colors together? So, like, if you were to have, like a red, and then you were to have, like a green, like that? Is that what you're talking about? Like the blending? Oh, wait, you can't see me zoom in. Let me turn this off so I can open it so you can see me zoom in. No, I don't think that was the art style, Frappy. It was something else. It was something else. You showed me so many drawings of it, I just don't remember. So what I tend to do, Jay, is that, hold up, make sure, yep, I knew I was on the same layer like an idiot. Alright, so what I tend to do, let's just do it on this one, why not? So I get, this is why I like to use this brush. It's a round brush with pressure opacity. So I like to get this brush like this, right? So we can get that hard brush like this with pressure opacity, and then I can pick my other color, just put some purple, right? And then we can have like a lighter transition, and this right here will be like a color in between, and obviously this color will be mixed with the other thing. So when I tend to blend colors, I usually don't soften it. I just get the in-between colors until we get like a nice gradient. Right? We can get like a nice gradient of colors in between it. And if you really want to, then you can soften the edges, but don't go too hard with it, because you have to understand it's just a light transitional thing. Okay, so it's kind of, wait, what the heck is that? Oh my goodness, of course it is. Bluebird. Let's try to see if that's the character. If that's the one. Let's try to see if that's the one. I don't think it is, but let's try anyways. Froppy. Come on, get out the way. Get out the way. Blue. Burry. Why are all these names so like? Wait, is it even Burry? Oh. This character right here. Let's see. Videos. 24 videos. Ooh. Have I seen this person before? Have I seen this art style before? Oh my goodness. The art style looks nice. I like the line art. Ooh, I like the thumbnails. Look at this. Look at this. And Procreate, I see. Okay, so she knows what she's using. All right. Ooh, this I like. I like this one probably. I like this style right here. I have Sam brush set. Oh, me too. I need more practice. I have his brush set too. It's right here. And I use his blending brush at times. Right? But the thing is, right? We have to understand when we're blending, like if you look at when I use blending or soft blending in my art, I feel like the best one that I can show you is, I mean, I can just show you on a different one. So like on this one right here, right? When you look right here, I like to use airbrush, just a soft transition. But like in areas like this, I add a little bit of blending right here, but I keep the hard lines or the hard shadows like right here, right? So the soft to hard shadowing, and that's what I learned from him also. Like right here, you can see this transitional shape, but right there you can see that soft transition, right? And when I do those, it kind of just makes the piece look a lot more real, if that makes sense. Because there's soft shadows and hard shadows. So I usually do that when I'm blending also. You sent her to me multiple. Oh, okay. Because some of the videos like showed that I've watched them before, and I'm like, what? I don't remember. Like how I qualify what style I like, I tend to do it off of how would I feel if my characters were in that style, right? Like all the time or majority of the time. And I feel like this one would be nice. Yeah. Nicer than the other one. Nicer than the other one. But like I said, it's just my opinion. Ooh, this looks so nice. I love the colors too. I love the colors. So I have a first generation Apple Pencil, so no pressure sensitivity. What? The first generation Apple Pencil does have pressure sensitivity. The first generation Apple Pencil does have pressure sensitivity. You want to learn to draw with Photoshop? Ooh, that's gonna be a job. That's gonna be something. First gen does. First gen does. Is it worth it from pen tablet to display tablet? Honestly, I'll say yes. Because there's still like a level of disconnect, I believe. For me anyway. I used to use a pen tablet. And man, there was like, I got used to it obviously at a point in time. But like just seeing the lines that you make, even though there's still like a bit of a a disconnect. Just seeing the movements and how it's looking in front of you just changes the whole game. Which is why I still prefer, like, I mean, drawing on your phone is insane. But I know people who do really good work on their phone. I still am for that than a pen tablet, you know? Because it's just like an understanding of, even when you're drawing on pencil and paper, you understand if I make one line like this, then the line like this is there. The next one is Natsume-san. Okay, let's see who Natsume-san is. Natsume-san. Let's see. Oh my goodness. You just put me on to all these. Oh, the hair. Oh, the hair is amazing here. I think the hair is my favorite part. Oh my. Ooh, I think the hair might be my favorite. Oh, this is that girl from Evangelion. Evangelion. Oh, this looks nice. Yeah, I feel like the hair rendering might be my favorite. It looks nice. I like it. So clean. Look at that. I love that right there. That little soft blend right there. Ooh, nice. Your princess sensitivity must not work. Is there like a setting or something? Oh, wait. Go into your Procreate, and then go to go into your Procreate, and then go to like go to a brush, and then press it again, and then go to Apple Pencil Dynamics, and then can't you work with the pressure? Yeah. You can like tweak with the pressure and stuff, because it could be that like the brushes that you're using are just don't have pressure sensitivity on them, because a lot of Sam's brushes don't have pressure sensitivity like linked to it, so that could be what's going on, like with his line brushes and his No Mercy brushes. Like there's no pressure sensitivity. I mean, there is pressure sensitivity, but it's just like not the same. I mean, not this one, because I feel like, oh, this one. This is the main one I'm thinking about. The No Mercy one. It's just, there's no sensitivity here. Like the lighter I press don't matter. The harder I press don't matter. So it could be that. It looks so good. Look at the eyes. Oh my. Your third favorite? Okay, I can see this one being number 3 compared to the other two. Like in my personal opinion. But oh my goodness, the lighting. Look at. Oh, this is so nice. I love the lighting on this one. Out of them all the pieces that I've seen from all these artists, this was my favorite lighting scenario. So nice. Look at the hair. Oh man, the hair is my favorite part of this drawing. I mean, of this art style. Let's see that. I thought it was like something jelly. I thought that was the art style you liked. Oh dang, good luck, man. You got this. You got this, Jake. You got this, man. Wait, oh, Zura is not here. Today's Friday, isn't it? I was gonna say, for the prompt of next week, because we're picking up the prompts again, is beach ball. I'm trying to make it summer themed because it's summertime. It wasn't the jelly art style? I don't know what it was. It was something jelly. I thought it was. I could be wrong. Ooh, look at that. Reflection. This art style is so nice. Let me see the final. Oh, man. Oh, man. And look at all that ketchup, too. Oh, so nice. So nice. Yeah. What you got, Brad? What you got? You don't have art style? Listen. Once again, you don't need to worry about that right now. But I'm gonna mention it again. How I choose my art style is I go to different, artists that I like. Like Sam is one of my favorite artists, right? So I take some things from him. Other artists that I like anime, like 80s anime, 90s anime, right? So I go over there, take some things, some aspects of theirs that I like their hair and stuff, right? I add those things into my style, right? Another artist, I like how they color, I like how they do this, and I just put them all together and mix them all together in a pot until I get something that I like. But I also think, how do I like my original characters? Would I like them to be in that style forever, right? Or not forever, but Kuzumari. Who is these? Kuzumari. Let's see. Okay. So this person does tutorials too, huh? I want to see something. Pencil sketch. Oh. Okay, let's see. Anime manga sketch. Let's see.
And chilling. Yeah. We'll be doing more.
I don't know. The name sounds familiar to me. He hasn't posted in a year? Oh. My art style changed. I know, that's why your art style has changed. But the art style that you have now, I'm liking it. Ooh, I like that. I like the flames. Ooh, that's actually giving me an idea with how I'm going to deal with his flames. Or the ash, anyway. Is that... It kind of looks like from the hair right there, it kind of looks like it's about to be Lucy. But I doubt it. And I'm talking about Cyberpunk, by the way. Oh, not anymore. It kind of looks like Hinata from the alternate universe. She was looking mean. This actually looks nice. I like it. And with a mechanical pencil. A cheap little pencil. This is what shows you, like, you don't need a tablet. You don't need the craziest thing to start drawing, Just go outside, walk around. I bet you'll find a pencil somewhere. And once you find that, you can also stay out there looking around, and I bet you'll find a piece of paper somewhere and start drawing. Both of those things are completely free. This right here, one of my favorite artists as of recently. I've showed you him before. And man, when I tell you, this man's art is insane. It is insane. Let's do this one right here. I mean, I guess this is just like his finished product, so it's not really going to help, really. I mean, he's painting it, so you can see. Hello. What's going on? Oh, I guess it just doesn't want to work anymore. That sucks. It's not gonna let me show it. Check whip. Zura's back after the long wait. Let's see what you got, Zura. Okay, Zura, I like how you're doing the proportional things, but you gotta remember, Zura, when you're doing the proportions like that, the top of the head must touch the top line, as you can see here. Let's use this one. You see, the top of the head is touching that line up there. The top of the the collarbone is touching this line right here, right? The bottom of the rib cage is this line. The bottom of the hips is that line. And then, you know, the knees and the bottom of the feet, right? So you have to remember that when you're doing it. But it looks, I like how you're thinking about it. But remember to measure them out. Action right here is the same. You can use your fingers to do that. But I like how you're starting to think with proportions, you know? It's nice, it's nice. You should finally watch Alien. Good luck with it. Come on, man. I'm trying out here, man. This thing does not want to like show. Let me delete it and try again. You're back. Welcome back. Welcome back. It's so good. Listen, Froppy, I believe you. Okay? I believe you. I don't think you'll show me anything that's terrible. And that is the truth, Froppy. I don't think you'd show me anything that's terrible. This has nothing to do with it. There you go. Oh crap. This guy right here, his art is insane. Luca art was posted today? How the heck am I supposed to see the Luca art? I showed you him on Instagram before. I mean, on X before. This guy's art is insanity. Look. Yeah. Super crazy. Super crazy. Look at art. You see, Naya is insane. Like I'm telling you, Morgan, like when it comes to Naya's art, right? When it comes to Naya's art, like honestly, I mean, like obviously, like I know, you know, Naya is drawing and everything, but Naya, you know, sometimes takes breaks and stuff and isn't, you know, as consistent, whatever. And I understand, you know, life and stuff, but like with Naya's style right now, with like some time and like some, you know, some fiddling with stuff, this could be insane. It gives me the vibe of, what's that one girl's name? She's also an artist. Her name starts with an L. I don't remember. It starts with an L. I follow her on Instagram, but I don't know her name. I just know it starts with an L. Instagram. And wait, is that her right there? Oh nope, that's not her. L. Nope. I just typed in L thinking that I was gonna be able to find her. Wait, is it not an L? What the heck? Was I wrong this whole entire time? Assuming that her name started with an L? Or like her like social media name. I guess I was wrong. Oh. I have no idea. But yeah, guys, yeah, that's gonna be it for me today. It was fun. Hope you guys enjoyed this randomness of a stream. Like I said, I had a headache today. Started off with a headache. It's still there. It's not completely gone, but it's better than it was, which is great. Thank you. So, hope you guys enjoyed once again. We just, like I said, I just love, like, listen, this is how I create characters, by the way. I love her, her head so much, like her hair, her glasses, that whole idea. I'm about to, I'm about to look at art. Ooh, Jay, this looks trippy. What do you mean, Froppy? Where am I gonna look up the art? I'm about to draw an OC, and it's gonna be a carbon copy, not a carbon copy. I'm gonna change some things up. I'm gonna change the color of the hair probably. I'm going to change certain things. But for all you here now, once you see her, you guys will be like, I know where he got the idea. I might give her 3 braids. I don't know. Because she has 1 braid. I might give her 3 braids. I don't know. I don't know yet. I also, by the way, Roy, I also don't have the design for his mom yet. Hey, she can be Roy's mom. I don't know yet. Like I said, I don't know yet. And also, there's a style that I've been playing around with. I showed you guys this recently, but I don't know if you guys remember it. But there's a style that I've been playing around with, which is this one right here. Mainly in like the way I rendered, that I actually really like. And I'm thinking about actually playing around with some more, like with the hair and everything, the subtle, simple rendering of it. I actually really like it. So I wonder what I'm going to do with that. Oh my goodness, Robbie. Okay, alright. This channel right here. I mean, it doesn't show me anything recently. It said the last thing is a year ago. Oh my goodness. Oh, this is Froppy's style right here. Alien stage. Huh. 2-year anniversary. I'm most likely gonna get extremely copyrighted off of this, but the style looks nice. So this is the thing, by the way, if you guys were wondering. This is Froppy's favorite style of all time. Oh, this is like one frame a second. It looks like 1 frame per second. You know what I'm gonna do? Just to test this. I'm not playing the audio by the way. I just want to see what it looks like at 1.5. Maybe 2. Maybe 2. I mean, the timing will be off, especially with how fast I'm making it. What the? Let me get up out of here. Probably trying to get me banned. What the heck was that? What the heck is this? Get me up out of here. Probably trying to get me banned, guys. Watch it. That's what Robbie said. Trying to get me. Look. Oh my gosh. If y'all don't see me Sunday, it's all Froppy's fault. Oh my gosh. Oh, if it didn't catch it in time, then okay. You picked the video, not me. You told me, and I quote, hold up. Let me go up here because Froppy's trying to lie on my name. Froppy said, let's go. A Luca art was posted today. And then I said, first of all, I don't even know who Luca is. Second of all, how the heck am I supposed to see this? Guess what Froppy said? Froppy said, look up Vivianos, whatever that says. And then I looked it up, and then the first thing I assumed. You're not streaming? No, I'm not streaming Saturday, bro. The first thing I assumed was the latest video, right? I pressed the latest video, and this man got a blicky pointed at his head. What the heck is Froppy doing to me? This is crazy.
Okay, respectfully, that was not my fault because you picked that video. Okay, respectfully, that was not my fault because you picked that video. You should have asked me which video to play. You should have played like, I don't know, round 3 or something. That was not my fault. That was not my fault.
You see how I'm getting blamed? You see how I'm getting blamed here?
Also, the Luca art was posted on the community thingy. So yeah, you picked Weege. Okay, you picked Weege. You picked the episode. Not only is that a spoiler for the previous rounds that you did not watch, it's also the wrong thing.
I see. Okay, now. You tell him. Okay, I see. So I was supposed to look at the picture that Froppy never told me. It was a post. Froppy told me to go to the YouTube channel. Listen, Brian, if I ever tell you, oh, somebody just posted something on YouTube, are you thinking, oh, he must be saying the community posts? No. Nobody ever. So this is what Froppy tried to show me. This right here. Nobody's ever said that before. Oh, I bet he told me to go to YouTube to look up a community post. Alright, guys. But that's going to be it for me today. Once again, hope you enjoyed. And I'll see you Sunday. By the way, the theme for this week is beach ball. Okay? That's the art theme this week. This next week. So until Friday, you guys have to draw a piece, including a beach ball. Oh my gosh, what does Froppy got to say?
Bro, I love how whenever I call you out, the first thing you say is Bri. Like, Bri, are you seeing
Yeah,
this?
because Bri needs to listen to this because Bri because Bri's the only one who's like, yo, listen, I got you, you know? Because everybody else be like, Froppy knows, Froppy knows what? Man, look at Morgan. Don't even know what happened, but Morgan's like, yeah, go at him. Like what? Oh my gosh. but I'll be not okay. No, I understand. You got a lot on your plate already, Morgan. You got a lot on your plate already. When does it due? Friday, just like the other ones. And then, because I'm just trying to keep it summer themed, especially since we're like in the summertime. And beach ball was the. I mean, you can pick something else if you want, because I don't just want to give it summer. I want to pick something pretty specific. So like an item that makes you think of summer, you know, like things of like I don't know. I will defend Froffy to the end of the earth. All right, guys. Have a good night. Oyasumi. Have a great one. I'll see you Sunday for another stream. But yeah, her mom. I don't have the design yet, so it just might end up being her. Yes. Peace. I'll put in. Okay. All right. Appreciate it, Ray. All right. Have a good night, guys. In the challenge, yeah. The challenge channel. Have a great night. What the heck? Is this man kissing a poster on the wall? I just realized that. Okay. Sure. I don't know what stuff going on in this show. But have a good night, everyone. Oh, that's me. Good night. Good night. Good night. Have a blessed one. Peace. Peace, love, hair geese. You rice. Me chicken. Yeah. Have a good night. Yeah, also, thank you. Hopefully, next stream, even like just later, I just feel a whole lot better. Alright, guys. Bye-bye.